money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
We'll be strong.
I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yeah, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th, and 11th marathon, you see it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So I'm in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, in Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
We'll be strong.
I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th, and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, in Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
We'll be strong.
I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens. Sofia, Bulgaria. Day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th, an 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, in Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. Good morning. I'm running a virtual Bucharest today in Romania. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Just taking the knee for Black Lives Matter. I think this is important. Keep going. And we're off. Hello, good morning, guys. Getting waved at down here at Riverside Studios, Marathon 9 today. As you can see in Bucharest, I'm running a virtual Bucharest in Romania, which I ran on the 9th of February last year. And yes, Black Lives Matter. The fight goes on to make sure black people have equal status, equal rights, and the systemic racism that's built into many countries is completely stamped out. And I salute all the Premier League players in England who are doing that. They're probably in other sports as well. Well done to them for keeping that going. So, we're off, running away, another 6 hours or so. Clive Finnemore is back with me. Thank you, Clive. Richard Melick from Zwift itself. Hi Richard, morning. Alan Fleming, Jason Mitchell, above me, Ken Sue, Randy Rigney, Frank Hochholzer. Thanks, Frank. Danke, Frank. A tree shot. Nick Wilkes. Todd Schwartz. Todd Schwartz Kiss. Clive Finnemore, who's ran 3 marathons in 3 days on my first 3 days. So thank you, Clive, for being there and being back again. Tina Beard. Richard, who I mentioned. Mike Pollard. Andrew Usher. John Scordia. Alan Fleming, Jason Mitchell, Al Beaver, Richard Simmons, Mark Harry, Ernie Hoblet, and CM Deibel. CM Deibel from Germany. Guten Morgen, guten Nachmittag, I'd say, to everyone whose time is up at 1 o'clock. Well, anyone actually, even in the UK and Ireland. 12 o'clock is the mark of noon time, of afternoon, beginning of afternoon. So we're up there and we're running away. So I felt stronger yesterday. Stronger run. Only took 6 hours and 10 minutes, and a stronger show as well. Learning, well, you just get stronger. First 10, and we're on marathon 9, and it seems a little bit arbitrary, why 10 marathons? But anyway, it does seem in my head, maybe it's just a round number. I'm going to talk to Joe Rogan at 5 p.m. London time today, which will be Joe's 190 million downloads of his podcast. He's just the most successful podcaster in the world at the moment, and I'm sure I say at the moment because I'm sure other people coming up and whatever, but he's got himself to that place, and be very interesting because I'm fascinated by what he does, and I like talking to, and I'm curious about people, and so yeah, we can chat about podcasts and why he's become the most successful one at 5 p.m. today London time, which is yeah, I'm saying that so you can work it out. I can do the American one, so 5 hours before that. So it'll be 12 noon on the eastern coast in America and Canada, and that'll be 12 noon. So it'll be 9 in the morning on the west coast of America and Canada, and down to Central America and South America. So he has a huge reach, and I like reaching out around the world, and he obviously does too. So, and he's a stand-up and mixed martial arts. I think I'm not sure if he's still doing that, like physically, but it's obviously a passion of his and something. Yeah, well, I can ask him. I will ask him at 5. Oh. So we're running on. And yes, I'm going to be talking to Rachel Dunscombe, who I've already talked to on Zwift, and works with digital health leaders in the NHS. That's at 1:30 this hour. On the top of the hour, at 1 p.m. London time, Rob Cowlin, acting secretary of the 300 Marathon Club. The 100 Marathon. The 100 Marathon Club. Anyone who's a member of that has run 100 marathons or more. That's Rob Cowlin. That'd be great to talk to him. Questions from Facebook. Don't ask them, write them now, but 2:30, if you dive on Facebook, I'll be answering questions from Facebook at 2:30 London time. Oh, hang on. Dave?
Hello.
I'm looking at the list. It goes 1 p.m. It seems to go 2:30, 2 p.m., 2:30. Is that questions from Facebook should be at 1:30?
Yes.
Okay.
1:30, sorry.
No problem. Okay, so Facebook people, it's 1:30 London time. Maybe I said that, but anyway, it's 1:30 London time. Dive on Facebook. You can ask me questions for about 25 minutes, half an hour. Then 2 p.m. today, talking to Drew Basher, who calling in from Alabama, and has donated via Izzard.com and via crowdfunder. Well done to Drew. At 2:30 is Sue Oliver and wife Sarah run a social enterprise charity. I'm talking to them at 2:30 London time. 3 p.m. questions from YouTube. So dive on YouTube at 3 p.m. You can ask questions there. 3:20 talking with Bob Mills from TalkSport. Now me and Bob go way back. And me and Bob, because Bob goes even further back than I do, and he'll know this. We'll talk about it to the Boulevard Theatre. That's what it's called, Boulevard Theatre, and yes, which was by the Raymond's Review Bar. And when I had a comedy club, and he played, but he'd played there before, which he told me when he got there in a very interesting way, which wasn't comedy, but was more getting your kit off, I think, slightly with music and stuff. I'm sure Bob would be happy to, I'm not sure if he'd be happy to talk about it, but anyway, that was, and then he was already established stand-up when I came on the scene. It'd be interesting to see what he remembers of me arriving. I remember certain things he said to me. Bob did. He came back, he was a host, he was a very good compere and host, getting everything going. He'd also he's very good at getting the energy up, but he'd also set everyone off against each other, so everyone would kind of hate each other. And then he'd say, today they're crazy out there, there's no day for saying that you went to school with Perez de Cuellar, or Butchers Garlic, because my surreal stuff, he just knew it was going to hit the wall, or probably would. But yeah, so that's at 3:20 London time, 4 p.m. UK time, talking to Greg Bayon. And Dave, that's Greg's last name is B-E-L-L-O-N as opposed to B-A-L-L-O-N. So if you could just change that, otherwise I'll look at it.
Yeah, thank you.
Even though I know him, thank you. And Greg has Cuban heritage and has been back there, and we're going to play there together. He's going to be with us when I play there. Todo en español, all in Spanish. It's going to be a wonderful day. So we've got that booked, and he's already been back to Cuba, and he grew up in Miami, one of the Cuban Americans growing up there. And he's been in the armed forces, and he's got a great story to tell. 4:30, then we're going on to questions from Twitter. You can jump on Twitter at 4:30 London time. 5 p.m. Joe Rogan, amazing. I'm kind of amazed that he's deemed that he's happy to go on and talk to me for half an hour, because he doesn't need to do anything. He's very successful, the most successful podcaster going. And that's coming from live from Austin in Texas, very groovy town, Austin. Thank you, everyone. Dave, if you can switch on the other camera there, you can see people. Give a wave to the people. You're on camera now. Give a wave. There, this is a family. Merci, merci beaucoup. A French, British family there. Merci, merci. Ok, merci beaucoup. Au revoir, au revoir. So, nice to chat away in French. Got the French show, 28th of February if you want to see my French show, which will be good, which will be interesting. I'm actually doing a Wunderbar show, so there'll be improvising and Wunderbar and dung beetles. I need to know what dung beetle is in French. And,
Shall I look it up?
Yeah, and in German. Because my German shows will be on the 12th and the 23rd of this month. 12th, I'm running a virtual Vienna for Austria, and on the 23rd running a virtual Berlin for Germany, and 28th running virtual Paris for France, and celebrating those cities and countries.
Okay, so dung beetle in French, boussière. Does that sound right? Boussière.
Could you B-O-U-S-I-E-R-E?
B-O-U-S-I-E-R.
Boussière, okay. Boussière, it'll be what it is, because when you get down to those things, we obviously in English they got boussière. Maybe that means boo means boo. I think boo means mud.
Ah, maybe that would
Maybe
sort of make
they call
sense.
them mud beetles,
Sounds
a
slightly
mud
nicer.
roller, and we call them dung beetles because apparently they poo. They're really poo beetles, but they don't know it. But they love poo. And in
And
German,
in German, now if there's an umlaut over an A, how do you pronounce that?
it's like a
Okay, so it's a Mistkuffer.
Mistkuffer.
Yeah.
Mistkuffer. Okay, I have to learn that. Have that written down on my
Yeah.
iPhone. Ah, Mistkuffer. I should probably write them on a piece of paper because I keep sitting on my iPhone. Anyway, running along, people from Zwift, if you have a treadmill, you can link it up to Zwift, the Zwift app, and you can run along with me. We're running again. And there's a whole bunch of people. It's quite often different to see the names. Stephen Cousins is out again. Hello, Stephen. How are you doing? A number of people have been before. Trying to give shout outs. What time? 12:30, so we've got 15 minutes. Sarah, if you want to go on the Zwift companion app
Yep.
and do a flag shout out.
I'll give it a shot. Eddie, are you out of the app?
Yep. Yeah, I'm out.
Here we go.
So if you got that one next to it, if you go to that main one and hit messages.
Yeah, that's much better. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're not jumping around. Shall I do names?
I
You
did
names,
earlier
you
names. I didn't do everyone now.
I'll do
but
flags.
Two flags. We do names in a bit.
Okay, so we have, we've got lots of people from the UK, we've got Spain, we have Brazil, we have the Netherlands, we have Norway, we have South Africa, we have the USA, we have Sweden, we have, where do we have, this is a test of my map skills, we have the Philippines, no. There is no symbol, which means, as I look at my map, my list of flags.
Is it actually a flag or is it a greyed out flag?
No, it is a flag, but I'm being rubbish on this one. So yeah, stand by on this.
You could leave it to the end and come back to it.
I'll leave it to the end. Germany, France, nice Welsh flag again. Denmark. South Korea, Japan, yeah, and I'm going to check that last flag if I can find it on my list.
Can you describe it to me?
So, it is very like the Philippines flag. 1 second, I'll just find it again.
that way if you feel it easy, because I can try and look on this as well. I've got an app.
So blue triangle, so kind of, yeah, blue triangle pointing right, white horizontal at the top, red horizontal at the bottom. It's like a game in itself, isn't it? Hang on.
We are looking for the flag, yeah?
Looking for a flag. Now I have a list here with 206 flags on.
So it's blue triangle pointing right, yeah?
Blue triangle pointing right, yeah. From the, it's on the left, but it's pointing right.
Gotcha. Scrolling down here.
Ah, Czech Republic.
Oh, there we go.
It's the Czech Republic. There we go.
Hello, the Czech
There we are. Yeah, so lots of people. Lots of people from lots of places.
Yes. Yes, indeed. So, and don't forget your hat, Sarah.
Oh yeah, my hat, my hat.
Looking very cool with your glasses on.
Oh look, it's sunny. It's the 2 minutes of sun.
So we've done 2K so far, chatting away. And we're going to talk with people. I've got a gig tonight in English, 7 p.m. You can buy tickets at eddyizzard.com. You can donate at eddyizzard.com. And you can donate in pounds or euros or US dollars. You'll see a support us button when you hit the donate button. It takes you through to a big orange support us button. But if you look just below that, you'll see a choice of 3 different currencies we've got going. Sorry, not every currency in the world, but we thought if we go for those. And as you can see from the screen, if you have a UK phone, UK service provider, you can donate 10 or 20 pounds to 70810. And down here at the Riverside Studios, between the river and the studios, there's a pathway. People going along, with people allowed to be out for health, walks, runs, and you can actually stop as long as you stay COVID safe and make a donation through the window, which is great. Now, as usual, I need to talk to other runners about it. I need to talk to Tim tonight about starting at the run and then wanting to go to the loo, having just been to the loo. But I'm going to. I think. Can you come out of Swift Companion? Or
Yeah, sure. And just to say, I also just missed off Belgium and Austria as well. So Belgium and Austria too.
Welcome, Belgium and Austria, to fun. Tell me when you're out, and I'll.
Yep, I'm out.
So we're running along. The one good thing about the early stop for the loo is once I've gone, I sort of sorts me out. Okay. Sorry, full stop. Stopping for a 5-minute loo break. Okay. That comes down to 0. Make sure of that.
I will have penne alla arrabbiata.
Yeah, well, you want to try.
Do you know who I am?
All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
Life is a journey. We set out not knowing exactly where we will end up. It can be tough. We set out not knowing exactly where we will end up. It can be tough. It can be hard. Sometimes it takes a "I will." Other times a simple "I do." We take each step with our focus ahead. We have plans and strategies, but they do not always work out. There are times when we get knocked down and doors close behind us. Our hopes can often be replaced by fears. We can lose our direction and struggle with change, become passengers in a life that is spinning too fast. At times like this, we need someone beside us. Someone to listen, to advise and support us, see what is really possible. Someone to give hope and to get us over that line. And someone to say bye when the job is done. Walking with the Wounded supports ex-servicemen and women with physical, mental or social injuries to gain skills and qualifications to develop new careers outside the military, reintegrate into society and provide long-term security for themselves and their families. Our programs give vital support to the most vulnerable and hard-to-reach veterans, those who are wounded, homeless or within the criminal justice system. Support more of our wounded to regain their independence.
Okay, sorry about that. Happens to me most days. Is it a sign of age or is it something to do with everything tensing up? Oh, so at 12:30, talking to Rachel Dunscombe, who I have been chatting with on Swift and sending messages to. Right, Chile, Cuba, World War II, Rachel works as a digital leader working with digital health leaders in the NHS. That's great. Also an advisor to the government on health. In her spare time, she works for a non-for-profit global charity advising on community healthcare. Very good. And that's in 6 minutes' time. And at the top of the hour, I'm going to talk to Rob Cowlin, who is the acting secretary of the 100 Marathon Club. To be a member of that, you've got to have run over 100 marathons. So that'd be fascinating because I've met some of those people, and they were when I met them, they were in their 50s, 60s, maybe 70s, and they just looked good. They looked good because these bodies are meant for using. So if you don't use it, you will lose it. Especially as you get older. Moderation in all things, but yeah, Sarah. Can we bring Sarah up on the screen, Dave? So, there we go. There you are. In your very highly lit, crazy place. So.
Oh, I very lit or very not lit. Okay.
So we're celebrating a Bucharest in Romania, which I ran on the 9th of. Cheers, thank you. People waving through the windows there. We have the windows open to make it COVID safe so that what happens here, because I'm breathing out a lot. Me and Sarah Johnson here, event manager for Make Humanity Great. And we are in the same support bubble, work bubble. So we're not masked with each other, but we're not allowed to meet anyone else for the entire duration of this, because we're obviously in lockdown. So what was I gonna ask? Oh yeah, so Bucharest, Romania. Yes, I can't remember. There was one city we got to, and I ran in a park with snow. Is that?
Yes. No, I think that was yesterday. I might be wrong though. I'm gonna look.
Sofia. It might have been Sofia.
Ah, no, you're right. No, I think you are right. It was Bucharest. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna look back at my pictures from last year in February. Let's have a look. I have a feeling you're right. It was this day of snow.
Yeah, you're gonna have to look on the
Yeah,
dates.
let's have a look. Yeah, remember we very quickly went from quite mild to snow. Yep, no, you're absolutely right, yeah. Yeah,
Right.
Bucharest, that was the day of snow.
There's a wonderful park in Bucharest, and it had snow, deep and crisp, but even fairly deep. Snow was all about. You could make snowmen, snow women, snow everything. And there was one, I chose to run around that park. I think I ran around a different park that was a bit more windswept and open and less going on there. But then this one had little lakes, and rivers and bridges. And so I sort of said, right, this is where I'm going to run.
And I can tell you the park actually, although I can spell the park, I don't know if I could say it. It was spelled Cismigiu Park.
So there again.
Again, I'll murder it. Cismigiu.
Cismigiu.
Yeah.
Let's go for it. It's a phonetic spelling, and then
Yeah.
people will forgive us in Bucharest if we've got it wrong. But phonetically, it's Cismigiu.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yep, that was a park.
Cismigiu
Yeah.
Park. But it was probably pronounced differently in Romanian. Now, Romanian, it has the word Rome in it, and that's because we believe that their language is pretty closely linked to the Roman language, and they're often multilingual people who come from there, just like the Dutch often picked up, Dutch citizens often pick up many languages, so have Romanians. So that is the thing, and there is something in their history that's linked with Rome. I don't know if you can wiki that.
Oh, I will. I'll wiki it.
Actually, we're going to talk to Rachel in a second, but have a look at this just over the course of today. We can talk about that. David, will Rachel be ready for 12:30? Very good. Okay. So it's like I'm doing a podcast here. A 6-hour podcast. And yeah, that is kind of what my running has turned into. Now, when I was running normally out, obviously in the open air, wherever I was, South Africa or through Europe, around the UK. It's mostly silent, really, because I was running on my own, occasionally doing videos and putting them out on social media. But yes. Oh, are we now at 12:30?
Passing you through to Rachel.
Okay. Hi, Rachel.
Hello, Eddie. How are you doing?
I am all right, thank you. I'm getting a bit stronger now.
Good, good.
And
Schön laufen.
say again.
Jonas to laufen. Nice
Laufen,
running.
yes. Because so I read from my little screen in front of me that you divide your time between the UK and Austria. So tell us about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got what's called a Zweibwohnsitz, it's a second kind of citizenship in Austria, and that's kind of really important to me because I think we're all global citizens, and in healthcare we're definitely a global community.
Yeah. And well, I'm a very proud British person, very proud European, and very proud world citizen. So, as I've said before, at a time when some people are saying, let's separate and retreat backwards, and I say, no, let's go forwards and make even stronger connections than before, especially with COVID around. And we have got to defeat that, and I'm pretty sure that something else is going to come on the heat, not necessarily immediately on the heels of it, but we've already got variations on it. But just pandemics will come to us with too many people, so many people, maybe too many people. So
Disasters. There are so many reasons that we need to be one community, and in healthcare we really are actually. This last week I've been working with people in Cuba, Jamaica, China, America. We all collaborate, and it's all the better for that, I think, because why invent things multiple times? And some of these things need data globally as well to solve problems. So it's a beautiful community. A lot of them are under a lot of stress at the moment.
yeah.
And huge respect. I've done work on the front line, and I'm not at this point. I'm diabetic, so I'm not. But I feel very, very blessed to be part of a community that is global and to have friends everywhere. Pretty much, it's very nice.
So explain to the world who is watching how your work in the health area. Explain how it works.
So part-time, I lead what's called the NHS Digital Academy. So I'm CEO of that and visiting professor at Imperial College. And what I do is I take around about 120 senior leaders from the NHS through a sort of catalyzing journey that allows them to lead and allows us to innovate using technology to provide better quality care, better accessible care, and better working conditions for those in the NHS and social care. And it all hinges really for me around one line actually from the NHS Constitution, which I love, which says we'll work at the frontiers of science. So it's about balancing risk and opportunity and leading people through that so that we can make services better.
It is interesting. This is a time of great stress and crisis, and some people saying after this everyone's going to go even more right-wing, and there'll be more hate, like you've seen the hate in the streets in America, and more divisiveness, more separation. But I think equally there's the chance that we can actually be more togetherness. Maybe it gives the progressives more encouragement to be even more linked up and pushed that way in a more positive, open and diverse way in connecting up. And maybe the people who are carrying a lot of hate, they just say, well, come on, let's smash everything up, and it's time for nationalism. So hopefully we can come out with something positive out of COVID, don't you think?
I absolutely think so. We have learned so much scientifically. You keep coming back to the Second World War, which I love, because from the Second World War, horrific, awful, but huge numbers of things were invented that improved humanity in civil society. And I think we have to honour all of those. I've lost 4 older relatives and a few colleagues that I know as well. And we have to honour those people by actually taking what we've learned, innovating forward and improving lives and saving lives of other people. But I'm hopeful, I'm really hopeful. And never before have more people kind of reached out from different places and actively sought to work together in their space. So yeah, it's very mixed feelings this time, but I think, as leaders, we really need to create a chain of people across the world who are collaborating, both in terms of healthcare, but in terms of also keeping the social fabric of all societies together. I think that's super important. So yeah, but I mean, you have been very active in sort of politics, and
Yeah.
I'm really interested in your take on this and how you think, politically we should move forward.
Well, I'm someone who wanted to get I remember the Labour Party, so I wanted to get a seat in the last election. I'm now looking for a by-election. If one comes up that's a good fit, which you can't really look for one, I'm ready for a by-election, put it that way. And if not, I will stand at the next election. But I am relentless like this, so I will go until I can get a seat and hopefully get elected. But I am fighting to make humanity great again. I'm fighting to, I say this, I've said this before, I'll say it again, until I'm blue in the face, that the 21st century, this is our 21st century, it's just 21's a handy number. It's the coming of age normally of an adult person. 18 is, but also 21 is still out there as that coming of age. And I think we have to make this the coming of age of humanity. And this could be our first or our last century, I believe, with the way we can invent new and positive things, and other people who are very negativized, say more full of hate and separation, they can go the other way, so you can invent bad things as well quicker. We can talk around the world and link up with people in a positive way to help people, and other people can do it in a negative way. So Donald Trump using Twitter and all the social media to encourage people into insurrection in America, which is illegal. 5 people died. That's his fault. He must be receive judgment on this, because he just goes on and on and on, lying and encouraging people and lying and getting away with it. So if we can't change that, I just think we're not going to make it. So trans person came out 35 years ago. I'm pushing now to try and raise money to help charities around the world, and I'm going to go into politics to try and help my constituency, my country, my continent, and my world. Well, our world, I should say.
That's really what we need. We need people that are really going to create cohesion. And I've worked a lot with Andy Burnham in Manchester, because I used to work operationally, used to be a director of some of the organisations in Manchester in the NHS. And I can see you being another leader like him. And we need more of those. We really need more of those. And I think there are leaders actually across the political spectrum who are very collaborative and very cohesive. And I think they absolutely are the ones that will survive into this future. I really urge you to do that, Eddie, because we need this. We need great leaders who are willing to make humanity great again and see the possibility and nurture it. Because there is such possibility in humanity. And there's an interesting thing we're talking about, actually, because I've been running with you. I've got my treadmill here behind me. I'm going to get on and run with you again soon. But you keep coming back to learning the lessons of history. And a number of times I've been to Berlin and stood next to Hitler's bunker and just stared at that car park that's there. It's a car park, nothing more. And you kind of stare at it and you think, everything happened in Berlin just goes through your mind. And this shopping complex is built on the bunkers that, these things, were controlled from. And I just wonder what your take is. When you go to Berlin, what do you think? And how do you think we should learn from the Second World War?
Well, Berlin, people must know this around the world. Berlin, as I think know this, Berlin was never a Nazi city. In fact, Munich was the first city that went Nazi, but in fact had a left-wing revolution before Hitler tried to take it into a right-wing revolution. So the truth is, in any city, any country, there are people on both sides. And what I've said before, I've said repeatedly, what happened in Nazi Germany wasn't a German problem, it was a human problem. And maybe there was a culture, or there is a culture in Germany of, come on, let's do this as well as we can. And when Hitler had lied and lied and lied and got into this position, and Trump read from that book of lying and saying we have to do this, and and encouraging people to be violent, once it was going, he was trying to say those people who were on the 6th in Washington, D.C., they were telling everyone else they were traitors. But in fact, they are traitors. They're traitors to America and to humanity. So they're getting it completely wrong. And you can look at both sides, but that is wrong. It's illegal. It's wrong. Joe Biden won the election. But the trouble, if you're moderate, maybe not the trouble, but the thing about it, if you're moderate, if you're more balanced, you tend not to go around screaming and breaking into things and doing illegal acts like the extreme right. The extreme right is always the one to be scared of, to be worried about, and to be angry against, because they always started from Hitler back there right up to Trump now. It's a direct line of stirring things up, looking to separations, and we have got to make connections. There's more goodwill than ill will, as Trump was beaten in both elections in the popular vote, so more people in America, both times, wanted him not to be there. And it's incredible that a number of people voted for him after he had behaved so badly. I mean, so childish. He's just a child. It's all about his ego. And he is so used to lying, I don't think he could see a truthful fact if it came up to him. He has no idea. He is a fake president, and he was a fake president. That's opposed to him, that face, fake president. There you go. So,
the antidote is good collaborative people, servant leadership, really. People that want to serve for humanity, and I think that's not what we've seen with certain leaders to date. I think it's been an extraordinary period. It really has been an extraordinary period, and it is a sort of pivotal moment. And I've been asking myself, actually, what's the way forward? Is it, as you've said, you know, the certain actors that have been out there now are the ones that will throw things and light things and, you know, create a lot of fuss. Is the antidote to that creating positive movements? Is it for leaders to stand up and get people behind them around areas of positivity, as you are here?
Well, yeah, I think it is, but it's interesting. The Black Lives Matter, I took the knee at the beginning of the run, and I plan to do it every day from now on. And if you saw how they were treated, they were peaceful demonstrations, and what happened to them, if you look at the footage of how they were treated compared to these rioters, insurrectionists, and how they were let. You know, there wasn't enough police on, and there is a couple of points where they seem to be pushing in a door, and then the door opens. What is that? Surely they should be barricading the door. Surely, it's just they've got. And there's a guy there with a Confederate flag, still fighting. Some people are still fighting that they wish racism, they wish slavery to be back. These people are wrong. It's not. Well, maybe that. No, that is wrong. That is wrong, that is illegal, that is bad. Crimes against humanity, wanting to have crimes against humanity, enslaving people. Hitler was the next person to do that. And if you're fighting that, anyway, Donald Trump always backed them up, and these white supremacists, and it's just totally wrong.
The thing that gets me with America is that there's not basic healthcare for every member of their society. I regard that as a human right.
Yeah.
So it's kind of America really confuses me. And actually, I wanted to come to one other thing that you've been talking about. So you were talking about Chile.
Yeah.
And I wasn't allowed into America until about a decade ago, because my uncle had been an advisor to the ND government in Chile. And you were talking about, you know, the caravan and everything that happened there. Many of his friends were killed.
We should, hang on one second, Rich. We should explain to people listening in. So Allende was a socialist leader, and his government was democratically elected in Chile. And Pinochet, a military leader general, did a coup attempt and murdered him and murdered a lot of people and set up the caravan of death. You can Google this, you can check it out. And it is horrible, and Margaret Thatcher was his best friend, so I'm just going to say that.
Yeah, you were reflecting on Thatcher and Pinochet, and it was really interesting for me because those echoes in the US have always been there. And, you know, my uncle set up an early internet, it was called Cybersyn in Chile, to allow almost a democratization process across the country. He was a socialist. And many of his friends were killed by but by that coup, which was backed by the US, we weren't allowed into the US, and it was really quite interesting because we were all sort of not that I think I'm a communist, but we're all sort of branded under the McCarthyist era, and that for me has been it's been a very interesting sort of perspective. I've still got friends in Cuba as well. They have got the most wonderful healthcare and primary care. It's brilliant, but I this knee-jerk reaction towards the socialism, but not necessarily towards the right wing. I think, I think through history we've had a bit of a problem with people collaborating, sharing, and being social. I'm not saying all socialist regimes are good by any stretch, but that's always been a backdrop for me. And I think people do need to know about Pinochet because it is absolutely eye-opening when you read that story. You work through that story.
I go for horrific. It's completely horrific. And they say that he set up the caravan of death, which included pushing people out of planes at 10,000 feet without a parachute. He just push them out, and then they'd, disintegrate on landing on the ocean because it's like concrete at that height. This is a disgusting individual, and the Spanish tried to, when he came over to Britain for some later healthcare once it stopped being dictator, the Spanish were trying to extradite him from Britain, and Thatcher stopped that because she was his best friend. She hated Nelson Mandela and she loved General Pinochet, and that is Margaret Thatcher's legacy to the world, I feel.
That's another piece of history we need to dwell on in our future, yeah?
Yeah.
We cannot allow these things to happen again, and I guess I feel so blessed working, with the NHS, because we are literally a microcosm of the globe, It's absolutely beautiful. And, I'm checking in with one friend who's from Iraq, and his mum's still over there, and checking in with a friend who's partly Native American, and checking in with a friend who works with Maoris in New Zealand, and it's just, we all collaborate on research and quality improvement in healthcare, and I think we've got a job as leaders to create these movements that make the world a better place.
Yep, absolutely. So we have all this. It's online, the internet, wonderful invention which can be used for good, can be used for ill, but we need to use it for good. And I think I keep looking down the history of humanity. There always seems to be more people that are for live and let live, and if you get a small amount of people who go and do something that's look like a lot of people in, say, DC, but it's always a minority. It's a tiny minority. Want to be vicious, want to be angry, but a lot of moderate people will step back and be quiet because people it's not being violent, they're threatening violence. They're just so aggressive in their way, and that causes good people to sit down. Evil happens, and good people do not stand up to it and do not say this is wrong. And we always choose words that are softer words, and they choose words which are alarmist and extreme. And it's kind of like we're always playing Boy Scouts and Girl Guides compared to some evil, aggressive force. And we have to choose the words. I saw them in America choosing the words, saying this is an attempted coup. He is trying to steal an election. They had to ramp their language up to say who'd done this before? We thought Nixon was bad. This is outstripping Nixon. Nixon was off the charts. This is outstripping it double, 2 times, 3 times. Nixon never said, go to Capitol Hill and do that. So it is a tough time, but I think it's a tipping point, and we can go better and forward. I think we'll probably go both at the same time. But the forces of live and let live have got to win. Otherwise, humanity. I think humanity is on. The whistle has been blown. We're on notice this century. Someone comes up with. Forget whether COVID was invented or not, but you can invent things. We know from chemical warfare, you can invent things which are horrible. If one of those goes out, that can sweep, and then you get variations. If we're not working together, we're not going to make it. COVID nationalism. That's the thing, where people saying, I got the vaccine, you can't have it.
Oh, we can't have that. We must have equitable access to the vaccines across the planet. We can produce them quickly.
Yeah.
We cannot allow any sort of trade embargoes or politics to play into delay of receiving them. We are one humanity, and that's really, really important. It's, definitely really important. Yeah, and so you've been touching a lot on the Middle East and where you were born.
Yeah.
I finished a book called Behind the Country's Veil, which looks at Saudi Arabia and also the sort of interaction with Yemen. It's written by a lovely German journalist, and it's kind of her experiences. And I just wonder what you think the sort of resolution to that is, because actually it's interesting, they're just opening up the borders between Qatar and Saudi now, that after 3 years. I was in Qatar not long after the border shut and was the embargo. But what do you think the resolution is for Yemen? Because that is something that's underreported.
Well, I think governments like the British government, like Boris Johnson's government, have got to stop selling weapons to Saudi Arabia right now. That's it. Now, any other governments that are doing that, they've got to stop it. We've got to get the proxy civil war not happening now. They would argue, okay, Iran is getting forces from maybe that's from Russia, from Putin, I'm not sure, but it doesn't help if we're giving Saudi Arabia. It doesn't, this proxy civil war, and apparently they've had people, I think, go in and try to talk to the Saudi pilots about how to be more accurate, how to say, yes, I can fire on this, and no, I shouldn't. And I don't think they're bothered. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is really fascinating because in the book and reading around a bit more, it is the Western governments that are providing the weapons, that are providing the support for those fighting, from Saudi. And I know there are two sides to all of these stories, but you have to put mechanisms in to stop the escalation, as you said. And I think that's a really interesting observation, because the book is, it doesn't try to make any judgments about what could happen, and it was written about 12, 18 months ago. But I'm really conscious because for such a beautiful, wonderful country, a bit like Iran, that it is in such an awful state now, and that the humanitarian crisis has been underreported. And if we are going to make humanity great, it's all of humanity, isn't it? And that's why I think places like Yemen play on my mind, because it is how you take everyone into being 21, as you said.
Yeah. Being the world, the civilization, humanity being 21 years old. That's it. Because we need to, I think we're either going to wipe ourselves off the planet with the forces of hate just driving on and on, or we're going to make this the world where everyone has the right to have a fair chance in life. That's what I'm fighting for. Everyone should have the right to have a fair chance in life. That's it, in a nutshell. That's the best line I can get up. I might change that. I'm always trying to get a line that can say it all, but that's it. Not that they get a free life, not that they get paid for, not that they get lifted and carried, but just a fair chance in life. Surely everyone should have the right to that.
And I want everyone on the planet to have, fair access to, decent healthcare. I think that's a basic human right, and that's something I'm really passionate about. Yeah, my dad always used to say, my late dad, he used to say, if the aliens arrived, we'd soon get on the same side.
Well, that's
not
it.
that I hate aliens, but it's we've got so much in common. If there was something, I hope COVID is going to have something, an effective cohesion, and it certainly has, in my community. But my community, I know, is liberal and not representative, and by its very nature is very diverse and different. So we can't have this fragmentation of society, and indeed the fake news that's being fed to us. And I worry about my kids and what they see, and how. I reflect growing up, we used to have Tomorrow's World, and we'd have Horizon, and we'd have, all of those things. And I just wonder, parenting, it's a really interesting conundrum about how you give information sources, or a selection of them, that are fair and balanced to people growing up. It's hard enough as an adult, right?
Yeah, no, it must be tricky. But Trump seemed to invent fake news, reinvent it after Hitler started it. And he's become a fake president. Well, maybe he was from the beginning. So it's just bad for the great country of America, the great American people, to have to live with that. And but some people are still there, believing his lies. They have proven to be lies by Republican people and judges and Republican officials who are working on the counts. It's just it just beggars belief. Anyway.
Yeah. But you're doing something positive, and I'm running with you as well. And
very good.
Yes, I basically have decided 21's the year that I'm going to do a number of really positive things, like you are. I'm going to continue doing the work around collaborative communities global. There's one really good guy I want to shout out to, Nick Atkins in the US, who runs the Pink Socks movement, and he's created a tribe of digital health innovators and heroes and heroines globally, and they all get sent pink socks, and I just had a nice pink mask sent to me by him as well. But this idea of like global communities that support one another, and that builds trust between countries and cultures, and I think I'm going to personally spend my time working further on that, and I'm also going to spend some time this year creating a podcast about good AI in healthcare. So how you can use automation and AI and intelligence without the hype curve, how you can balance that, what the Constitution says is the frontiers of science. So I'm going to be doing that, and I've got Lord Victor Aguadoli and a few other people coming along as well to talk about that. So how we can make, bias out of AI, how we can make sure it's applicable to everyone equitably, and that's going to be my 21 goal. So I think we have to hold ourselves to account for doing something to make humanity great.
Yeah. Very good, Rachel. Okay, I'm going to let you go.
Brilliant. Yeah, and I'll be on the treadmill soon.
Okay, thanks very much. Good to talk to you. You take
Bye.
care. Be safe. Okay, it was Rachel Dunscombe, and she's based in UK and Austria, working with health care and in a digital way, linking up communities and getting things better around the globe. So good for her. So now I'm going to talk to Rob Cowlin, who's the acting secretary of the 100 Marathon Club. If you don't know about that, you've got to be a member of it. You have to have run over 100 marathons. So Rob has run 112 marathons and 2 lots of 100 miles. So he's done 200-mile races, ultra marathons. First was London Marathon in 2007. Okay, so not that long ago. She ran as a dare when he weighed 28 stone. Oh, wow. It's a fantastic story. And had a broken left toe as well at the time of running it. Running highlight was completing his first 100-mile race in 2016. She ran in memory of his dad after his dad unfortunately passed away to cancer. So yeah, it says my mum died to cancer, so not a great thing, but what a great story. So I'm going to talk to him. Is it going to be sort of 1 o'clock on the dot, Dave?
We're hoping so. We're
Okay.
getting connections.
Okay. So, today, celebrating and running a virtual Bucharest marathon in Romania. I ran on the 9th of February last year. Now it's the 9th of January. We're doing it in a COVID-safe way. So, a number of people around at the moment running with me on Swift. Hello to everyone there. Wow, 56 people running with me, or running around me. They may not be running with me, they might just be there at the time. Yeah, because there's people on bikes and they're not with me. Well, 53 in the area. There's 50 in the area. That must be the bike people. Oh. So a number of people back, helping, doing thumbs up all around. Just finishing my first hour, so that was good. So,
We will have a slight delay.
there will be a little slight delay. Very good. All good. Yeah. So, I'm going to talk to Rob Cowan in a bit. Legs feeling not too bad. Definitely stronger than at the beginning. Oh, there's a truckload of people out there. Tons of people. So, yes, I should say, to donate, as you probably know, at Izzard.com, which is part of this, you could donate in dollars, pounds, and euros, American dollars, that is. And yeah, and you can use the text as well. You can see on the screen if you have a UK phone, a phone with a UK service provider. So yeah, that's the situation. Still rather cold, running along. Oh, we're going to talk to Rob. Hello, Rob.
Good day, Eddie. How are you?
I'm very good. So, to everyone in the world, this is Rob Cowlin, acting director of the 100 Marathon Club, and I've read your story out to everyone who's listening. It sounds amazing.
Really? My story?
Well, let me read it back to you, what I've just read to them.
Please.
And then you can see if this is correct. So you've run 112 marathons. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Including 2 lots of 100-mile ultra marathons.
Four now. Sorry, it's 114 and 4, yeah.
Your CV needs updating.
Growing, yes.
First marathon was the London Marathon only in 2007, which you ran as a dare when you weighed 28 stone and had a broken left toe.
Yeah, where have you found all of this?
I'm not sure.
You're quite a team.
I do ask Miranda and Claire if they're setting it up, if they can give me a little précis so I can tell everyone
I was just
around
saying,
the
you're
world.
good at doing the research while on the treadmill as well.
No, that's not me.
Hey.
Other people have done this, but just below my screen here, I've got another screen with details on. And running highlight was completing your first 100-mile ultra marathon in 2016, and you ran that in memory of your dad, who unfortunately lost to cancer. Yeah.
You nailed it. I can just go now, can't I?
No. Now you've got to talk about it and how it was, because it's I lost my mother to cancer, so when I was 6 years old. So well done you doing that for your dad. But tell us, so you're 28 stone, which in pounds and kilos, do you know what that is in pounds? I'm just trying to American people listening. It
Pounds.
So
probably approaching 400, Eddie.
Yeah, because if I'm
anyone who's
14
listening.
stone, I'm about 70, 80, so it's 80, 160, about 160 kilo, 100, 200, yes, whatever that is.
But that's all muscle and spirit on your side, isn't it? Like
Well,
most of mine's muscle nowadays too.
Well, that is the thing. It's not actually how much you weigh, it's how you look in the mirror, how you feel when you look, because
exactly.
we don't want to be obsessed by that. But how did you go? You must have been, take me through the thought process, because there'll be other people out there who you are inspiring by what you've done, and if they want to do what you've done, I'd love you to give your thought process coming up to doing this. Someone made a dare, and then you said, bugger it, I've been thinking of doing this, so I'm going to do it. How did that work?
Oh, I'd never thought of running anywhere. When my brother used to try and make me run, I used to tell him, well, Carl, don't be silly, running and drinking water are things that dogs do.
Right.
Jokes on me now, I have a dog, but the thing was, Eddie, something about me is, I was born technically deaf and told by doctors, or my mother was told, that I would never hear and I would never be able to speak, I would never be able to read. And so out of pure stubbornness, decided that I would do those things. Well, not sheer force of will, but running was much the same. Running wasn't for me. I was, probably the sort of risk of heart attacks and various things, the size that I was, the way I was eating and drinking and treating myself, in my early 20s even. But somebody, all it took really, and all it's ever taken, is somebody told me, they didn't even say you're too fat to do that. They said there's no chance that you could finish a marathon, in that exact tone of voice.
Right.
And then I thought, well, as you say, quite the words, bugger it.
Yeah.
Let me show you what I can do, because it's not up to anybody else to decide, as you very eloquently put, in terms of the way you view your body, however, whatever size you are, sexuality, blah, blah, blah. And then in this way, if I may sort of bleat for a moment, you inspire me in the way that you're a bit like with your running and whatever, particularly when you first started doing all these mad challenges. It was really inspiring to me when I was on my journey towards my 100 to see somebody else, particularly out there in the limelight, giving a real kind of showcase to sod it, I'm just going to go do some marathons.
Right.
And I'd love to know why you chose running. Why running?
Running is elemental and primal, those two words. So there's a thing, I was a bit of a runabout kid, and I was in the first team for football, which I'm still very proud of, when I was 11 and 12. So when I was 11, I was playing with other 12-year-olds on my team and other teams. They used to put the two age groups together, and some of them were a complete foot bigger than me, which is like half a meter bigger than me. And I was I was runabout, nippy, midfield, passing, defending, that was me. And then after that I went to school, didn't play football, so I kind of stopped all sports. It all went downhill. And part of coming back into running was to get a health back for me, to get the health of the childhood back. And part of it was to do a challenge. Sport Relief were looking for people of profile, anyone who's done anything on telly or whatever. Can you do a sport challenge? And I thought, if I do multiple marathons, that should give me some good health, and it could raise some money. And also I was linking up our capital cities, again, make humanity great again. I wanted to show that we have three countries and a province of Northern Ireland, and I've lived in 3 out of 4 of them, and I've played a lot in Scotland, so I thought I'll run with separate flags, but saying that we're all the same, we're all together, we can all pull together, and raise money and give myself a health thing. So it was like 3 things at once. So that was my thought process on that.
Killing a lot of birds with that stone, and just having watched one of the gigs, Eddie, I was just, something I want to say that just feels overly profound and cliche, but when you really put in my mind of why running, it's something anyone can do, from the people living out in the remote Amazon, running around with bits of old tyre around their feet and winning ultra marathons.
Yep.
They just love it. To any race, any religion, any gender, any sexuality, it doesn't matter. We can all do it to some degree, fatties or thinnies or whatever. It's for everybody, and that is probably the reason I do it and do so much of it. I do love it. It does so much for my head and my body, more for my head if anything, and I'm sure you probably really understand that, having gone through what you're going through. I just love the fact that I can show people who maybe are like old me that they can get off the sofa if they want to, and they can do whatever they want.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is that, and you must have met people who are inspired by your story and go, holy crap, how can that? You've done that. Well, I've got to go and do a 5K. I've got to do something. And
it's usually, I'm not being funny, but doesn't that hurt your knees?
Doing what?
Running. Oh, I'm not calling you fat or anything, Rob, but doesn't it hurt your knees a little bit?
Yeah, they do go on about the knees, but I was either given lucky knees, or stopping sports before I hit puberty could have helped me, because there is a thing that if you are a good athlete, successful athlete, in our teenage years when the bones are moving, the hormones coming in, that's when they really get pushed, which maybe that's dangerous, because you never have that for a wild animal. They never say, you're a really good tiger, Kenny, you're one of the best tigers going, you're going to be one of our main hunters, so down, boy, down, okay, up, down, push-ups. Tigers don't bother with it, lions don't bother with it, giraffe don't bother with it, they just are active all the time. So that's how I kind of do it. I'm a bit lazy on stretching and everything else, but I do go out for a run.
Oh, none of us do the stretching. We call it dynamic stretching when we just start running very slowly.
Yes.
But you look like you're putting up quite a pace. Do you mind me asking how far through you are on this particular marathon?
Well, I'm up to 8. I run in kilometres, because most of the world...
me too. Yeah, me too.
It's so much easier because I count
Miles
down.
is backwards.
Yeah,
so.
it's... Now, if you're out there miles, and I know very conservative people would say, oh, miles, but it's so much easier because it goes 40... Essentially, it's 42k, then you're soon at 40, then it's 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. You can just count down the numbers easier. So that's how I find it.
And they go faster as well. So.
Yes, they go faster. I have a little watch that goes ping every kilometre that goes by. And if you go around the world, everyone else is just about, except for 3 countries, have got kilometres. So I find that easier. And I'm now at 8k, and there's a pace thing. You'll know about pace. I was talking about my physio. Most professional runners do pace. I don't know if you do pace or speed. I do speed as opposed to pace because I'm running at 7.5 kph, kilometers per hour. So I know if there's another 7k to go, well, I'm going to get there in under an hour because I'm doing 7.5. And I find that very easy to do the mathematics of distance and how long to go. But the pace thing is based on stopwatches in the early days, up to the fact until we got the clever watches. They were all doing, you've done that in so many seconds, so its pace was much easier to calculate, I think, from the stopwatches than actual speed. So I think that's how it works.
I get it. Pace or speed, I tend to just do it. I'm not even being facetious. I've learned now to just do left foot, right foot.
Oh, right.
Try not to fall down anywhere. I spend too much time staring at my watch, and I do have it on. I am a sucker for it, but I tend to hide it under the sweatshirt these days. Just dog on, so to speak. It's
well, I also do a thing which may appeal to you, but you maybe you're already doing. But I think you're more doing it because you're doing organised runs. I do a thing I call holistic marathons, which I tend to never run with other people because I'm constantly moving and doing this and that, and I can never to put a say a London marathon when I could be filming in Vienna or LA or something. I can't do that, so I just say, tomorrow I'm going to run a marathon, and I choose a route, some piece of countryside, run a half marathon out, come back half marathon. And that's how I do it. And I call them holistic because I'm trying not to do personal best, and I'm trying not to do VO2 max in this, but more running and saying, look at this is great. I'll take a photograph of this. I take lots of photos of the Thames. I run down the Thames River and meet people, talk to them, say hello. I want to feel the space as opposed to constantly boom, 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 which on a treadmill is, if I wasn't talking to you, this would be too much, because I can talk to people like yourself. It's so great because you can talk and it gets me out of my mind. But I call them holistic marathons, much more running for the space and the time. So yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah, and it's hard now, right, isn't it? It's hard for all of us where we can't be, in many ways, close or even remotely close to the people we just admire, love. I'm used to spending most of my weekends running. Unfortunately, became my entire social life, and for the right reasons, it has been taken away temporarily. But I, as a lone wolf, somebody who probably was ashamed or scared of rejection to ask to go run with people, I've just embraced the fact that I can run with one other human being. And just find someone who will hear my story, swap some back to me.
Yep.
And that's why I go outside and run. That's why I do it. And as you said, to see beautiful trees, to feel the sun on the skin.
Yep.
That cliche stuff just makes you feel good.
But it's also good health, vitamin D. I'm going to have this pallid complexion at the end of this. But the vitamin D, I remember, because I'm a trans woman, I have a makeup artist when I'm performing, and I remember I ran in LA down the big road that's on top of the hills that's gone out of my brain for the moment, but anyway, it goes on and on, it goes all the way down, and I ran, I think about half marathon. It could have been a marathon or a half marathon. I came back, and Rachel, my makeup artist, she had to do my makeup, I had an interview or something, and she said, your skin is glowing, what have you done to your skin? I just went for a run, and it's good with obviously you've got to do sun protection, not too much sun, but it is good. It's what we humans did when we were hunter-gatherers. We were constantly outdoors, and obviously it was very heavy sun. You'd be under the trees for the shade, in the sunny part of the day, the heavy sunny part of the day. But yeah, I do like being outdoors.
Absolutely, and it's totally struck a chord with me, because on my run this morning, which I thought I'd go out and do a proper run because I was going to be speaking to the Eddie Izzard, doing his, I believe is this your 79th or 80th marathon?
Oh yeah, well I've gone, well sorry, you carry on with it, because I've actually, the first one I did was my 100th marathon for charity. And you're a member of the 100 Club, but I don't think I'm allowed to be in because they have to be registered marathons, don't they? I think.
Unfortunately, well, yes and no. Yes, by the book. However, that's to become a member like I am. And sorry, feels punishing that I'm actually wearing the hoodie, but I promise you it's for warmth. But that's the club I'm acting Madam Secretary of.
There you go.
But what I can give to you, Eddie, in the meantime is, and we agreed as the committee to do this, and I brought to you, everyone knows who you are and knows what you're doing, loves it. We were gushing for possibly 15-20 minutes, then thought, right, what can we actually do for Eddie while she's doing the challenge? And we've got, if you like tea or coffee, we've got a mug for you. And also, we've got one of our official supporters pins, which is actually more a token of recognition for you as an ambassador for what our club stands for, which is just the spirit of getting anyone of any shape, size, creed, anything to go out and to run and to officially recognise you on our website and with that pin and on all of our social media in whatever way is practicable, your challenge, your charity, and making humanity great again. Because I personally, from your own adventures before this most recent tour, if I can call it that, and everything, have a huge resonance with what you're doing. And we've had members coming to me and to many other members of the committee asking, well, what can we do to promote people, great people like Eddie, who are marathon runners but maybe don't just notch all the criteria? Because we can at some stage potentially make you an honorary member, but bloody blah, we might have to have a vote of 600 people at our AGM in September. But I would love to be able to put that forward, and I can commit to you that if nothing else, I will put that on the table. But in the meantime, we'd love to invite you in as an official supporter of our club and to promote what you're doing.
Absolutely, I am absolutely supporter. I'd love a mug because you go with my David Bowie mug from the V&A exhibition that toured. Had the great luck to meet David, and so we go with that, and the Singer Cafe mug, which I got from Bethlehem, from the wonderful Palestinian people I met there. And I have to go back there and perform in Arabic. And I've got a select collection, the Shakespeare bookshop in Paris that's been struggling recently, but it's a lovely place, and I perform just near there when I perform in French. And yes, I've got a small selection of mugs, and it would be an honoured thing to have a 100 Club marathon. And do you know the story about why I talk about the 100 Club?
I believe I heard from, I forget the gent's name, but your physio, you met a number of the club members when you were out doing some training, am I right?
Well, it was basically, I was
Richard, that boring story that I just told.
Well, I was ambassador in 2012 at the Olympics. I was ambassador for the Games Makers, the volunteers for our London Olympics, the UK Olympics. And I love the idea of the Olympics. I don't know if you remember that time, but
Fondly, yes.
But you probably would, because some people were, oh, how did it work? It all went well, but just before it started, tabloid media, got to say this, they were very against it. They were spinning negative stories, and
doesn't sound like tabloid media. Not that I ingest any of it, but.
And then the rowers. It was the rowers who started, because their games are very early, and they won 4 gold medals. And it was like, started on a Saturday, I believe, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I think, was the first gold. And then it went boom, boom, boom. And the whole country was energized. Games makers were brilliant. All the organizers who worked of the Olympics who worked so long for this. And the papers, the tabloids, turned around and said, oh, we really liked it from the beginning. And I was passionate behind it, saying, you're never going to see an Olympics in the UK in your lifetime, because many countries want it, and a lot more developing countries coming online. So to have a fair share of it going at the rounds, if you add 4 years and 4 years, it's just going to be, you're going to be, if you're 2, you maybe be back when you're 80. So no,
Yeah.
watch it now. So I pushed for this, and I was at the marathon. So the marathon was happening. I was the ambassador, so I was allowed to visit people. I was asking to visit people. Actually, I was visit games makers essentially. I met the people on the feeding stations for the marathon, food and drink stations. And I said, how come you guys have chosen to do this? They said, we're members of the 100 Club. We've all run over 100 marathons. And they were, and I was talking to a man and a woman, and you know, obviously a few people there, but particularly certain, this gentleman, this lady, and they looked probably 50s, 60s, maybe even 70s. They'd all run 200, 330, 400 and something.
Oh, yeah.
And I looked at them and I said, that is amazing. And I said, how do you train normally? He says, we just do one a week. We just do one a week. That's the only training we do. I thought, well, that's kind of beautiful. And I looked at them as well and I thought, you guys look good. You look good. You're doing one a week. You've done over 100. It suits you. It suits human beings. So that's been since then, since 2012, I've been trying to get up to doing a marathon a week. I now do a marathon every other week and a half marathon in the weeks between those. So it goes marathon, half marathon, marathon, half marathon.
That sounds like splendid 100-miler training, if I may say so.
Is it? Is it indeed? Yes. Well, I did run, the double marathon at the end of South Africa. So I'm reaching up towards the area that you've got. Not quite. I think that was 56 miles, double marathon. 90K, I did the Comrades. Essentially, I was doing a salute to the Comrades Marathon, which you probably know of in South Africa.
Yeah.
An amazing 90K run. So that's how I met the members of the 100 Club, the 100 Marathon Club. And I just thought, that's an amazing and good thing and positive, and I want to aspire to be like them.
And there is something else I have to throw in, because while I represent the 100 Marathon Club, the acting secretary, whatever, this conversation, and I'm loving it, by the way, absolutely loving it, and I hope it's giving something to you.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful, it's beautiful.
I'd like to represent the madness, the deep sort of underworld of kind of people that are on the fringes of society but find one another through this crazy running. And actually there is a sister group, well, it's not related actually, sort of like a step-sister group,
right.
Called the Mega Marathoners,
okay.
who are the people that have similar shirts, but they're not blue, they're red. And they say 100 marathons. So I could certainly arrange, and I spoke to the founder of Mega Marathoners last night in advance of this, that we could get a shirt that says Eddie on the back. If I could just find out the size from one of the team, and we can send that along with the mug, if you'd be willing to be a Mega Marathoner, because I think you qualify.
I think I would probably have it safely at home, but I'm a large. In women's sizes, I'm a large. Sometimes I'm extra large, but you can never quite tell how they match up.
Yeah.
But that's kind of my size. But I have a difficulty running with anything with my name on the back, because then people say, "Oh, it's that guy," because they say, "Go on, run," and I'm going, "I'm doing the best I can." Everyone thinks I go really fast, but I go really quite slowly, and that's how I get it done.
You're in good company. No. You're getting your money's worth if you're me and you're entering a race. But okay, in that case, Eddie, we'll send you a blank canvas and you can paint on it whatever beautiful name or whatever you want, or lack of, or symbol, or anything. Or just have it nice and red. They are beautiful shirts, and make sure you get
That's great. No, I'm not begging for merchandise, but it's lovely just to be considered.
I just want as a fellow distance runner,
right.
An endurance athlete, if I may call us that.
Yes, endurance.
I just want to honour your efforts in a way that isn't just a donation, which of course I will also be making and encouraging others in our groups to make when we advertise this.
Thank you so much. I talk of Olympians, and I think we're endurians. That's what I've made up. That's the word I've heard.
That's a fantastic word.
Yes, we're the endurance sports people doing, reclaiming their health. And I don't know if you caught any of me on the first day. I just know this is Marathon 9. I'm in halfway through my second hour. I feel a lot stronger already. There's something about the first 10. If you do, I don't know if you've done them back to back, but
I've only done 10. That's my limit, I'm afraid.
All right.
10 in a row. That's where I stop. I'm not quite in the same league as yourself.
But hang on, you did 10 in a row?
Yeah, but once as an organised event. So we've got some of these, and I'll let your team and yourself know when we send some stuff over.
Well, Rob,
some of these things you can do to get qualified for one of the blue shirts and see.
Well, Rob, my question to you is, when you did the 10, did you feel better at the end than you did at the beginning? Because people wouldn't think that. They think you feel hellish at the end. But how was it for you? Get stronger as you went through?
I did. I ran actually my only ever, of 112, I ran my only ever negative split, to get all technical, marathon on the last day of the 10 in 10 marathons. Because the way you do it is, as you're doing with your multi-day effort, I'm sure you have learned now through experience to hold a little something back and to manage it through, and then you have that kind of sprint finish. But everyone's like, how can you sprint finish after 10 or 31 marathons? You'd be surprised what a human can do when they want to do it, and they just want something to be over. And yeah, the negative split thing, by the way, is just doing the second half of the marathon quicker than the first. Yeah. I couldn't believe it. Just dragged myself around, and there was a whole, and this is what it's all about, there was a whole group of friends and community. And okay, you're in a room, but you're also not alone because you're on Swift and you're on screen and you are talking to people like little old me. And that's what it's about, is just being with others and celebrating all your different achievements, whether it takes you 3 hours or 7 hours to do the distance. It doesn't matter.
We should explain to people listening, negative split means you run the first half slower and the second half faster. And that's negative. You tend to think it would be the other way around, that you start fast and you gradually slow down. But you hold it back. Yeah, you hold it back. I did this on my in South Africa marathon about 23, I think it was, 22. The prison.
Sorry, it's absurd, but it's amazing.
The prison where Nelson Mandela was released from, and he walked out in 1990 with his hand over his head, with his fist up, and after 27 years in prison. And when I was coming to the end of that, I sprinted. I must have shot up at least maybe double my speed. No, it was a sprint finish, and I maybe just the last K or half a K, but it was in there. It was in the tank. Sometimes it's not in the tank. Sometimes it is. But it is a good feeling. On these, when I do the multiples, I'm always holding back. And I've also got the gig afterwards. I'm doing a 7 p.m. gig, you probably know. You said you've seen it.
Yes,
yeah, and that's why I have to hold back for that, because I'm sometimes falling asleep in the gig, which is tricky. But it's good.
You don't do things by halves, do you?
Well,
certainly not.
You've got to inspire people to donate. So we're up to 47,000 now, so that's great, and we're aiming for 100,000 and then see where we can go.
Wow.
But Rob, I'm going to have to break off because I have to go talk. People are going to put some questions on Facebook at 1:30, but thank you so much. Very interesting to talk to you. Excellent.
No, thank you.
I salute everyone in the 100 Marathon Club and anyone who's doing the multiple marathons. And if people do want to try and get into, that's what they have to do, 100 registered marathons. That's how they can get to apply to be in.
That's right, and unfortunately, given the times we're in, that's harder than it has been before.
Yep.
But don't lose heart. Things will still be there when this is all over, for you, Eddie, and for everyone else who's interested. And I'm happy to put some contact details out through your team if anyone has any questions about it.
All right.
It's been an absolute pleasure of my day to speak to you, and I wish you all the absolute best.
Take care, Rob. Keep telling us.
Amazing thing. Make humanity great again.
Yeah, and keep telling your story, because it's a great one to inspire the world. All right.
Brilliant.
Cheers, man. Take care.
Good going. Well done.
So that was Rob Cowlin, who didn't do a marathon until 2007, and he was 28 stone when he did that. Sarah, 28 stone in pounds, kilos?
Yeah, shall I?
Actually, I could look at it.
Use the internet.
Yes.
392 pounds. Dave got there before me.
392 pounds, and in kilos?
Kilos, 178 kilos.
178 kilos, 392 pounds. Rob ran his first marathon at that weight. So if you're ever thinking, oh, my weight got out of hand, I can't do it. Rob Cowlin, the acting secretary there for the 100 Marathon Club, what an example to the world. And he had a broken toe as well. So you can do it. And he was obviously motivated. He decided in his head, it's all a head gig. And if you don't want to do what Rob's done, if you think that, well, it's too much to go straight to a marathon, as he did, do a 5K, do a 10K, go on a bike, go for a swim, because these bodies are designed to be used. And that's what we're trying to do, get them used. So yes, so now everyone who's got a Facebook account, do please jump on. I don't think Donald Trump can now because he hasn't got a Facebook account, so he can't actually come in and ask questions because he's been lying too much. But the rest of the world has. So from 1:30, from now basically, questions on Facebook. Are you all plugged in, Sarah?
Yeah, so yes, do send in your questions now, everyone on Facebook. I'm lined up here, so if you are watching the live stream on Facebook, then if you put a question in the comment section of the live stream, then we'll try and get through them.
Yes, indeed. I forgot to mention it just before, so first people on will get their questions up. And today we're running a marathon, running a virtual Bucharest marathon, or a Bucharest virtual marathon. I'm trying to get the right phrasing of that, but anyway, I ran in on the 9th of February last year in Bucharest in the snow. Yes, it was beautiful in the park. And now I'm in a room, so we have the photographs in the back that are coming up, all of Bucharest and Romania. Romanian flag here, and lots of people running as well, which is nice. So 63 people nearby, Zwifters nearby, and some of them are cyclists. But yes, do jump on Facebook, ask me a question, and I will answer the questions.
So yeah, so we've got some questions coming in now. So yes, if you're ready, I'll start.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So first question is from Karen Lindale, who's back with us today. And Karen asks, if you were a senator in the US, what state would you choose to represent and why? There's a question to inspire and heal us all.
Well, I suppose, I don't know, New York State or California are the ones I probably have been to the most. Yeah, probably one of those two. Big New York, big fan of New York, the energy, the vibrancy of New York. LA has a different energy. It's the entertainment industry obviously being so huge there, whereas the central politics is up in Sacramento, whereas New York, okay, DC is the central politics, but there's politics in New York, there's art, there is finance, creativity, drama, from Wall Street up to Broadway. So yes, I think one of those two.
So next question from Marcus R. Gilman says, Eddie, have you considered running the Great Wall of China marathon?
That's interesting. That would be fascinating. I haven't run an organized marathon ever. But actually that one does sound, one thing I do like when running is to get vistas, views. I like that also in hotels, you know, to have a view out the window. Wherever you're living, if you have a view, that's a beautiful thing. It can, the Alps, wonderful Alps. Quite a modern mountain range, but beautiful view. So, but running along the Great Wall of China could be one that I might choose to do. But I haven't run an organized one yet, so that's why not, but it obviously the view from both sides should be pretty interesting all the way along. Good idea, thanks.
So next question is from Sean Quigley, who asks, Eddie, what is your favourite acting role?
My favourite acting role that I've done, there's probably a few. I would say Lost Christmas, which is a BBC film, and I think it's still not actually available for us to download, which is a sad thing. I need to get through to someone on the BBC and ask, surely we should be able to download it, but that was very much a turning point. Treasure Island going into Lost Christmas, particularly the second part, I think it's 2 1.5-hour films with the drama. It was on Sky and on the Sci-Fi Channel in America. That one, Lost Christmas, The Riches, Hannibal, Victoria and Abdul, All of those were great to do, and my new film that will be coming out in March the 26th, I believe it is, in America and Britain at the same time. Hopefully we're in a slightly better COVID position, but anyway, it is coming out. So those are the roles that I would point out. Those were that I would grab hold of and say my favourite ones, but no, not one in particular.
Okay, so next question from Rachel Baxter says, "You're amazing, Eddie. What kind of plan can you suggest for anyone inspired to start running in earnest?"
Well, thank you for saying I'm amazing, but well, if you're going to run in earnest, I'd start off by running shorter distances. Well, if you want to do something big, then you've got to just plan it, put a date in the diary and tell everyone you're doing it. When we come out of COVID, the organised marathons, they're good to do in that way. So once you've put it in the diary and told everyone you're going to do it, it's harder to back out of it. That's the trick. So that's what I do. But start with 5Ks or 10Ks. They're shorter, they're easier, more grabbable. Just get yourself up to speed. There's a book, isn't there, from Couch. Tim was telling us that book, From Couch to 5K. Go online and look up From Couch to 5K. There's a book that's going to encourage people to get off the couch. Got something happening with my leg here. Okay, yes.
Okay, next question from Price Shelley says, "How do you think you can change the face of politics from the lies and blatantly breaking the law that our country does? Thank you for your inspiration for me. Thank you for your inspiration to me for getting active and seeing dyslexia as a gift."
Well, this is a really tricky question. Hitler did a lot of lying and lied and lied and lied, and he said, you know, the bigger the lie, the more people would get it. And Trump just showed what a big lie. He said that everything about the American election is a lie and that he won by miles. He lied and lied and lied. And Republicans looked at Republican officials. He tried to encourage them to break the law. There were judges. The judges are neutral. There may be one side or the other, but all the judges, they pushed all these court cases back. Rudy Giuliani seems to have completely lost his legacy of being a person from 9/11. So how we stop the lying? See, the fact that Trump could just pick up this playbook and say, let's try lying again. Lying seems to really work. That's what some politicians on the right, they always tend to be on the right, they've decided, well, on the extremes, put it that way, they decided, let's try lying. That could really help. And if when you've proved that it's right, like in the American election, they proved that the election was not stolen, and I believe it's something like 65% of Republicans still believe it is. It's a lie. So if you're going that you're not going to actually believe the truth anymore, then humanity is beginning to lose it. This could be the turning point. Well, I've said this, 21st century, the coming of age. Are we going to be a world where lying gets by, or it's allowed? Or are we going to be a world that pushes further and further to be honest and true? And extreme, particularly extreme right, white supremacists, it's a lie. It's just, I don't know how to mend it though. That's the trouble. I'm not sure how to wave. I don't have a magic wand that I can wave and make it all right. Because you would think from Hitler in the 1930s, which some people are saying, let's go back and try that again. Nationalism, hatred, rather than patriotism, proud of your country. Nationalism, where you're saying, my country's better than your country. If we go back to that, we're lost. So I'm going to try and work for it. I'm going to try and see how we can get to a better place, but I don't have a perfect answer, which is worrying. It would be great if you could say, well, because we do fact checking, but if the fake president Donald Trump just says every piece of truth is a lie, then lie like that, and he says it, and there's a big lie, and a number of people grabbed it, and it's because he gave them permission. They wanted to be more racist again, and he gave them permission to be racist and sexist. That's what he did, and he made people scared. A whole lot of Republicans scared to stand up to him. It's a tricky situation. So any moderates, what I would say, any moderates, you've got to be tough, you've got to be vocal, you've got to be out there, and you have to be, I'm a radical and a moderate. I do radical things with a moderate message. We have to be heading in that direction. We can't be, if they're being extreme and violent and screaming and using all this thing, a lot of moderates just back off, and we've got to stay the course. We have to fight. We have to fight, not physically like that, but fight to stay upright, to stay the course. So that's what I believe. That's what I'm going to do. Okay.
Okay, next question is from Jamie D'Angelo, who asks, or who says, Eddie, I love Dress to Kill and saw you live in Boulder, Colorado. Do you have a favourite? Scrolled up, stand by. Do you have a favourite show or tour you've done? Thank you for devoting your platform to make us all better.
Well, thank you for that. Colorado, Boulder, Colorado. Yes, I remember that. And my favorite gigs more than tours. It's wonderful to play Hollywood Bowl every time I do that. Madison Square Garden, great to play that. When I first played Wembley here in London. But do my gigs in French, German, and Spanish. Those are probably the most wonderful feelings, because to actually make people laugh in a second language, third language, fourth language, it just feels good. It's not on the list of things to do. When you get into a creative medium, there are certain things you should do, and or expected to be done. You did comedy, you get good, you do your own shows, then you start touring your shows, get a TV show, do sketches, maybe panel games, sitcom, maybe films. Those are expected. But doing the gigs in French, German, Spanish, and then improvising in French and German, so that I was actually workshopping shows in French and German. That was very scary initially, but a wonderful memory, wonderful feeling at the time. Just when I was getting my feet under the table and thinking, I think I can do this. It's getting better, it's getting easier. A bit like now doing the gigs. After running marathons, I'm getting slightly better at doing them. So, yeah, those are my favourites.
Okay, next question going on the political front again. Emma Louise Amati asks, do you think that closing Trump's social media accounts is impeding his freedom of speech, though? I agree that a politician shouldn't lie as Trump did, but still.
No, he's inciting violence, he's inciting insurrection and lying. And, you know, he's doing criminal things now. So, should you allow a criminal person who's encouraging by lying people to inciting them to violence? No, you've got to stop that. Otherwise, there's no point having a rule of law. America has rules that have been going for hundreds of years, and lying about things, encouraging Republican politicians to try and not accept the voting, the delegates when they came on Capitol Hill. That's just not supposed to. Well, it's not supposed to happen in that way. He just encouraged any way that you could break it down. But they will. He's trying to steal an election, so. And you can just tell that the Twitter accounts and Facebook, they didn't really want to stop it. They probably feel they're earning money from it, but it's wrong if it's lying like that. And he has lied so much, so many lies. I mean, just one after the other for 4 years. Has to stop somewhere. If you don't draw the line somewhere, where is the future of America? America is a great nation, great history. It needs to be strong and not not to be lied to by a president. That's what I feel.
Okay, so next question from Marcus R. Gilman, who says, on a lighter note, suppose you run in Africa and you encounter an evil giraffe or other evil herbivore. What would you do?
I would talk to the evil herbivore about how they feel. This links to a bit of a stand-up I did say. Noah, actually, it's the story of Noah, where he took 2 of each animal on board the ark, not the bad ones. He only took 2 good ones. But which giraffe would he have taken? Because are there any bad giraffes? Are there any evil giraffes? And they do fight each other with their necks and their heads, but they eat plants as well. So that all stems from that. Yeah, it's the story of Noah. And surely the lions and the tigers would have eaten everything. Surely there'd be nothing coming out of the ark at the end of it. They should do a drama on the. They've never done one. You know, realistic. We've got all these animals, and we're trying to keep them apart. Yeah, would be interesting. Okay.
All right, similar vein, Taja Malari Alfdan asks, do you like dogs? If so, what kind?
I do like dogs, actually. I think spaniels, golden retrievers. Yeah, Alsatians. A lot of dogs I kind of like. Not the small yappy dogs. Small yappy type dogs are bizarre because they seem to, well, the small yappy type dogs seem to have supermodels that they own, and they force the supermodels to carry them around in bags. And the supermodels are controlled by the small yappy type dogs who yap at anything, and you can hear them, and it doesn't quite make sense because surely they got no chance in a fight. But yeah, the bigger dogs, I like all of them. Always been a dog fan.
Okay, next question is from May Arthur, who says, Eddie, how do you recuperate after these massive marathons, and how long before you decide when to do the next one?
Well, the decision on when to do another challenge is always a little bit abstract. It depends what's going on, what I think it's time to do something. I used to think you had to recover by sleeping for a week, but I found actually you should actually just carry on training. At the end, I'll probably sleep for a day or have a day of rest, say, and then I'll start training the day after that. Do a short run, you know. But that's what I found. You can come back and came back from South Africa, and I landed one day and there was a day of rest, and I was running in the park the day after that. So yeah, you get used to it. You get used to going through the hell, and then the recovery is easier. That's what happens.
Okay, so next question is from Tracy Ems, who says, thank you, Eddie, for being fabulous and talking so much sense. When you become an MP, what role or position would you like to have in the government?
Sorry, to say that once again, my brain just exploded.
So Tracy says, thank you, Eddie, for being fabulous and talking so much sense. When you become an MP, what role or position would you like to have in the government?
Well, when I become MP, I'll just be an MP, you know, constituency MP. And if that's a Labour Party member at the moment, it'd be part of the party has its shadow cabinet, and then of course if you're in power it will be the main cabinet. So I don't actually sit around thinking like that. I think there's a number of things I feel I could do, but whoever's the leader would choose, because it is the patronage system. Whoever's leader has the ability to choose who they want to be running whatever. So I'm not going to second guess, because you might say, oh, I'd like to be here, and they say, oh, I'm not there, and it's at the moment I'd just like to get elected first, But whoever's the leader of the Labour Party, I want to help them become the next Prime Minister in the next election. And I want to help Keir Starmer do that as soon as I can. So that's what I'll do.
Okay, next question is from Gogolin, who says, what leggings are you wearing, please?
Yes, the leggings there from Mizuno. Mizuno is sponsoring us. We've got Osaka in Japan, the Mizuno brothers who started the campaign. And Mizuno top, that's the emblem there of Mizuno. And they helped us get this going financially and running with Wave Rider shoes. And these are red, mottled red leggings from Mizuno. They may not be available at the moment because they're coming to the end of the season on their line. So some things are on, if you go to their app, MIZUNO, you can see things. And some sizes aren't available, but I must admit, I don't think I saw this colour, and then they came because I was trying to get some leggings that worked for me. And I was pleased to get them. So yeah, that's where they're from, Mizuno.
So next question is from Ionat Valentin Miv, who asks, when are you going to tour again in Europe?
Not sure when I'm going to tour again in Europe, but I do want to go back to Paris as soon as I can. I'd like to do group improv and my stand-up, but group improv as well. So that's my plan. I think I can get my French into a fantastic place, performing with some French people and myself and maybe one other English-speaking bilingual, and we could do group improv because we've got a lot of experience here of doing it. It's a little plan in my head that could be an amazing plan, because you'd be constantly hearing different people saying different things, and maybe they'd be using words, French improvisers, that you go, qu'est-ce que c'est ça? And you have to get it explained, and there could be some wonderful things, as long as your level of French is good enough. So yeah, I want to do that as soon as I can. I love group improv. It's great. I do stand-up improv where I'm improvising and then trying to jump on ideas myself. You've got to have a very open brain for that. But group improv is great because you can just pick up a character and someone else gives you something else and you go off on that track. Yep. So that's what I'd like to do, but I'm not sure when, because of obviously for COVID. But sooner rather than later.
So next question, Cynthia Hawes says...
just so you know, we're going till 5:02, then I need a loo break.
Sure, no problem, which is... Yeah, it's probably an appropriate question from Cynthia Hawes, who says, isn't it true that you must hydrate to dominate?
Interesting. I've never heard that line, but I'm always slightly underhydrated, but if you overhydrate, more people have died from overhydration, which is a kind of scary thing. But yes, hydration is good. But don't overhydrate, so working that out. Drink when thirsty is the line.
So this question from Laurel Hall asks, do you usually listen to music while you run? If so, what are your favourite songs?
I never listen to... Is it Laurel?
Yes, Laurel.
Laurel, I don't listen to music. Before I did my big first run in 2009, I had these tracks worked out. They were quite powerful tracks. And I thought, yeah, I'll listen to that and I'll power through. But there were two reasons I didn't know. I suddenly decided, no, I was getting ready to do it. I just thought, I don't want to listen to these. I want to listen to the space, which is actually for safety as well. If you're running on A roads and B roads, you need to hear the traffic coming. And you always run into traffic. That is the technique. Wherever you are in the world, run so that the cars and lorries, trucks, they're all coming towards you on that side so they can see you, you can see them. But so the safety aspect, and then I do listen to podcasts. If I'm on a safe path doing a podcast, I need to have my mind active to be out of where I am. So that's how I do that. So podcasts rather than tracks, and they're usually quite historical ones about things that people went through in moments in history where I see humans go through repeat positive and good things and maybe negative and bad things. So yeah, that's how I do it. One more maybe.
Okay. So, is that one gone on? So, this is from Anna DiCarlo Bowman. Says, following you every day, Eddie, what running shoes do you prefer?
Well, I'm wearing, again, you might have heard me say I'm sponsored by Mizuno. So I've got Mizuno Wave Riders on, which I have a podiatrist who's very good, Paul, and he said that he recommended them, said they were good. So I asked for them, and that's what I'm wearing. Yeah, but on the treadmill you don't get thrown around that much. But that is what I'm wearing. And before that, I've won Innovates around South Africa, and in my first European run, so they were very good too. Okay, I'm going to slow down for a sec. Thank you everyone on Facebook. I'm going to be talking to Drew Brasher, who is calling in from Alabama at 2 o'clock. I'm just going to go for the loo. Okay, I'll take this as next one.
Shockingly, over 2 million tonnes of food a year is wasted within the UK supply chain. FareShare is tackling this problem in a strikingly simple way. We work with farmers, producers, distributors and retailers to save good quality fresh food from being wasted, so we can get it onto people's plates instead. In practice, it's a huge logistical feat, involving hundreds of volunteers working tirelessly to unload the produce, unpack and sort it at any one of our network of food warehouses across the UK. The food might be surplus, but it looks and tastes just like the food you'd eat at home. Most of it arrives well before it would have hit the supermarket shelves. Food becomes surplus for all sorts of reasons. A glut of courgettes from overproduction, or a lack of demand as unpredictable weather plays its part. Incorrect packaging and labelling, wonky fruits and veg, and cancelled orders. Wherever it comes from, with the support of our team of volunteers, we prioritise the incoming food, itemising it for traceability and breaking it down into smaller quantities for redistribution. FareShare gives nearly 11,000 charities access to food, all of whom are onboarded safely and meet all food safety regulations. These charities and groups range from food banks, children's breakfast clubs and homeless centres to small local community groups. Not only does this food save charities thousands of pounds on their food bills, it means they can offer the people they support more fresh, healthy fruit and veg and a wider range of food in general. New innovations like the FareShare Go app have seen direct pickups from the supermarkets, meaning perishable goods like fresh bread and fruit can quickly be redistributed. FareShare is more than meals though. Food brings people together. It helps local organisations tackle loneliness and isolation within their communities, or help connect struggling families with the services that can support them. It's such a simple concept. Food that could have been wasted is instead used for good.
back running.
Well, yeah, I think we're just waiting for our next guest, but I was looking up, we were looking at whether, what were we looking up? The whole Romania.
Oh yeah, Romania, the link between the two.
Yeah.
What have you...
Well, Wikipedia says, well, this is the origin of the Romanians. So it says, several theories address the issue of the origin of the Romanians. The Romanian language descends from the Vulgar Latin dialect spoken in the Roman provinces. Yeah, so the theory of Daco-Roman continuity argues that the Romanians are mainly descended from the Daco-Romans, a people developing through the cohabitation of the native Dacians or Dacians and the Roman colonists in the province of Dacia Traiana, maybe, let's say that. Primarily in present-day Romania, north of the River Danube. Okay, there's a lot. I'm in a Wikipedia hole now. Other theories state that the Romanized local populations were present over a wide area on both sides of the Danube, and the river itself did not constitute an obstacle to permanent exchanges in both directions. Oh, I'm sort of going into a bit of a thing. I need a shorter version, don't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you put in a question into online search? It's what's the link between Rome and Romania, or ancient Rome and Romania? Put it like that. Just make it a question.
Oh yeah, let's do ancient Rome. Yeah.
Make it a question and see if there's an article.
Romania. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. This is from a website called mapsofworld.com. Is Rome and Romania the same? Oh, that's not right, is it? Okay, well there's a Reddit thing, but I'm not sure if that's going to be correct. Let me try that maps one, let's see. It says, the similarity in names may come from the fact that Romania was part of the Roman Empire. Well, that's kind of obvious, isn't it? But, okay.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's a bit vague, I think. Kind of need someone to tell us. Anyone knows, then get in touch.
Well, we could do it. When the next online question?
Oh yes, let's do that. That is 3 o'clock. We're going to do YouTube questions.
Okay, so people going to YouTube at 3 o'clock. Not yet, but at 3 o'clock, if anyone's got a particular link between ancient Rome and modern Romania. I believe there is a stronger link than you might think, but maybe it's all myth. Maybe nothing is difficult to prove. But anyway.
Yeah, so that's a bit vague, isn't it?
So we're going to be talking to Drew Brasher in a minute, who has already donated via crowdfunder, and through Izzard.com you can get to the crowdfunder button. And she's calling in from Alabama, and hobbies include hiking, biking, beekeeping, learning and software development. Drew is looking for ways that software and technology can be used to solve some of the problems humanity and animals are facing. Drew has seen most of my shows and saw me when I played Alabama. Do you know which city in Alabama I played? What's the capital city?
The capital, say that again, capital city of Alabama?
No, what was the city I played when I played Alabama?
Hang on, where did we play?
The city with the sinkhole.
Oh, that was Meridian, Mississippi.
Mississippi. So Jackson, Mississippi was booked on the day that we were close to being there, so we couldn't get to Jackson.
Birmingham. We played Birmingham.
Yes,
Birmingham, Alabama, of course.
Birmingham, Alabama.
There we go. That's the place where I first tried chicken and waffles, I remember.
Yes, chicken and waffles.
I'm still not sure.
That's crazy.
And there's also Montgomery, Alabama. I sort of feel like you might have played Montgomery, Alabama as
No,
well.
I've only played one.
No, it's Birmingham, though. Definitely Birmingham.
Yeah, it's Birmingham.
Yeah, Birmingham, Alabama.
Oh,
So yes, we're just trying to get our next guest, and we're just connecting now, I think. So, looking at a minute or so.
all right. Oh.
Eddie, putting you live through to Drew.
Hi. Hi, Drew.
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I am fine. Are you in Alabama at the moment?
I am.
And whereabouts? Can I say which area of Alabama? Because I've been to Birmingham. I've played Birmingham, Alabama.
That's where I saw you. I live, well, at the time that you came to Birmingham, I lived about 40 miles north of Birmingham.
Right.
Way out in the middle of nowhere. But I live now in Fultondale, which is just, a smaller city right on the outside of Birmingham. So I guess the Birmingham metro area.
Right. So thank you for calling in. Thank you for donating. That's brilliant. And can I ask, because we tried to set it up so that you could pay in US dollars and euros, did you see a button for US dollars when you went to pay, or did you have to pay in pounds?
I didn't see it when I donated, but I think when I went back to the page later, I did see it. But so I did pay in pounds, but
It'll work it out. But I
just used my card and it did the conversion. But
well, thank you. We our buttons that say pounds, euros, and dollars are below the main supporters button, which I'm trying to get sorted out. So
yeah, I did see this later, but it worked either way.
Right. So are you actually out in the woods, or is that a background photograph?
It's just a background photograph. The photo I actually took, I think the second. I'm not doing 6 hours. I can't do that. But I've been riding my bike every day. Except I did miss one day. But I was gonna try to ride my bike every day. That you were doing this. But on the days that it's nice, I ride on a trail. That trail that it used to be a railroad track. They turned into a biking trail.
Right.
And so it's only about half a mile from my house, and I ride on that when it's nice.
Well, thank you for riding along when you can, but yeah, everyone, it's good for me. If I'm watching people who are not running, I find that better when I'm actually talking, because otherwise I feel exhausted as the person doing it on the other side. So now I've been sent some details about you. I'm just going to check on this. So your hobbies include hiking, biking, you've mentioned, beekeeping. Is that one of your hobbies?
Yeah.
So do you actually keep bees in a permanent thing, or just it's something you're interested in?
So I've been interested in bees since I was probably 5 years old. I was obsessed with bees when I was a little kid.
Oh wow!
And I've had a bee colony off and on a couple times, but right now I have 2 honeybee colonies.
Wow!
Yeah.
Now explain.
It's not something I plan to do for on a large scale, but I think they're interesting and I like honey, so.
Now explain that you have 2 colonies. How does that work? Does that mean you've got 2 hives?
That's right. Yeah, there's 2 separate, wooden boxes that have, they have frames in there that they can build the comb in.
And will they?
So that's 2 separate ones.
I take it each one will have a separate queen in there. That'd
That's
be right.
right.
Wow. And can they coexist quite easily and peacefully next to each other, or are they separated out in distance?
No, they can be right next to each other.
Oh wow.
Yeah. If you have them too close, you'll have bees drifting from one hive to another, which is not really a big problem. But,
Okay, that's interesting. Because bees do seem kind of fearsome when you're a kid, but they make honey, which is great. And because I've been talking about them in my show, so I'm now gonna ask you a lot of questions about bees. And it is true that when they sting, if they sting, it's a last resort. And doesn't it rip out their body? It rips their body in half.
It rips out. So the stinger comes out, and because the stinger has little barbs on the end.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems like a poor design, but
I know.
But when they leave, when they try to fly away, it just rips the stinger out and rips their insides out too.
God, that just seems like. Anyway, yes.
The only advantage I could see would cause, like why they would have evolved that way is that it does leave, because the stinger stays in there. The venom sac is attached to it, and it just keeps pumping venom into you, like while it's just sitting in there. So that's the only advantage I can see.
Oh, wow.
And I can kind of see that because honeybees, even though each bee is an individual organism, it's kind of like a macroorganism because the survival of the colony is really more important than the survival of each individual bee. Even the queen, if the queen dies, the worker bees can just take one of the larvae or eggs that have already been laid, feed it a certain thing, and it'll become a queen. So.
Wow. So it's like a benign version of the Borg.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
And if the Borg made gravy or something, or chutney, or made banjos, that would be nice. But the Borg don't do anything. Yeah, they're just buggers there. Well, I also remember hearing that bees were dying out, there was a problem with the health of bees around the world. Was that happening? Is that still happening?
Yes, it is still happening. And I don't know if I think some of the possible causes are a lot of the pesticides and stuff that people use.
Right.
On the crops, because the bees go to the flowers of all those crops.
Right, and hopefully, but do you think the bees it's not going to take bees out around the world, is it? Where hopefully bees will be able to survive in the long term, or do we have to change our?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like, especially with honeybees, because people keep them kind of like cattle or sheep. I feel like they're less at risk than the wild native bees, but.
Okay, well that's an interesting point. So honeybees are different to wild bees. Do wild bees make honey as well?
Well, so there are wild honeybees. I guess in America, I'm pretty sure that honeybees were not native to America. So any wild honeybees that are here are just, they're just, because actually my bees have swarmed quite a few times, which is where, like if the colony gets too big, or they can do it for several reasons, but they'll make another queen, and then the old queen will take half the bees and leave and go start a new colony somewhere.
Wow.
That's basically how the colonies reproduce. So that's kind of like the reproduction on the macroorganism level of honeybees.
I'm sorry I'm pulling you, but I do find them fascinating. And then wasps, I think. Wasps are just bastards, and they have a reverse sting, I think, and they just sting anyone and everyone, and that just seems like they don't make anything. They're rubbish, wasps. And I also mentioned hornets. Now, you have hornets in your area in Alabama. They have hornets?
Yeah, I think we do. I haven't run across any that I know of. I don't know if I would recognize a hornet if I saw one.
I met one once, and they got in our car, so we all got out of the car and left the car to this bloody hornet. It just seemed ridiculously large. And they said, "It's a hornet, get out of it." I was in Ontario, near Lake Ontario in Canada, and I thought, there are hornets as well? They're like big wasps? God, that's not good. I've also met, so I'm talking about things here, drunken wasps. That was in Italy in the summer, and coming to the end of their lives, wasps go and drink from all the grapes. So we were in the vineyard area, and all these drunken wasps that would fly and then just drop and then fly and drop, and they could land on you, and that was not good. But yes, no, I do like. Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
We also have yellow jackets I've run into more than I have, have incidents with more than wasps. Those, they have nests in the ground, and my wife and I both have had incidents of where we were mowing grass and accidentally run over a yellow jacket nest and get stung quite a few times. They're ruthless.
Oh,
and
God.
they're not like honeybees. They can sting multiple times. Like their stinger doesn't come out. So the yellow jackets, they come after you. They just keep stinging
Okay.
you.
So just so that everyone knows who might be visiting Alabama or anywhere where there are one, what does a yellow jacket look like? Does that just look like a wasp and a bee or a hornet, or does it look different?
Yeah, I think it looks more like a bee, but actually I'm not right. Now that I think I can't remember.
I'm gonna
but
look
they are
up.
smaller. They're smaller than honeybees, but they're yellow and black striped, kind of like
Right. Okay, Sarah, I want you to look and get pictures of a hornet and a yellow jacket. Is that what it's called? Yellow jacket?
That's
so
right.
A
see if we-
hornet and a yellow jacket.
Yeah,
okay.
at some point I'd like to try and see if we can get them on the screen. If someone
Hornet and a yellow jacket. Yes.
could flip it up, we can talk about it later.
Cool.
So thank you for coming to all the shows. You must have a very good taste in comedy, that's what I would say.
Well, the first time the first show I saw of yours was my wife's brother had gave us a DVD of Dress to Kill.
Right.
And my wife had already seen it before, but that was the first, and actually, as far as I can remember, that was the first time that I had really seen, like maybe that, I want to say that's the first I had really seen of somebody, or known of somebody that was transgender.
Right.
And that was before I don't even know that I even knew about transgender or transvestite or any word like that at the time.
Right.
As a kid.
Well, so what age were you when you saw Dress to Kill? That was out in 1998, 1999, wasn't it? 20 years ago, yeah?
Well, so me and my wife got together when I was 23, which was in 2003. So I don't remember exactly how long it was after that I saw Dress to Kill, but it was sometime between 2003 and 2010. But so I was in my 20s, mid to late 20s, I guess.
Right. And that's the first time you'd really seen someone that was trans and thought, because I knew when I was 5 years old that I was trans. I didn't tell anyone until I was 23. So.
Well, when I was a kid, I thought about wanting to wear women, I guess what you would say, women's clothes and stuff.
Oh, dresses. I call it dresses. Wearing a dress because I bought it, so it's my clothes. So. Wearing dresses.
I love that thing.
Yeah.
But there was times when I was growing up that I would in the bathroom try on my sister's makeup and clothes, but it was not something. I grew up in a very conservative, Christian house.
Yeah.
It wasn't something that was really talked about, and I just kind of assumed it was just some weird thing that I like to do, and something I probably would never tell anybody because I thought it was embarrassing.
Right.
So I feel like seeing you was kind of maybe the start of when I started coming to terms with that.
Express yourself at that time. So, well, thank you for being open, because I think if more people are out and open, it's tough, as you probably know. It's tough. It's not easy, but it's so positive for the people around the world to see you're in Alabama. I was in London, but I grew up in a very small conservative town, Bexhill-on-Sea, Eastbourne. They were seaside towns, and I didn't tell anyone then. I had to get to the big city. That's what I did before I could tell anyone. And then I started to express myself. So, all power to you. And it's interesting, I played in Birmingham, Alabama, and I've played all 50 states now, as you may know. And I think average people would think, well, in the southern states, surely they're going to be more conservative. But there's a number of groovy people in every state, aren't there?
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised that you were coming to Alabama, because I had just assumed you probably would never come to Alabama, because Alabama does have a reputation.
I know.
Not a good reputation, I felt.
I know Alabama and Mississippi probably twin reputations there, but I thought I should. I talked to Bill Maher actually. Bill Maher, who has his Bill Maher show on HBO in America, and he said, no, go down there, go play everywhere, because there are groovy people in every state, in every major, metropolitan city. They're there and progressive and open-minded and tolerant. So it's good to get out and just do a gig. So I did. That's what I did.
Yeah, and there is like, one of the organizations that I support is called the Magic City Acceptance Center. They're an organization in Birmingham that helps LGBTQ people, especially youth, all through Alabama, and it's a really great organization. They have before COVID. Right now, everything is online. Except for they do HIV testing and stuff in person, but but they do most of their stuff has moved to an online format. But before that, they had lots of programs where people could come together and meet each other and talk and especially for kids that they could come and meet other and just hang out with other people without having to worry about being judged for who they are.
Yep. And tell us the name of that organization again, so people could look up online if they're in Alabama.
It's the Magic City Acceptance Center.
Magic City Acceptance Center.
That's right.
Beautiful. And we'll salute to them in Birmingham, Alabama. Well done to that organization. Any organization helped me. There was one. Mine was the TVTS Help Center back in 1985 in Islington in London. Yvonne Sinclair there, who just was, it was a safe place to go. You could talk to people and try and express yourself. And from then I went on to this place. So that's 35 years later, I'm now here and running endless marathons.
I feel like I've been kind of coming to terms with being somewhere on the transgender spectrum for over 10 years at least, and I feel like by then I should have figured out more than I have. But I kind of just say I'm gender fluid because honestly, sometimes I feel like I'm a trans woman, sometimes I feel like I'm a guy who doesn't conform to the cultural norms of gender. It's kind of like I don't know exactly where to put myself, and that's why I say I don't really care what pronouns people use. They can say they or he or she.
I'm the same. I'm with you, Drew. I'm kind of that. I know there's certain aspects of me that I feel, well, that's completely boy-like, but then there's other bits which are girl-like. I say boy mode and girl mode. I've made up my own language there. But as I say, if you look at another animal, we're never worried about other animals, whether they're male tiger, female tiger, LGBT tiger. We just don't care. And when other animals look at us, they don't care. Dogs and cats, your pets don't care what sexuality, what, straight, where you are on the spectrum. So we just need to calm down about it. But it is now a time where things are moving forward. And as you probably know, there was a big argument about my pronouns just recently. But I told people a year ago, I put it in a statement out in the press saying, I'm boy mode, girl mode. It'd be nice if people use he or she accordingly, but if they've got a problem with it, just call me Eddie. It's no big deal. I never insist. I just request. And so everyone should calm down, and then we move forward. So that's brilliant. Okay.
You were talking about other animals. One animal I wanted to bring up and ask you about was bonobos. Are you familiar with the ape species called bonobo?
I do know of the bonobos, but not much about them.
Well, one of the interesting things about them that I kind of learned recently is that there's never been a known case of a bonobo killing another bonobo.
Oh, wow.
Like chimpanzees kill each other, people kill each other, but bonobos, who are, us and chimpanzees and bonobos are really closely related.
Yeah.
And there's two things I wanted to mention about them. Like, there's another organization I support called Friends of Bonobos.
Right.
And if you go to bonobos.org, you can read all about bonobos. They're really fascinating. because I mean they're just so peaceful.
Yeah.
And but they also need our help. They only live in the Democratic Republic of Congo. There's just a small area where they live, and they're threatened. But so there's a sanctuary there. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but it's Lolai Bonobo. I think it just means Friends of Bonobos or something like that. But there was an interesting thing that I read about in a book that I think might interest you, called The Survival of the Friendliest. It's by Brian Hare and Vanessa Woods. It came out pretty recently, and I just finished it about a month or so ago. But they did a test where they took chimpanzees and bonobos. They put them in, so they had some food out. They had one in a cage that the other one could open. They let the other one out there. Chimpanzees were more likely to open the door and share food with a chimpanzee in their own group. So like somebody in their own social group.
Right.
Bonobos, on the other hand, were more likely to share food with a bonobo they had never met at all. So they were more friendly to strangers, whereas chimpanzees are pretty hostile to strangers. And one thing that they talk about in there is how humans are kind of, we are friendly towards people in our group, but our group is a lot bigger than like a chimpanzee group or a bonobo group. Like, we might have a group, like consider someone in our group just because we went to the same university as them, so we have something in common. So
right.
It's basically like we have, if we see somebody as being like us, we're more likely to be friendly to them.
Yep.
But if we see somebody we perceive as being different than us, we have a tendency to be hostile, especially if we feel like they are hostile to us also. And I think that's just they talked a lot about that in the book, and I probably didn't explain it as good as, but I just felt like it was really relevant to things going on now, because I feel like people being so polarized just makes it to where we're more hostile to each other, because we think this group, well, they're hostile to us, so we got to be hostile back to them.
Yep. No, so I've got to go to talk to the next people, but tell us the name of that book again, because that sounds interesting.
It was Survival of the Friendliest.
Survival of the Friendliest. And also bonobos.org. You can also go to find out about bonobos, who seem to be very a good example to us. It's interesting. We think our humans are the best example, but bonobos could well be another wild creature of the world, showing us how to behave. Thank you for that, Drew. I'm going to have to say goodbye.
Talking to you.
Great talking to you. Take care. Best wishes to everyone in Alabama. And I will see you down the road. The next gig, next time I come back. Cheers.
All right. Bye.
Take care. Well, that was a fascinating story. So great to talk to Drew there. Another gender fluid person in Alabama. So if you're from outside America, you probably think, well, that wouldn't exist in Alabama. But it does, and an organization in Birmingham, Alabama, Magic Castle Acceptance Organization. I think it was that. I mentioned it earlier, but yes, check for them, because there are positive organizations in every major town and city of the world. That's how it works. Tends to be the bigger towns and cities, and yeah, that's showing the way forward. Progressive, open, understanding. So Sarah,
we have our next guests lined up, I think, but just before that, Dave has done a sterling job on research of yellow jackets and hornets.
Oh yeah.
And I think can now do some magical thing of putting pictures on the stream in a little digital box, I think.
Right. Oh, so yellow jacket. Look, it's a hornet wasp, yellow jacket, honeybee. They all kind of look similar. I kind of know what a bee looks like now. When I was a kid, they would have all been the same. Yellow jackets look like thin. Oh. Well, and we probably need a wasp in there, but yeah, wasp just looks like that. They should have Nazi swastikas on them. Oh. Yes. Not good. Okay, avoid those, except for the honeybee. Say hello to the honeybee. Very good. Now I'm going to talk in just a second to Sue Oliver and wife Sarah. They run a social enterprise charity. 100% of the profits go into community projects aimed at bringing people together. They run an interesting project on social gardening. Interesting. Which has come to tackle mental health and social isolation during the pandemic. Yes, that's a great idea. Sue is also asthmatic and has MS. Oh dear. And has found running a great way to tackle breathlessness. I had a couple of asthma attacks when running and has used breathing to bring her attack under control. Well, we must talk about that. Yes, very good. So Sue and Sarah should be on.
I can put you through now.
Yeah, go for it. Sue and Sarah, hello.
Hi, Eddie. Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
You're looking very strong. We've been watching you all morning.
Well, thank you. I'm actually walking at the moment. I've got something weird going on the front. Unusual. It's on the front part of my calf. Usually it's the back bit, but the front is doing an odd thing, so I'm trying to walk it out.
Sue gets that on the treadmill.
Yeah, well, I haven't had it for 8 marathons. It's only marathon 9. It's flicked up. I think it's because I'm adjusting the inclines and trying to spread the muscles stress around. And
I've never run a marathon though, Eddie. You're an amazing woman. I don't know how you're doing it.
Well,
Incredible.
thank you very much. I'm trying. I'm getting better, getting stronger. But I've read out. I don't know if did you hear me do the introduction? I've read out about yourselves. It all sounds amazing. So let's go into it bit by bit. You run a social enterprise charity, and the profits go to community projects aimed at bringing people together. Wonderful. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we set up Rainbow Biz CIC about 5 years ago. Sarah and I, the founder directors, we're sat here in our beautiful hippie shop, which is being renovated as we speak during lockdown. Sarah manages this beautiful shop, and 100% of all profits from our shop.
One thing, where are you, Sue? Where are you?
We're in North Wales, in a little town, a market town called Mould in the UK.
I know Mould. I think I played Mould. There's a good theatre there in Mould.
Yes, Theatre Fluid.
Yes, Theatre Fluid. I have played Theatre Fluid, I think. Oh, sorry, carry on.
You're back. So we're here in Mould, and all the money we make through this shop, which Sarah manages, goes into running the enterprise. And I think you touched on the gardening project, which was the first big project we set up many years ago called Digging D-Side. And I'll let Sarah talk about that because that's her baby too.
So, Digging D-Side, I think really it started because of a love of gardening and the outdoors and kind of how it makes you feel when you've been outside in the garden, listening to the birds, and you just feel like everything's right for the world. So we applied to the council for a community plot and basically had a raised bed accessible allotment plot, which we got a lot of volunteers to come and help us to dig over, and then we started basically inviting people, anybody that wanted to come and join in, make new friends of any ability, any background, and just get together, drink lots of tea, eat loads of biscuits, eat cake, and basically just have a good time watching things grow, looking at the local surroundings, which actually are in the middle of quite an industrial area. So the allotment's like a place of beauty, but just outside of that is quite chaotic and potentially a little bit run down.
Right.
It's kind of like a place of safety and lovely environmental place to be. So each week, not this year because of the pandemic, and I'll explain sort of why in a bit, is like we meet up for 4 hours each week and we tend to the plants that we've planted. We discuss what we want to plant next. It's very much volunteer led because I don't know everything there is about gardening. In fact, I probably don't really know anything about gardening, but we all learn together, and we've made little bee hotels, bug hotels.
We've grown a lot of food, and we give the food out to volunteers. There's quite a lot of destination. So
Excellent.
Taking the food that they're growing.
I was just going to say, I have occasionally done gardening. Like when I was a kid, we started growing vegetables for a while, just for a while, kind of a bit of a fad thing in the Izzard family, then it went away. But and I've always thought it'd be nice to have a wonderful garden and to be doing gardening. I know Iggy Pop became a very good gardener, or very into his gardening. So, and as soon as I read it, and it said social gardening, tackle mental health and social isolation, I thought, yes, that's a great idea. So it's wonderful that you're doing that. Well done. It's just thinking out of the box. This is the thing I want to encourage people to do. And it should be really taught at school. There should be a lesson, out of the box thing, common sense plus out of the box thinking. You put those two together and you can come up with crazy things.
Yeah, and particularly like during the pandemic, if we were able to meet up, which clearly we can't due to restrictions and social distancing and everything, but we are still very much in contact with the group via Zoom socials.
Yep.
So we've got a Zoom social on the same day as the gardening group once a week, and we also run like a chatty quiz night on a Friday night,
which everyone asked me to invite you to last night. So ask Eddie to drop in.
So we do a really relaxed sort of evening. It's like going out with your friends to the pub, except we're not out and we're kind of at home, but we're enjoying each other's company, still having a laugh. And actually, you kind of think, oh God, not the internet again, but actually seeing people's lovely, and you kind of forget what it is to have contact with people.
Yes.
So,
it is way better than it ever has been, isn't it? Because in the olden days, I think Black Death, or even back to the Spanish flu in 1919, no one would have had any contact with their phones then, I'm not sure, but now we can do this at the drop of a hat, which is helpful for us, isn't it? I think it's good for us. Yes.
And it's opened up new doors as well. I mean, I've been listening to you all week now since you started, Eddie, and then you've been talking a lot about being positive in these difficult times and self-motivation, and I love all that, Eddie. It really fills my heart with joy, because that's how we feel. And like last night, we had a lady from Denmark joined our quiz last night, and the guys were astonished that we went in. And it's just lovely. We're reaching out to more people in a different way. So hopefully we'll continue a bit of that and get back to our meeting in person at some point as well.
Yes, yes indeed. Now, let me talk about Sue, you're asthmatic, and have MS as well. That's a tough thing with both of them. But running is a great way to tackle breathlessness. That sounds amazing. I do know someone who I knew really quite well. Then I heard they died of an asthma attack when they were away and they couldn't, their inhaler, I don't know what the exact situation was, but you've been able to use your breathing to bring your asthma under control. Tell us about that, because that could be helpful for people listening who suffer from asthma.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I didn't run since school, Eddie. It was just like, my movement was very little, and I tried just to keep healthy with food. And then at the beginning of the pandemic, Sarah wanted to start Couch to 5K, and it was like, oh, I'll come out on the push bike and keep you company, and that just didn't work. So I kind of got involved with it reluctantly, and I did during the time. So we started that back in March, and Sarah's now running 20Ks and raising money for charity and all kinds of things like yourself. And I during one of the early days, I got really wheezy, as I always used to, and out of breath. And I'd forgotten my inhaler. I don't know, you know yourself, when you go out, you know, like a bum bag and all the vitals in it, and my inhaler wasn't there in the early days. I didn't even think about it. It was afterwards, but I did that first couple of times it happened, and I forgot the inhaler. I literally just started using the nose breathing techniques of breathing in and really extending out my stomach and holding the breath and then controlling the breathing out through my mouth. I can't do the full nose breathing, you do that, don't you? But I breathe out through my mouth. So, and I do it day to day. If I ever get out of breath or anything, I just bring my heart rate down a bit with the breathing, and it helps with the airways. I found it did anyway.
Well, that's great that you did that and got that under control. And yes, you have to take your inhaler. But well done for doing that, because, well, it's interesting in life, isn't it? I find that we all get given these cards at birth. We find out genetic cards, and some people, you're going to have a negative on this, but you got a positive on this, and some people have more negatives than positives, and it can be really tough. It's not fair, life, but we have to deal with these genetic cards and these problems as we can. But it's great that you took that, you saw the problem, you did the breathing, and you brought it all down. So well done.
Just like she was on her own when she went into that asthma attack, because you know how, you probably do know how Couch to 5K works, and I'm not plugging it.
Oh, no, hang on, but we should I was talking, my physio Tim was talking about, tell us about Couch to 5K, and then tell the other story.
Okay, so basically we started Couch to 5K back in the end of March.
Hang on, is that yours? Is that your book, or you just did what the book said?
No, we just did the program, which is an app on our phone.
Okay, it's an app.
Yeah, so obviously a book, which we didn't realise either until you said a bit ago. But
I'm not sure what it is. I just know it exists. So it's an app. So just if people want to do this, it sounds great though. So tell us, it's an app that you download.
Yeah, but Eddie, what it is it's actually NHS approved. So it's kind of regulated, you know. So you kind of feel like you're doing something that's not going to kill you. Which is important. So we were both really unfit. I have to say that really. We were just complete slugs, and literally I just thought, like my mental health was starting to whir a little bit from the end of March, beginning of April, and I thought, I just need to do something. So I started yoga on YouTube and Afri Fitness, African dance and all this stuff. And then I thought, I need to go and run. I need to run. And I don't know what took over me, but I literally bought some running shoes and I was off. So Couch to 5K, the first week, I think I'm right in saying that you run 3 days a week, each week. And the first week you do 30 seconds of running with maybe 3 minutes recovery in between, which, you know, when you've been running for quite some time, that seems like really basic, but for us, we nearly died. It was like running for 30 seconds was a big deal. I mean, I would never run for a bus. So the change around from starting from, you know, running for 30 seconds for like a week, maybe I think 6 times in half an hour you do it.
Right.
We came back and we'd fall asleep on the sofa for the rest of the day. We were knackered. So then the next week it'd be like you're running a minute, but you're doing it with less with less recovery. So the recovery can get less, and then the time that you're running gets more. But then they alternate it a little bit, so you get a 10-minute slot of hard running and then 5-minute recovery. So it really increases your lung capacity and your heart ability, which is obviously what you need to keep running for any length of time. So eventually, at the end of the 9-week programme, both of us were able not to run 5K, because that would have been silly and really fast, but we could run about 3-4K in half an hour. But the important thing was that we didn't stop. So at the end of the 9 weeks, we felt confident enough to start looking at different apps, and like we looked at the Nike running app, which is really good, by the way. That's another free app you can do with trainers that speak to you through your headset and stuff. So you can run down by the cycle path if you've been, if you exercise during the pandemic. and literally half an hour, you've got a good exercise in, and you come home and you feel fine and dandy. But you can also increase that and end up doing 5Ks or 10Ks or half marathon training or more. So there's lots of different ways you can do that. And then
Sarah's inspired many of our friends as well, Eddie. So we've got a Rainbow Runners group. A big shout out to the guys.
Yeah, Rainbow Runners.
And we've got a little Facebook group where we post what we've been doing and stuff. So it's been lovely, you know, having that in common with other people. I guess you find that talking to people that run is quite interesting. And
well, there was the guy today, Rob, was 28 stone, ran his first marathon only in 2007. Is now, I think, 112 marathons up, and changed his life. It's you can do this at any age, and I come up with a number of there's a number of lines out there. If you don't use it, you lose it. This body, I find, the more you push it, the less illnesses you get. If you do stuff, you might get a few aches and pains. People tend to say, oh, a little bit of ache and pain, I'm going to pull back. You actually have to go through that ache and pain. You come out the other side, and it will go away. And it's not in every case, but it's generally that the body is designed to hunt and gather. We know this. And it's not designed to eat cake and watch telly, even though we love to do that. So we have to get out there. And so the Couch to 5K must be probably only available on UK iTunes or downloads, but maybe it's around the world. But the
I think it's global. I actually do think it's
excellent,
global.
Very good.
Yeah, and you can download it, and it is literally just like a podcast that's been recorded, but it knows when you've done, you know, your time. Do you know what I mean? I think it do you GPS? Oh, I can't remember. That might be the Nike app. But it's so clever.
Yeah, it's very clever.
And the community on Facebook, Couch to 5K, is the most supportive and positive group I have ever been a member of.
Wow, wonderful. Well, that's great. So these are things happening around the world. This is the great part of global communications. As I say, every invention has its good and bad sides. You can learn how to help people do stuff, and other people who are negative get together and encourage people to do negative things. So that's
somewhere else.
Yeah. Yes, not where we are, hopefully. So that is great, and so I'm just saying for other people listening from around the world, look for those ones. I just like the sound of Couch to 5K, the 5K run. It's not that long, but are you, Sarah, you're now going further than 5K, or are you up to?
Well, I applied for the London Marathon.
Wow.
It all came out at the end of October, November time. I applied.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything, and I don't think I've gotten into the ballot list. You know, there's you go through the ballot and you can also apply through charities. Well, I tried to get through with the MS Society, because obviously it's a cause very close to my heart.
Yeah.
So I tried to run through MS and not heard anything back from that either. So I think I've done something wrong on my application, because I probably overestimated how long it would probably take me to run, which I think I put about 8 hours. So they're probably thinking, well, if she's going to take 8 hours, like running the marathon, I don't really think we need to be clearing her off the roadside at the end when everyone else is finished. So I think, I might do it anyway. You know,
but hang on, what are you up to now? How long is the longest you've run so far?
13.5K.
Well, there you go.
I love it though, and I love kind of the pain of it.
Yeah.
I really like it when I finish, and I just get such buzz from it.
Well, my advice to you is to do the baby steps build up. So if you're at 13, but 10.5K is a quarter marathon. 13, well actually 14 is a third of a marathon. So you're just at the third of a marathon. So get to 21K, then you've done a half, and you can say I've run a half marathon. Just measure it and do it, and then do a 2/3 and then do a full, and then, because there are organized marathons, but I do holistic marathons. I go out to places I want to go to whenever I want to go, as you can, and you don't have to worry about things, timing. Will I be free that day? Just go and just build it up. And then once you've run 42K, 26 miles, you can say, well, I've already done it. Merci, merci. So you can just do it yourself. You're building it up in baby steps. That's the best way to go.
Yeah, and to be honest, we bought a treadmill back in October, and it has been the best thing. Unfortunately, back in sort of September time, the cycle route that we used to run around, there was a mugger who actually mugged one of the ladies who was out jogging on our cycle route, and they haven't caught him yet. It's quite a nasty mugging. So we bought this treadmill thinking, oh, you know, it's getting cold and dark, and like we're not ones for like jogging in the dark really. So we've got this treadmill, and it is literally taken over our lives. So
well, you know, you can run with me if you can get the Zwift app. You can download for free, but you need to get a foot pod or something to make the treadmill link up with the app. That's the only thing you have to do. You can get it online, I'm sure, and delivered. But then you can come along and run with me. For a short 2K, 1K, doesn't matter how long. So
maybe all the Ks.
I did it kind of the other day with you, Eddie, because I just popped my phone on the treadmill and turned the trainer's voice on, and it was you, and I was just like, oh, I'm loving this. She's fantastic. She's motivating me. And
yes, you could do that. You could just put the thing with the Zwift app on, because you can follow. Actually, if you get the Zwift companion app, which is blue, then I think you could probably watch it and follow. Can you see the route? I'm not sure. Anyway, but there must be some way of getting to do it. But you know, just run along with it, or just watch this on the screen on here. Yeah, the bit that we've got up there. And then, as you can see, I'm walking at the moment, so everyone's being very nice and walking with me. And I have to go to the loo and then talk to YouTubers with their questions. So thank you very much, Sarah and Sue, for talking. Great that everything you're doing is wonderful. And keep doing it.
Eddie, we're coming to see you tonight on your stand-up gig for the first time. We've never seen you live.
Oh, wow. Well, my stuff is, it's very bonkers, very Monty Python, it's very off the wall. Lots of cats and dogs and dung beetles in at the moment.
Dung beetles! Can't wait for the dung beetles.
So yeah, I will. Well, I won't see you. You'll see me online at 12, at 7 p.m. London time. I will be online to the world, doing my 9th gig after my 9th marathon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care. Okay. So yes, if you've got a YouTube, or if you've got a computer, you've got a phone, if you've got anything, and if you haven't, you're probably not listening to me. But you jump on YouTube at 3 p.m. and follow me on Eddie Izzard, my YouTube account, and then underneath there's a streaming you can put. I always get this wrong. You say it.
Okay, I'll say. Yes, so we're going to do YouTube questions in about 5 minutes.
Yeah,
so yes, either the easiest way is probably to follow Eddie's YouTube channel, just Eddie Izzard YouTube channel, or if you want to go to YouTube and search Eddie Izzard, you should be able to find the channel that way. If you go to the channel, you'll see today's marathon. It says it's live. That's us. So if you click in there, and then in the chat section, if on the stream, if you want to put questions, then we'll try and get through as many as we can.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Kevin Ryan, the President and CEO of Covenant House International. For nearly 50 years, Covenant House has been a place of promise and of hope for young people experiencing homelessness. Now more than ever, we need partners in the community to unite with us to end youth homelessness. Every person deserves a safe place to sleep and hope for a brighter tomorrow. For young people, homelessness interrupts progress toward adulthood and a future of independence and self-sufficiency. Covenant House's doors are always open to all young people who need housing and help, regardless of their race or their religion, their sexual orientation, their gender identity or expression. Our trauma-informed services help bridge the gap between potential and progress, and we also advocate for systemic change through public policy while promoting awareness of the critical issues related to youth homelessness. The Covenant House mission is centered and built on community, where youth and staff and volunteers and our partners love one another unconditionally, respect each other absolutely, and dedicate ourselves to a covenant of compassion and hope. Learn more about resilient young people at Covenant House and our life-affirming services at covenanthouse.org.
NTD. It's not terribly descriptive. Needlessly tricky denomination. We need to disentangle, need to define, nothing to declare, National Turnip Day, never tickle dinosaurs. No, that's daft. Now the disclosure. Neglected tropical diseases. Not that difficult. Neglected though? Deserted. Disenfranchised, desperate, dying. No, that's dreadful. Now these diseases need to discontinue, need to disappear. Never mind the difficulties. No more tedious delays. Now's the decade. Nations together declare no to disease, no to discrimination. Nobody treated differently. Neglected tropical diseases. End the neglect.
Life is a journey. We set out not knowing exactly where we will end up. It can be tough. It can be hard. Sometimes it takes a "I will." Other times a simple "I do." We take each step with our focus ahead. We have plans and strategies, but they do not always work out. There are times when we get knocked down and doors close behind us. Our hopes can often be replaced by fears. We can lose our direction and struggle with change, become passengers in a life that is spinning too fast. At times like this, we need someone beside us. Someone to listen, to advise and support us, see what is really possible. Someone to give hope and to get us over that line. And someone to say bye when the job is done. Walking with the Wounded supports ex-servicemen and women with physical, mental or social injuries to gain skills and qualifications to develop new careers outside the military, reintegrate into society and provide long-term security for themselves and their families. Our programs give vital support to the most vulnerable and hard-to-reach veterans, those who are wounded, homeless or within the criminal justice system. Support more of our wounded to regain their independence.
Okay, so we're talking to YouTube questions. You go to the chat section on the Eddie Izzard YouTube section. You follow Eddie Izzard, get up there on the chat bit. You can ask questions, and till 20 past 3 London time. So far away, Sarah.
Okay, so first question. Carol Yami says, "Hi Eddie, I ordered my first pair of Mizuno shoes after seeing them on you and can't wait to try them out. Are there any plans to release your Wunderbar show for streaming anywhere?"
Yes, Wunderbar is getting ready to stream. COVID has delayed the release, but yes, my most recent show, Wunderbar, is filmed and ready, and ready to go. Sarah Townsend directed that, and we did it in a small club, having gone into the biggest places ever, having shot in Madison Square Garden and Wembley, and O2. Sarah's idea was that let's take it into a small club, so we did it in a compact way, which is very interesting. It's more like a speedboat than an ocean liner when you do those gigs. So that will be coming out. I don't know the exact date yet, but it's obviously we're watching COVID, but soon, hopefully spring, I hope, this spring. Thank you.
Okay, so next question is Lizzie Parker says, you spoke a lot about setting up a business. I went to uni as a mature student, struggled to land a job now. Now I wish to freelance. Do you have any advice, please?
Lizzie, yes. You got to choose something you're passionate about, because you need to, at the beginning, work 25 hours a day at it. And it's relentlessness. Determination is more important than raw talent. In life, I have found if you need a loan, that can be a tricky thing. That's banks. That's to get certain things to put together. But if you're freelancing, that sounds like it could be more something with your skill set that you've got. You don't actually have to buy equipment for it. And then it's a case, because I don't know which area you're talking in here. It's a case of pushing. It's hustling. Hustle, not hassle, was something when somebody once said. I'm a hustler. Lenny Bruce said this as well. He said he's a hustler, and that's how I feel. And I am trying to hustle, not hassle people, and say, please, can you go to eddyizzard.com, hit the donate button. That is a thing, and you have to push and encourage and be determined. You'll get setbacks and failures. You have to get up again, but you have to be determined. If you have a go at it, it tends not to work. I mean, I had 11 years from dropping out of my accounting and financial management degree to cutting through and feeling my career begin to work. And so that's 11 years, but which I hated those 11 years. It was better towards the end of the 11, but at the beginning I really hated it. But it was good training in stamina. You need stamina, and you need stamina in this one. So that's what I'd say. That's my advice. Hustle, not hassle.
Okay, so next question. This is from Lux Wolf. It says, it would be so good to interview female non-binary people. Trans female to male are usually so overlooked. So few of them in the media. Any plans to interview any non-binary / trans-masculine activists?
We're not choosing it that way. I mean, I'm not choosing who to interview, actually. It's people are coming up, and it's not that I'm not making any requests on who I should and shouldn't talk to. We're just finding people. So yes, absolutely, I'd be very happy to talk to a female to male trans person. But it's just I'm not choosing people. I'm just running here, and people are turning up, and every day I'm going, all right, I'm talking to this person. I'm talking to Bob Mills, who's an old friend of mine, on TalkSport at 3:20, and I didn't know I was going to be talking to Bob today. So this is how it's happening. I'm afraid I'm too knackered and tired in this, but there's no blocks on anything.
And actually, I was going to say, you were just talking about Lenny Bruce on the last question. I never asked you how you got into Lenny Bruce. How did you see Lenny Bruce's stuff? Because didn't you play him as well in a play?
Yeah, I got Peter Hall, the director, the legendary director Peter Hall, offered me the role of playing Lenny Bruce. I think I was the first stand-up to play him. Dustin Hoffman, of course, played him very famously in the film Lenny, and another actor played him on Broadway before that. But I played him, and I was given by the estate, the family of Lenny Bruce, access to certain recordings, and I realised certain things about him. Thank you. But and his thing. Thank you. That he was hustle, not hassle, and he said he was a hustler. And he also started very mainstream as a comedian. if you watched TV footage, you're probably online. Very early Lenny Bruce. It's mainstream as all hell, way more mainstream than I was. Like even as a kid. But then I discovered Python, and you know, Python was after Lenny, so he had no examples, alternative examples really to hang his hat on. So that's how I.
Well, I didn't know he was. Maybe he started off mainstream. I wouldn't have assumed that at all. You know?
Wildly mainstream. It's kind of broad comedy and TV sketches. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Was there a change? Was there a certain change that happened? A shift? Do you know?
Yeah. He was up in the Catskills. It's in the film Lenny.
Okay.
Which I should download and watch. Okay. And he was fed up playing to very straight people, and he made some jokes that were off colour. And the guy who ran the place said, "Get out of here! Never work again, you bum! You and your wife." He didn't like his wife. He did shows with his wife, Honey, who was had been a striptease artist beforehand. So he said stuff, and he went off, and he kind of regrouped working in strip joints, which had kind of jazz bands behind them, and I had lots of men in raincoats sitting in the audience, and he'd go on and do stuff that was kind of hysterical, but the audience in the raincoats weren't there for him, but the band he was making laugh. So he did stuff for the band, and he was getting paid, you know, probably next to nothing, but it was in, I think it was in New York or some major city, and college kids started coming along, somehow discovered him and offered him a college gig, and then he did more college gigs, and then he took off to the colleges.
Right. Okay. I didn't know that.
No.
Yeah, because he seems so alternative, you know.
But we must do more YouTube questions.
Oh yes, yeah. Sorry, everyone, asking my own questions. Next question. The Off-Grid family says, "Will you be going into politics? If so, where and why?"
I will. I remember Labour Party since 95, 97. I think 95, and I will be. I'm trying to get a seat. Tried to get one in the last election. If by-election came up, there was a good fit, I would love to go for that. If not, the next election. But I will push relentlessly until I can get a seat. So yes, and I want to help make humanity great again, because I feel some politicians, the simplistic politicians, have decided that lying can be part of their political toolbox. They can use lies. If they get away with them, then that's fine. I mean, this is broad fundamental lies. And Trump is a prime example of that. So I'm going to fight that, because that's taking humanity down.
Okay, so next question, Carol Yemi asks, have you talked about switching from entertainment to politics with anyone who has done so, like Glenn Jackson or Al Franken?
Yes, I've talked with Al Franken a lot about it. I saw him do his, when he went through and became a senator, a very good senator he was. And I understand the Me Too situation, but he was doing a lot of good for people, for diversity, for people's rights, human rights, everything. And it's sad that he is not a senator anymore. He should have had his day in court to argue the accusations. And hopefully there's a second chapter to his political life. So yes, I do know that, but I'd studied it. I'd studied him and Arnold Schwarzenegger as well. And I retweeted Arnold Schwarzenegger's blog about what Trump was destroying the Republican Party, and that came from Arnold, and he is a Republican, socially progressive and fiscally conservative person. So he's done what Glenda did. Glenda probably is the prime example, 23 years out and came back, and you have to have a good momentum. You have to have done good work before you go away, so that when you come back, people will remember, as they did with Glenda. So yeah, I am, but I'm ready to go in at a moment's notice.
Okay, next question. Robert Bolton says, or asks, any plans to help fund another bus to hang off the Delaware Pavilion in Bexhill? That was so memorable. and 2 little emoji. I think applause. I think.
Richard Wilson, the he's not a painter, is he? He's a installation artist, the artist. Richard Wilson, that's supposed to be the actor Richard Wilson. I had suggested this. If you've seen the classic first Michael Caine Italian Job, at the end, the bus, the escape bus they're in, ends up on the end of a cliff, and he said he could put one on the Delaware Pavilion, famous Grade 1 listed pavilion, Bexhill-on-Sea on the south coast near Hastings and Eastwood in England. And I decided they needed some help financially. I just said, this has got to happen, it's a beautiful idea. For the Olympics, it was part of the artistic side to the London Olympics 2012. All around the country, artistic projects happened. And I wanted it to stay there. But Alan Hayden, wonderful Alan Hayden, was the artistic director. He had suddenly died in a very short time, like 5 weeks. I got an illness, then gone. And Stuart Drew took over, has done great stuff since then. And I tried to persuade Stuart, who runs the Delaware, can we not have the bus on there all the time? And he said, no, we have to keep coming up with new ideas. And it's probably the best. But I still think it should come back, Stuart. I still think it could come back and visit, couldn't it? Couldn't it visit for one spring into summer, into autumn? Yeah, I'd love to see that, because people from miles around came to see it. It cantilevered, it moved. Richard Wilson made it move. And so you basically got a bus, life-size bus, full-size bus. He built it, it's not the actual bus, but he built a bus structure, it looked exactly like a bus, and he built a motor on it, and it just rocked backwards and forwards. So I love that. Yeah, so I try and do things in Bexhill-on-Sea, but when I was growing up, nothing ever happened. And if you go online to Bexhill Museum, so you can look up Bexhill Delaware Pavilion, see what's going to come back in the future. They're probably just marking time at the moment because of COVID, as is the Bexhill Museum. But if you go to the Bexhill Museum website, you can click on model railways, and it's the Izzard family model railway and the Bexhill 1940 winter wartime model railway with snow and gun emplacements and everything. Pretty about 2/3 precise replica of what Bexhill was like at World War II, 1940 Christmas, when it snowed like crazy. It's quite a thing. Anyway, there you go.
Okay, next question is from Johnny Teetant asks, what advice can you give to transgender people regarding coming out and wearing dresses on the streets and getting abuse from people?
It's a tricky one. When I came out, I got abuse from people. I would give abuse back. I stood my ground. You've got to be ready for a bit of a fight. Gay, lesbian, LGBT people, all of us, we have to go through it's your knight's quest. You've got to see it as your knight's quest. There's no perfect thing for it, but I try and give off non-victim vibes. There is a thing, if you look fearful, then people think, come on, let's attack, let's go in. But I'm an argumentative bugger, and I'm a scrappy bugger, and if they fight me, I will fight. If they shout at me, I will shout back. And I just give pound for pound. That's what I do. And if you're not quite like me in that way, because not everyone's going to be that scrappy and argumentative, then be with friends. But you need to stand your ground. It is your quest in life, your fight in life, and find safe places. Find online. There must be groups now, more groups, so groups that can help, and friends that you can link together with. Find like-minded people, support groups. You need that. I didn't need that because I'm a bit of a bonkers lone wolf person. I did have a great health group. Yvonne Sinclair ran the TVTS Health Group in Upper Street in Islington. She was great help. That organisation was great help. And I was there for a few months before I said, right, I'm going out and I need to wear dresses, skirts, makeup, whatever I want to wear, just like a woman can wear whatever she wants us to wear. I'm going to wear, go out and have a cup of tea and get on the tube. And take a book with you if you're going on public transport. So you can, well, actually just take your phones. You can read things. because eye contact, you might find that you think everyone's looking at you. They're not actually, probably, because they've got their own lives, their own worries. But yeah, you have to be, it is your fight. It's not an easy way through. You stand your ground and become the person you are meant to be.
Okay, next question is from someone.
One thing I'm going to say.
Yes.
Is Bob coming on sharp at 3:20? Because we're 3:18 now. Dave?
As far as we know.
Okay, so Dave, you just interrupt us as soon as
I'll jump in,
Bob
yes.
comes on, because it might be a time-specific thing.
No worries.
And I'm ready. Yes.
Okay, so this is from someone whose name is on YouTube is You Like Chickens, right? Which is a great name. They say, I've loved your work since discovering you in college in 1999. I'm now a high school teacher in a disadvantaged area. How can I encourage them to be more intellectually curious about the world?
Could you just repeat the beginning of that again? Sorry, my brain.
Yes, they say, I've loved your work since discovering you in college in 1999. I'm now a high school teacher in a disadvantaged area.
Right.
How can I encourage them to be more intellectually curious about the world?
Now, this is a tricky one. I mean, if you get, when we get outside this COVID time, I would say day trips. I would hope that day trips would be the thing to do. Or, you know, going on a camping trip, getting out of the area so you can see other things. We were taken to see certain films. We saw Waterloo when we were at school, Battle of Waterloo, and I saw Sound of Music. And so I saw theatres for the first time. I would assume that it's got to be fun. If you say, look, here's a lot of stuff from a book, it gets tricky. Show them videos and films. I know that's not supposed to be teaching, but a good, I suppose if you show a film, they're probably going to look at more the action than the actual story, but it's, I don't really have the perfect answer for that one, I'm afraid. But I think showing them, because you probably will take certain, you know, if you have a class of kids, you take them out to an area in a day trip, that could be fun, and some of them will say, oh, I'm interested, that makes me interested in these things, and some won't. Some just won't pick it up. So, yeah, that's all I can think, I'm afraid. Sorry, not brilliant answer.
Okay, next question is from Adriana, who says, what song would you say best sums you up?
I Did It My Way, Frank Sinatra. Well, if there was a present tense version of it, I'm doing it my way. Or Is the Life on Mars, the Bowie follow-up to that, which is kind of more bonkers. I don't know if there is a song that completely. Yeah, I've never thought of that, but I'll go with I Do It My Way, because I think I have. There you go.
Eddie.
Yes.
We're going to go live to TalkSport in just a moment.
Okie dokie. Well, hang on. Thank you, everyone on YouTube. More tomorrow. Now I'm going to talk to Bob Mills, TalkSport. A chat with Bob.
Hi, welcome back. This is me, Bob Mills, here on Talk Radio. Thank you so much to the Dudridge. I'm sorry, I cut Dudridge off a bit sharp. No, do you know why? Because I know he's got different news things he wants to talk about, but we always waste so much time at the beginning of the piece talking about, and I'm still not sure that there ever was an episode of MASH where he was reading a book by Benny Hill, because Benny Hill didn't write books. I don't know. We'll see. Someone will tell us. But I wanted to get back anyway. I wanted to get him to go and then have a break and come back so I can speak to Eddie. Now, is Eddie actually doing a marathon while we're speaking? Hello, Eddie.
Hi, Bob. You can't see me, I take it.
No, I can't see you. Oh, are you filming yourself?
Yeah, well, I'm on.
Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah.
I just saw you.
Yeah.
You're on a
treadmill.
You're on a treadmill.
Yeah,
Oh,
as you'll know, it's a COVID time. We worked out we were probably going to be in this lockdown, super lockdown, so we planned these 31 days to be 31 marathons on a bloody treadmill, which is not great. But it's great because I can talk to someone like yourself. That's the beautiful thing about it.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, Eddie. Most of my guests get tired of talking to me about 5 or 6 minutes in.
Right.
Not right from the very top.
Well, I'm not going to get bored talking to you. I'm going to, we should tell everyone. Have you told everyone how we know each other? We've known each other for 20 years, 30 years.
Let me tell you, I've known Eddie Izzard for, about that long time, since I came to the Screaming Blue Murder.
Yeah.
And I said, who's comparing? They said, Eddie. I said, oh, no, Eddie, that'd be good. And they said, well, yeah, it might be, depends what mood Eddie's in, It might be good or it might be a Perro de Cuellar's mood, we don't know. We can never tell. But, Eddie, so you're everything now. You're a climate change activist, you're a marathon runner. But can we just still say that you're one of the best stand-ups this country's produced in the last 40 years? Is that fair to say?
Well, that is a very kind thing for you to say, Bob. I mean, I remember at the Comedy Store, do you remember if you were new and coming into the Comedy Store, people like your good self, you wouldn't talk to the new guys in case we were terrible. And there came a point, I think it was you, that came backstage after I just nailed it for the first time ever after about 4 or 5 years of trying. And you said to me, I suppose I can talk to you now. I don't know if you remember that, but that's me.
Listen, I've had this conversation on a number of occasions whenever I speak to comics and when people phone me up and they want to talk about comedy because they see me as rather an avuncular figure. And they say, well, what was it like back in those days? And I talk very, very clearly about Eddie Izzard. And I would say Eddie Izzard was down Screaming Blue Murder trying to get this craft together, this new idea. People would go down and they would watch and say, yeah, I kind of see it, yes, okay, it's sort of there. But I talked about the night at the Comedy Store, when we were all in the back bar. I was there, Hutton was there, me and Mickey Hutton were there, not paying a great deal of attention. And we suddenly heard this noise coming through. And there are two things that comics love to hear. They love to hear silence when an act's on, because it means someone's dying on their ass, and that's good fun for us all. But then this different kind of laughter was coming through. It was very, very different. And I remember walking around the corner, because I was comparing, and seeing this audience, and I remember saying quite simply to Mickey Hutton, I remember saying, well, I'll tell you what, it was probably different what I actually said, but out of deference to you, what I said was, she's cracked it. And it was this moment, and I say this absolutely 100% from the bottom of my heart, that a great many comics of a certain age thought, we're in trouble now. If this is what it's going to be, we're just going to have to up our game to a remarkable extent.
Well, I would say that. Thank you so much for the share. I know if I've said to people, just call me he or Eddie or whatever. I'm not so bothered, but other people get bothered about it. But thank you so much, Bob. But I don't think I reinvented the game. I just think I came up with a niche for myself, really. But the Screaming Blue Murders, I was doing all this improv all the time, because you remember Ivor Dembina up at Red Rose, and Ivor played. He was a wonderfully avuncular guy, is a wonderfully avuncular guy, and a great guy, very energy. But he was doing the same set at the Red Rose because that's what we did. And I just thought, why don't, that's what the norm is. Why don't I try improvising each night at the Screaming Blue Murders? So that's why it was very hit and miss at the clubs. But then when I got into a set situation, I got gears. I could do stuff. So to play the Store, though, as you'll probably agree, that was the greatest club to play. It is the greatest club to play, isn't it? The hardest club.
Yes, without a shadow of a doubt. There are great, theatres are lovely, playing these lovely theatres and playing the O2 Centre. I'm sure must be I've only done the Indigo Room, but playing the big room must be fantastic. But still nothing compares to working and cracking the store and thinking, yeah, I've got this room now. Wow, what a feeling that is.
It is so beautiful to be accepted. So that when you said to, I suppose I can talk to you now, that was, that was so real, because no one would. You don't want to get to know the person who's going to be the failure that's coming up. You want to talk to the people who you're going to hang out with for the next few years. And we had that, and then you came and played the Boulevard Theatre, which you had a history with near Raymond's Review Bar. Remember that?
Exactly, yes.
Raging Bull. I had a comedy club called Raging Bull, and I asked if you'd come, and I paid you rubbish money. But you had a story. Do you want to tell that story about the Boulevard Theatre, or shall I tell?
Well, I worked at the Boulevard Theatre when it was called the LA Louis.
Yeah.
Which is French. I don't know if you speak French, Eddie.
Little bit.
But it's.
But her, it means her and him, yeah?
It means her and him. And I worked there, of course, when it was part of Raymond Review's. See, Raymond Review Bar was a big strip club in London.
Yeah.
And what they did was they had a little spare bit at the side, which they said, we could do something a bit classier there. We could do something a bit more Lindsay Kemp, you know, a bit more modern dance, as it were. And so they opened this up as a modern dance place, and for about a week and a half, it was a modern dance place, and we did do a little bit of jazz dance, and we did have a story to say, and we were very much aiming at the Lindsay Kemp sort of the flowers thing that he did, and that's what we were going for. But after about a week and a half, Paul Raymond himself came backstage and had a look at the audience, which was about 15 people, and said, right, this has gone on long enough. Let's have some clothes off, shall we?
So, and you were one of the dancers, yeah?
I was very. People forget this, and of course, people look at me now and think, well, it's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine, but I was a very quite successful and rather well-paid West End dancer in my time.
Yeah, I think you should get a photo and shove it up, because it's great. You have beautiful genetics, and you have your parents to thank for that. But yes, you sat down there and said, I was here before, and I was the dancer, and you totally, I didn't know what you were talking about. I just didn't know this part of your life. But it's an amazing story.
Which is why, of course, I was never shocked by Eddie Izzard, because some of the costumes I wore in that review were incredible. Absolutely incredible. Well, I can tell you this. Frankenfurter from the Rocky Horror Picture Show is very much based on the work we were doing at the LA Louis.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I never saw a photograph. You just told me the story, and I think isn't there backstage at the actual Comedy Store now? Isn't there a picture of you? I think there might have a picture from the early days, but I'm not sure.
They did, yes. They got a picture of me from the early days. It was to pride of place.
Yeah.
Even more so than my picture. My picture's still there. As I mean, Don and I had a fallout, and so I haven't been there for a little while.
All right.
But the pictures are all still there. But to me, also, when I think of the Comedy Store, I always think of the other side of Leicester Square.
Yes, which was a difficult room to play, wasn't it?
Because it was a filthy room late at night.
Well, it was. People would come in at. There was what we have, a 12 midnight show.
There was a midnight show.
Yeah, midnight show. People would be completely plastered and not into alternative comedy. They were into anything. If we'd taken our clothes off or we'd recited but anyway, a lot of them were very vocal about their dislike of everything. And it was a baptism, well, not baptism, it was a trial by fire every time we went on the 12 o'clock gig, especially on Friday, yeah? Friday was worse.
Oh yeah, because it was people who suddenly, because don't forget, you couldn't drink very late in them days. Yeah. And suddenly there was a place, if they paid to come in, they could carry on drinking.
That's it.
That's absolutely fine. Yes, we'll have any amount of that. But some people will be talking, we'll try our best to ignore them, but we'll carry on. So Eddie, tell me exactly what you're doing right now.
So I'm running.
I can see you running.
Yeah, I'm doing 31 marathons in 31 days, and doing 31 gigs afterwards. So I'm doing a stand-up gig. Well, I hope to finish this about 6 p.m. tonight, London time, and then 7 p.m. I go on stage and I do an hour of virtual stand-up. Well, stand-up to no audience, so I do it just and people can buy tickets around the world. And it's for Make Humanity Great Again Fund, and that goes out to charities like Walking with the Wounded and Care International and a number of charities that help people, that make humanity great. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just doing a big push at this tough time to try and encourage people to go to eddieizzard.com and donate. So that's what I'm doing.
Well, here's the thing, Eddie. Go to eddieizzard.com and donate. You see, I think the vast majority of people would do that anyway for you to do a live show. I think the live show. The marathon running, I think that's about you, isn't it?
Well, no, truth is, there is a definite slice of that to me. I get this energy. I was looking at my face just in the loo. I have a loo break, and I'm going, I'm not looking too bad. This is my 9th marathon. And everything, well, I mean, you should do some marathons, Bob. You need to get that dancer figure back. But my face is looking good. I'm still kind of heavier. But you remember when we were kids, when we were dancing, we were a lot more humans are very mobile when they're younger, and they get less and less as they get older. And that is the gift to me. But I'm trying to do something elemental and difficult so that people go, wow, that must be tough. I'll give it 10 quid, I'll donate on the text, or I'll go on to the eddieizzard.com thing and make a donation. So that's it, you've got to do something that punches above its weight.
But you've always done that. The thing about Eddie Izzard, the comedian, is you've never been satisfied.
Oh.
You talk about Izzard doing the same set. Well, you could add 50 other names to that. There were people in those days who, the great Nick Hancock, who we adore as a comedian. But you could mime his act. You could stand at the back of the room and mime his act because it never faltered.
Yeah.
Every single word, every single intonation was exactly the same. But it was hugely successful because that was before the internet.
Yes.
And so you could earn a good living for 20 years travelling around different city to different city.
Absolutely.
With the same act.
Yep, absolutely. And Malcolm and Wise did the same show for, I think, 30 years. They had a 1 hour, they did for 30 years. But I was doing 3 Screaming Blue Murder Clubs and my Raging Bull Club, and I thought, if I improvise more and more, I'll turn material over quicker, and then you'll get more confident. It was just trying to get more confident. And I must say that what Ivor did, he's great. He ran the club, the Red Rose, it was great.
Yeah.
And doing his set was what you should do. I just decided to change it for myself.
But then you've always wanted to innovate, because then you thought, well, yes, I'm probably the best English-speaking comedian in the country at the moment. But I wonder, I don't know, I think there might be French people who are slightly better than me. So then you took the French on at that game.
Yes, I wanted to, I love languages. My brother's pretty fluent in French, German, and Spanish. And I thought, if I do that, well, it's ambition. It's using ambition, hopefully in a positive way, but it is just being ambitious, like playing in America. But if you do it in French, you know how scary stand-up can be. Stand-up can be very scary. You're just standing there and talking words, and it can go wrong. So I thought, if I could do it in French, if I can start improvising and mucking about in French, then surely my English gigs will get easier and better. So there was a thought of that, and hopefully I could tour the whole of France as well.
I spoke to Bloom yesterday, by the way, Adam Bloom, who said he'd been doing a load of Zoom gigs, and I said, I can't imagine anything, more problematic. But he said, no, it's really good because, of course, if you're using your own computer, you can decide which group of people you see. So if the gig's not going well, you can keep changing the audience until you find one you like.
Oh, yeah, well, that's interesting. I don't have that ability. People just buy tickets for mine, and that goes to charity, and I just stand on the stage. I talk into a big empty room and try and make myself laugh, I suppose. But I'm getting better at it. The first ones were very experimental. But tonight's gig, I have hopes for, and from here on in.
Tell us again how people can, what do they do? At eddieizzard.com?
Yeah, it's all at eddieizzard.com. You can donate from there. You can buy tickets for my live shows every night. Don't buy, if English is your language, don't buy it for the 12th or the 23rd because they're in German, and the 28th is in French, but the rest of them are all in English. And yeah, just go there and you can buy caps and stuff, and all the profits and all the money all your donations go off to charities that help make humanity great.
And all that behind you, those slides we see, they're the 31 countries, are they?
No, that's Bucharest. We're running a virtual Bucharest Romania marathon today. This is the Bucharest flag here. So these are all pictures of Bucharest, which I ran in on the 9th of February last year through the snow. I was in that kind of conditions, as you can see now. So that's why each day we change the city and we celebrate another city. And so we're getting through them. Once I've done 10, if you ever do multiple marathons, Bob, the first 10 are the hardest. After that, it gets easier, just in case you ever do it.
All right, well, I'll take your advice and maybe just stop at 9 then. I might leave it at that. Here's the, I did one outdoor gig I did during the lockdown. I worked with a very old comic called Roy something. I apologise in advance, I can't remember his last name, but he was older than me and very mainstream. But he did tell me a joke that made me laugh enormously, and I'll share it with you. He was talking about my wife, my wife. But it was, it's great when you're courting and you get married, but eventually it all goes stale. There's no love there now. There's no love lost. And he came up with this line, which made me laugh in my car all the way home. He said, there's no love lost now. Example, 2 years ago I had a heart attack. She wrote for an ambulance.
That's nice, because in the old days my wife jokes are always against the wife, but that's actually against him.
Yeah,
that's very clever. Yeah.
It struck me as the one. I have to say, it was the one high point of the act.
Okay. Yeah, and do you do stand up anymore?
Well, I haven't this year. I've done 2 live gigs and 1 disastrous Zoom gig.
Right.
But I'm looking at my book for next year, and there are 4 gigs in March. So who knows? Yeah, I still have that. You see, I'm very, very happy. I'm in a lovely situation. I do the radio a couple of days a week, and I do nice little club gigs that I want to. I don't have to go chasing enough all around the country. But I'm very, very lucky in that I lived through the best of it, I think.
Yeah, we had a great time in those clubs back in. I was there from, wasn't it? 91 is when I left, so it was 89, 1991. Yeah, great years.
Well, you describe, I remember seeing when you in one of your documentaries, you describe those days you mentioned the back room at the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
On a Saturday night would be full of people, mainly men, although there's some very fine female comics in there, there, with so much money that it was literally falling out of their pockets.
Well, we were paid in cash. We just had tons of cash, and as you'll know, on the Friday and the Saturday, you could do 4 gigs a night, maybe more than 4 gigs a night, and jumping in taxis. It was a cash business, and I'd never had so much in my hands. And then but it was good times.
I can remember, seriously, in the back door of the comedy, people saying, "Whose is this? There's a big wad of cash here, whose is this?" And Mickey, hang on, I think it's mine. And it's just like, because you'd have to put it down because there was too much to fit into it.
Yeah, and it's not that we were doing it right. There's nothing criminal going there. We were just getting well paid, and we were making a lot of people laugh. And it was the first time for most of us that we'd ever got sort of decent money. And also, you didn't work a lot of the other days. So Friday and Saturday, you work your backside off.
Yeah. All right, Eddie, listen. It's always a joy to talk to you. We love you very, very much. So stay with us and a long time. Keep doing the marathons, but then get yourself back gigging here live when at the back of all this, so we can all come and see you, because it's one of the great treats of the comedy world that you're still around gigging.
Thanks, Bob.
God bless her.
Thank you, Bob. Thanks so much.
Let's have a little break. Listen to Bob.
Okay. Yeah. Can we drop a blind that knocked out that sun? Just the top bit. Dave, are Scott and family ready? Because I can talk to them if you want.
We've just got to do a changeover.
Okay.
System.
Well, it was Bob Mills, me and Bob. I've known Bob since about 1990, when I got into the comedy store. So, 90, 100, 30 years. 30 years. That's a lot. And it was early days. They were crazy. I probably still are, it's just... I've been trying to get into comedy for so long. To finally get in. And because I've been through 3 mediums of comedy. It was great to finally get something going. And get it going well. Okay. I'm going to talk to the Allsop family. Hi there.
Hi, Eddie.
Hi there. How are you guys? So it's Scott. Scott, can you introduce yourselves? The Allsop family.
Yeah. Absolutely. So I'm Scott, and you are...
I'm Layla.
Hello.
I'm Alan.
I'm Edward.
Edward. Yes, very good now. So, welcome. And you're living, you're in Bucharest now. You're living in Bucharest, in Romania, and you're there now. Excellent. What's the temperature there? What's the weather like?
It's not as bad as when you were here last year, because it was snowing last year, I remember.
Yeah.
But it's just cold and drizzly. It's a very English day today.
Well, on the 9th of February, it was actually kind of beautiful. It was crisp, I believe sunny, with the snow laying down, and we ran at a park. Sarah, do you remember the name of that park that you looked at?
Oh, yes, it is...
You'll probably know how to pronounce it, but it's a park in the centre of Bucharest that has rivers, streams, and a little lake and bridges, and
yeah, it was Chismiki Park. Yeah, it's gorgeous, that park.
Chismiki Park, that's it. That's where I was. And I couldn't believe it, because I hadn't found it, and I just sort of came across it and thought, this is the park. I'm going to run in this park. That's what I'm going to. Because
it is an amazing city of parks, actually. When you think about what some of the architecture's like, there's so many beautiful open spaces as well.
Right. So, well, tell us about yourselves. So you're teachers. You're both teachers, and you moved to teach at an international school. You're obviously British extraction, British born, but you're proud of being British, proud of being Europeans as well, just like me. And you're working at an international school in Bucharest, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, we're working at an international school in Bucharest, and it's lovely to be in Europe, and yeah, so we enjoy it here, and Bucharest is such a fabulous city to be in, and the kids love it here as well, don't you?
Yeah.
And have the kids... Sorry, quick question for the quiz. Are they learning Romanian as well?
Sort of. For my brownie badge, I'm trying to learn Romanian.
Right.
But I'm sort of not learning it so much because I don't really do it.
Oh, right. Do they not teach it at school?
No. It's a school which mostly the only language you're allowed to speak in is English.
Oh.
So anybody who doesn't know English has to be taught it.
Oh, okay. But I assume as the kids get older at the school, Romanian would be on the option list.
Yeah, there are a lot of Romanian speakers, and it's one of those languages that, yeah, it's good to be able to at least speak some, because, to get around, it's pretty important.
Okay, well, tell us about the Make a Difference campaign.
Yeah, so I've been working in the secondary department at school, and I've been leading a campaign, the Make a Difference campaign, and I've been getting the students involved. And getting the students involved, we call it the MAD campaign, Make a Difference, MAD, and it's a great way, I've found, for the students to think, what can I do to help either promote charities or fundraise for charities, or actually just get involved in some way for the charities that the school supports. And it's fabulous for the kids because it's a way that they are being involved and they're taking the leadership and they're able to then speak to their peers about, well, what's important about this charity that we're supporting, why should we donate, or why should we get involved in whatever it is we're doing for that charity.
Right.
And some of the students have gone on from that, and not just involved in terms of being at the school, but they've gone to find out more about that charity. We had a group of students who went to find out more about the charity Liberated that we support. Liberated is trying to raise awareness about human trafficking here in Romania.
Right.
The students took their own initiative to find out more about this charity and to get involved in this one charity. So it's actually really making a difference for the students at our school as well, to start them thinking about what can they do.
Right. Okay. Well, that's great that that's happening. And I hear that Lila and Edward have put on a streaming magic show for their friends and raised money. For, yeah. Tell us about that.
I did my own magic show because sometimes I do magic tricks and I am also a magician.
Yeah.
So the charity that I supported was Light into Europe, which helps people who are blind walk around, and I chose this charity because of the guide dogs, because my mum and dad's friends, they have dogs who work for this charity, so they train them in order to help people who are blind. And
that's how you change
Well, that's excellent. So, and Edward, are you part of the magic show as well?
yeah, I did one trick. It's a box trick. Yes, so there's a box and somebody goes inside then somebody else sticks poles.
Oh,
So we have poles inside the box. I go inside the box and Edward pushes the poles through the box.
Wow.
But you don't, one goes right through the middle, but you don't know what is happening inside the box.
Wow. And then at
If
the
you're,
yeah, sorry, carry on.
if you're wanting to see a trick, I have a quick trick here all set up.
Yeah.
If you see it. It is also one of the tricks that I did in the show.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Here is a bag. As you can see, it is completely empty.
Yeah.
No, excuse me. In the Romanian flag, there are red,
Yeah.
yellow,
Yeah. Yeah.
and blue.
Yes, indeed. We got the flag right here.
And all I need to do is say, make humanity great again.
Very nice. Yes, very good. There we go. The Romanian flag. Blue, yellow, and red. Excellent. Well done there. Well done. Well done, Lila. Well done, everyone. Wonderful. So.
And if you would...
That's great. Now, I'm going to ask Scott about, you did a virtual run. Tell us about the virtual run.
I did, yes. I turned 40 in September, just gone. Where are we in the year? Yes. September just gone. And the previous September, my dad would have turned 70, but unfortunately he died of cancer a little earlier that year. And so I set myself a challenge to start on what would have been his 70th birthday to cover the distance between where we live here in Bucharest and the hospice, which is Ashgate Hospice in Chesterfield in the UK, to basically run that distance, which was a very round 2,222 kilometres. So over the course of the next year, I basically ran that distance in a virtual way. Nothing quite as impressive as what you're doing, Eddie, but you know, it was a nice achievement, and it raised awareness, I think, of the hospice and raised a good amount of cash. So it was good to do.
Is that right? 2,222. Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's a hell of a distance. I'm actually not sure what I've run at the moment or what I am running, but yes, any distance over 5K or 5K and over is great. So, well, excellent that you've done that, and you're also, I believe, you've got tickets for the show tonight.
We have, yeah, absolutely.
So
we've got to see if The kids need to see the best of, you know.
Well, you'll see the best of. It's in a melting pot at the moment, but I will talk about cats and dogs and bees, and dung beetles, and their obsession with dung, and Darth Vader, and the Romans, the Greeks. Yes, a whole bunch of people I'll be talking about tonight. So that'll be at 7 p.m. Tickets available, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching it for the show tonight and every night at eddyizzard.com. But I'm now going to say thank you to talking to you and let you go, because I have to go on and talk to more friends who are coming in, more guests. But thank you so much. Take care in Bucharest. Thank you for the magic trick. Well done, everyone. And I'll see you on stage tonight. Even though I won't see you, you'll see me.
Thanks, Eddie. Good luck.
Thank you. Good luck.
Bye. Thanks, Lila. Thanks, Edward. There we go. So, my front of my car is still playing around. I'm going to talk to Greg Bell at 4 p.m. with the top of this hour, 4 p.m. London time. I think Greg will probably be in New York, so that'll probably be about 11 a.m. his time. Yes, going from New York.
We should also mention at 4:30 we've got Twitter questions.
Twitter questions, yes. So don't put your Twitter questions on yet, but at 4:30 jump on Twitter and let's do questions. I think I'm gonna, my time is getting behind a bit. I'm going to try doing that. And yeah, getting a bit behind time, but my front of my leg is hurting a bit. So I'm going to have a quick stop, pit stop, come back and talk to Greg in a bit. So thanks, guys. Having a quick stop.
$20 million are living in food insecurity since conflict escalated. 10 million people are at risk of famine. 3 million to 4 million people are displaced. The damaged infrastructure has hit the water supply. For humanitarian assistance are about 80%. So COVID in Yemen is a crisis on a crisis on a crisis. Of course, funding for COVID-19 needs to come on top of the funding to respond to the pre-existing needs.
وأنا الحارة حافظة كلها تعبانة، أكل ولا شرب ولا مي ولا حاجة الله. أقل لنا حمى، قالوا ده الكورونا ما أدري إيش، دحنا مرضنا كمان. أنا واحدة من الناس اللي أسبوع مريضة ما قدرتش أضرب حبة إبرة. مخلة جيراني اللي مريض اللي عياله واللي زوجته واللي هو. ما قدرناش نعمل ولا أي حاجة، والأكل ما فيش. أحيانا ناكل وأحيانا لا، داخل ما فيش.
The COVID-19 make the WASH team think about new ways of supporting communities. In Amran city, where we'll support the local authorities in reconnecting or rehabilitating the sewage system for the city, to support hospitals that have reproductive health warden and hospitals which have isolation centers, provide them with water supply directly or to fix their water supply network. With the water scare in most of the households, people would prefer to keep water for drinking and cooking. Cleaning will be their last priority. So the awareness raising was intense. The team used different local media outlets like local radios and TVs to reach most of the population.
قبل 3 أشهر جارتي سماح جاءت عندنا وعلمتني الطريقة الصحيحة لغسل اليدين. كمان علمتني إجراءات الوقاية من كورونا. من ذاك اليوم وأنا أعلم صديقاتي الطريقة الصحيحة لغسل اليدين. احنا كلنا أبطال ونقدر نقضي على فيروس كورونا بطرق بسيطة ونرجع للمدرسة ونحقق أحلامنا.
COVID had a dramatic impact on Yemen economy and businesses had closed. So as much as we can, we try to support people by doing cash transfer. So the main thing that we changed in distribution points, we installed hand washing stations. With all this crisis that people are facing, Yemeni people are still trying to find means to survive and supporting each other in a way or another. Also, their positiveness in receiving any support they get from any humanitarian actors keep fulfilling it to everyone working in a humanitarian sector in Yemen.
So, back running, and got a niggling front calf situation. Well, it's not niggling actually, it's just hurting. Got 2 more hours to go. Haven't dropped too far behind the pace. Greg. Greg. Hey, Greg.
Hey.
Hi. How are you?
Hey.
Good.
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm very good. Good to see you. Now, Sarah has just nipped to the loo. She'll be on in a second. Dave, when Sarah comes back, can you please put her on the screen as well? And how are things in you're in New York, yeah?
Well, I'm in New York City. Yeah, and I was just saying we've literally just moved. Literally just moved apartments too. 2 days ago, we moved from Brooklyn back to Manhattan into. Right. We're in South Harlem right now, just a block from Central Park.
Oh wow!
Beautiful. Yeah, it's going to be great once we sort all of this out. We're obviously living in the midst of a bit of a box nightmare, obviously. Right now,
I introduced. I told people at the beginning of the day at 12 noon our time here. A little bit about you, and I'm going to do it again, and then you correct me if I get it wrong. Okay? So. Okay. Sarah, I'm talking to Greg, so come and get on the thing when you can, and that's Sarah.
I hear you, Sarah.
So you're when I tour in North America, you come. You're production manager there. Sarah's tour manager and you're production manager, and you run the whole production, and you're. And do amazing. We're going to talk about my brain keeps going. In not Mississippi, but no, not Alabama, but Mississippi. It was the one with the place with the sinkhole. Meridian. Yes, we've got to talk about the night of the Meridian. But your history is your heritage is Cuban, and you came over as a. Were you born actually in America, in Florida, or were you born in Cuba? Yeah. How long?
I was born in Miami. Yeah.
And how long after your? Can you tell us a story that I think people would find it interesting, because obviously it's a big thing in America, Cuban Americans and the relationship with Cuba, but for people in the rest of the world, we're not so knowledgeable about it. Tell us about that, because I find it fascinating.
You mean the U.S. Cuban situation in general, or just my circumstance?
Your circumstance, your family.
Okay.
And rather than the whole thing.
Yeah, great. No, my family came over in bits and pieces during the early to mid 1960s, following the revolution. My parents came over independent of each other and met in Miami.
Yep.
Shortly thereafter, and that was a time in the 60s. I was born in 1970, and just a real quick, the Cuban Revolution kicked off officially January 1st, 1959.
Right.
So just for clarity's sake, and so again, I come along shortly thereafter. My parents, again, make a decision that many Cubans had made. About 1 million Cubans at that time had already left Cuba.
Right.
And so my parents come over. I'm born in Miami. And I'm part of this story of Cuban Americans, first generation, those of us who were born in this country, but always felt and were brought up with this sense of our homeland is under siege, our homeland has been invaded, we are here in this country in exile temporarily, and we will eventually be repatriated. And that was sort of my context for being in the U.S. And again, acknowledging that not just my heritage, but this urgent connection that my family maintained to Cuba. And that was sort of a defining feature of my life for a long time, especially in Miami. Miami is the hub of the Cuban American community for obvious reasons, but also for historic reasons. It's very close to Cuba, and there was a lot of back and forth between Cubans and others from Florida to Cuba for a long time before any of this stuff happened. So again, Miami and the South Florida area has always been that. And so I grew up there, and it was really not until I left Miami in my sort of early 20s when sort of, the realities of the fact that, again, Cuba was a situation that was not going to change necessarily the way that everyone thought it would. And by that point, it had been so long in my lifetime, my generation starts to sort of reconcile that new reality, that we are, for all intents and purposes, Americans without hyphens, but that Cuban part never goes away. And so I've always associated that identity, even in spite of this, even in spite of the reality that no one's ever going back, which is what, again, my reality had been for a long time. Of we were here temporarily and we would eventually go back home, as it were.
Well,
and so, but I've been in New York now 24-ish years, and
you're passionate about your politics. We've had a lot of good chats about politics. Can you talk about what's going on at the moment?
I mean, we're so in the midst of it right now. Things are changing. It's hard to look away from all of the social media and all of the news coverage of it, because it feels like there's an urgency to sort of, there's an urgency for change. We all know that. We all know that these things have to happen in terms of removal of this person, and we're all just waiting for what's the mechanism that will be used to affect that change, which is obvious and necessary to so many because of what's happened for the last 4 years, but even more so now because of the imminent danger that has become obvious to more people with what's going on. So, I mean, so like I said, it does feel a bit like when you're in this, when you're in the eye of that thing, when you're in the midst of it, it is hard to gain perspective on what it means, except that like I said, there's just urgency for us to do something now. This feeling that you've been living with for 4 years of, you know, again, we can all of those of us who are reasonable truth seekers and can look at what's going on and think, here's the obviousness of it. Why is it that we're seeing different things, that some people are seeing or interpreting them in different ways?
Yeah.
These moments right now that we find ourselves in right now sort of beg the question of what else do we have to do, and why are we still wondering what it's going to take? You know, like why have they not gone in there and, like I said, and forcibly removed this one person who can be so dangerous?
Yeah, well, you got 25th
this is
Amendment.
no longer rhetoric.
25th Amendment is swirling around the second impeachment, but anyway, so a lot of us, everyone who wants to make humanity great, we've got these blue hats, which are different to the red hats, and and so we are with you, and we hope America can get to a good place, at least on the 20th, and it can be, in these next few days, everything can transition in a positive way. But yeah, stay safe and all that. And now I should bring Sarah in, and we should talk about touring, because we have been everywhere, haven't we, together in America?
Yeah. I mean, 50 states, 20 plus countries. So yeah, we've done quite a bit. I've been in quite a bit of places with you and Sarah.
Yeah.
So we'll see. And I mean, I love that this is now your virtual sort of recap of the world too. I love that sense of like the world can still be there even in a virtual way.
Yeah, this is kind of beautiful, because when I normally run, I'm talking to no one. I may be talking to Sarah, phoning up and saying, can I talk to you? Because if I talk, it gets me out of my legs and my tiredness. But I can talk to, you're in New York, and I've talked to someone in Alabama today, and Texas, and just Bucharest there in Romania, so it's great. And the Meridian experience, I do think it's wonderful, because the people, we were at the Holiday Inn, weren't we? They were wonderful there, weren't they? The wonderful Meridian.
The Holiday Inn next to the sinkhole.
Yeah.
Remember the sinkhole, which was the big attraction.
So
Meridian at the time.
Yes.
Meridian had a sinkhole.
I do remember when I heard Marjorie, our travel agent, told me, she said, now there's two options for review. I said, okay. And she said, either the highway or the sinkhole. I went, well, definitely the sinkhole. I mean, we've all got to look at the sinkhole. It was quite a choice.
And it's not Meridian's fault they had that, but do you remember the people, the women, a lot of African American women working at Holiday Inn? They were just very welcoming, weren't they?
Yeah.
Well, I remember we arrived, and that those of us in production had an urgency to see the venue. Because we were quite worried. So I remember us dropping bags and driving over, and then thinking, we'll have dinner when we get back. And then when we get back, they were just about to close. The only thing that was open was actually the place. It was either the Burger King, I think, or our Holiday Inn restaurant, but they were about to close. But the kitchen staff decided to stay open, and they made us dinner, and they served us again. There weren't many people there anyway, so it seemed like we had all of their attention. And they were so gracious. It was a great moment, because while they might have felt, oh, this is a group that's coming in, it's a touring group, there's a celebrity involved, I don't know that there was a lot of acknowledgement of who that was, but that it's okay, it doesn't matter, we're here to, this Southern hospitality thing kicked in. Yeah. And it was really wonderful to see that version of, they're not begrudged by us being here. Yeah. And that thing kicked in immediately, which was good for us to have that experience before we had to have our experience in the theater.
Yeah, so I should quickly add as well that also the sinkhole had taken down half of the Wendy's nearby, so that was another...
Half of the Wendy's?
Yeah, food option that had gone literally in the sinkhole, so yeah, we were short of options.
Hadn't they laid out a place for our tour bus?
Yes, yeah.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, I was so kind, so our tour bus that we were in, is of a certain size. It's like a coach, it's like a big vehicle. So when we advance with, hotels, we say, hello, we're coming in this bus. Here are the dimensions of the bus. So, the size of it, it's a big old thing. And they said, yeah, okay, great, you know. And, you know, usually you see, oh yeah, they say go park over there, or there's a space. But it was great. In the big car park, they perfectly measured out a space that was the perfect size of our bus with tape and cones and everything. And I think we got in really late, and a guy came running out with a torch, like a flashlight, and sort of waved us through, and then sort of parked us perfectly in there. It was, yeah, they were fab. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be cool. So we want to do a big shout out to the Holiday Inn people working there. They were very gracious, because I was, you know, a trans person in Mississippi, and you wouldn't have thought they would have been, you know, because, well, southern states, even if you're in America or from anywhere else, you think, well, how are they going to approach you? But they were very nice. Our venue was slightly different because the guy had got a lot of stuff from Home Depot, hadn't he, to make it all work.
Well, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus based on what we saw in that venue. But yes, there were a lot of non-standard things happening in that venue, non-industry standards and non-OSHA standard stuff.
What's
you all have the OSHA?
No, what's OSHA?
It's the Occupational Safety and Hazards Administration.
Okay.
It's basically it's only health and safety stuff, and so there was a little bit of that we were concerned about. The one thing to say about it is the owner of the theater was also the production manager, was also the catering manager, was also the guy who bought the popcorn and made the popcorn. So he was a little bit of a man wearing many hats.
Yeah.
But not enough head for that.
Yeah, and
sure.
So you, and it was Tyler and Sarah, you and all of you had to get together and make that theatre into a theatre, yeah?
Well, like I said, we had this urgency because we had had very little information given to us from the venue prior to us showing up. Not for lack of asking, as we would normally do. And just to explain a little bit of the process for those who are watching, when you're touring around, you don't just show up at the theater on your allotted time and start from scratch there. You obviously have advancing to do. You want to speak to the venue in advance. You want to let them know what your needs are, what you have to do production-wise. They can tell you what they have, and many times you can reconcile these small inconsistencies between venues. In this case, we were walking into a venue without much information, and when we walked in, it was the proverbial worst case scenario of, yes, things screwed in, tied off with ropes and rubber bands and tape and extension cords that shouldn't be used, that are not rated to carry the electrical loads that they're supposed to be carrying and for things to do. And they were literally putting pipes in the air for us when we arrived. They had a crew in there who was adding pipes because they didn't have places for us to put things in the air because the theater was just not equipped that way, and they were literally doing that the night we arrived. And we have pictures of Meridian alone is an episode of a very wonderful touring series that we should do someday. To show the photos of what we would see, and I think most touring folks and stagehands out there will get a good kick out of it. Bundles of extension cords hanging in the air, hanging down right into the thing. There were 2 spotlights. We always requested 2 spotlights. We needed 2 spotlights for the show. They assured us there were 2 spotlights. Unfortunately, one of them wasn't working, so they brought in another one, which was the one that you could buy at the store. That is what you would probably use in a bar or bookstore scenario. It was working. That's just to start with some of those things. And then, of course, we had, during the day, behind the theater, attached to the theater in the room behind it, there was a high school musical rehearsal that was going on, that we had to request for them to stop at 6 o'clock when we were to do our sound check, because they expected to be rehearsing all night until we told them, by the way, we have a show in here right on the other side of this wall, and we might need you to stop your musical rehearsal so that our show can happen. And that was a surprise to them. They had never had to do that before, to stop their rehearsal for a show in the theater.
Now, I must say, I didn't know any of this. You didn't tell, because that's what your job is, to keep it away from me. So I just carried on regardless. And you got it done, you got it up, and you had to obviously take out of certain things, not have certain lights, do certain things in different ways.
It's fun. It's fun sometimes to walk into a venue and think, oh, we got to, it's not what you call textbook. You know, it's not all going to just work. We have to figure some things out, and there's a little bit of that. I'll call it fun in quotes, but it's a little bit of fun for us to go in there and have to
improvise.
Again, figure out improvise and figure these things out, which involves just that little bit of like, hey, this is what we do. We get to solve this problem, and problem solving is the fun of it for sure. And this was a form of that to the extreme, to the point where when we were using words that we were asking the theater about things, they didn't even understand the words we were using. And so part of our job that day was also to, what we just call it teaching class that day, right? Literally everybody who was there had to learn what we needed them to know to do the very basic things we needed to get done. You know, there's a baseline of what we know we need for a show, Eddie, right?
Yeah.
We need electricity so that the mics can work and the lights can work. Most of the time, Eddie can take care of all of it, but then there's that next part of like, we want the show to be what we know the show can be, and so we don't cut corners unless we have to. And on that day, I would say, and I think it's a testament, Eddie, to what you're saying, is that for you, a lot of it, it's not like you were siloed, but we don't need to involve you in all of those problems. When you show up for your sound check, things should be as close to the way that they are always, and that's what we endeavor to do. And just to say, like I said, that day, everything we did was, hey, can we do this? And you'd have this puzzled look. The locals would always have this puzzled look, and you say, I mean this, and they'd go, huh? And then you say, this is what you do, and you say, this is how you tie a knot. This is how I want you to run this cable and tie this cable. This is how I want you to take things to the floor. This is why this can't be there, because Eddie's going to walk through there, and therefore we can't have a cable just swagging across, because Eddie might run into it. And do you understand how that might be a problem? And so we had to constantly do that. And rather than getting resistance from the locals, what was interesting and refreshing was that most of the reactions we got were, wow, thanks for that, because that's great to know. Yeah. I'm working in a theater, it's good to know how to tie a knot. It's good to know that, oh, that's the way you want to do things. Such that at the end of the day, we had more than a handful of requests from people to come on the road with us.
Yes.
That wanted to, their situation in Meridian, and wanted to jump on the bus and go with us. And we even had, at the end of the day, I'm going to skip to the end, we had a car of 3 youngsters who followed us out of Meridian as we were leaving Meridian, and didn't make it all the way to New Orleans. We were going to New Orleans, if you remember that day. Right. We were headed to a day off, thank God. And they made, I don't know how far they made it. I don't think they made it across the state line, because I don't think they made it to the Pontchartrain Bridge. But they followed us along the way, where they would come up to the bus and beep and come back. Like they were just joining the circus. As far as they were concerned, they were like, there's no reason for us to be in Meridian anymore. This is what we need to do. We're heading up with these guys. And that was the local crew. Because prior to that, yeah, sorry, Eddie, go ahead.
No, I was just going to, say prior to that, and then I'll say my point.
Oh, I was going to say, prior to us, as we were, as we were striking and loading out and getting all the things back into our trailer, truck, to get out, the owner of the building, prior to us being done, boy, he had quite a day, to be honest. He had to leave prior to sound check, if you remember, to go buy concession stuff, because there was nothing in the concessions, and he had to leave. And so he left us unattended, but he was fine. He knew the theater would be in good hands with us. But at the end of the night, as we were loading out, we still had about a half hour, 45 minutes to go. We were nowhere near being done. But I'll just use his first name, Roger. Roger came up to us, flustered, sweaty, and he said, you know what, guys? I got to get out of here. I got to go get a burger. You guys are too intense. And he left, and he was done for the night. As far as he was concerned, he didn't care who locked up the building. He didn't care if we were going to leave the building in good shape. He was done. He had nothing more left in him. And again, I think to our testament, he trusted that we were going to do what we needed to do and leave that theater in good condition, because he wasn't sticking around. He just did not have the physical energy to stick around with us anymore, because in his words, we were too intense.
I do remember. I remember we pulled away and we just thought, that place is still open, the lights are still on, but we were like, no, we haven't got a key, we can't help here now. It was quite a thing.
If you remember, also they had their security guards. All of their security guards were retired police officers.
Oh God, yes, yes. They had very old revolvers, like old.
And they all had sidearms. Yeah, they were packing them. They were outside, not hidden. These guys were all They were all strapped to the till, and they were left after we were there. There were two of those older retired police officers that when I walked out the door, I remember just saying like, we're done, we're good, we just want to let you know we're leaving, and they were the ones who were left there. But yes, all the lights were left on. The only thing I know is that we closed the door with a well-armed police officer inside, and we thought that's as much as we can do. We're out of here.
Yeah, and so, you know, I say the very positive things about Meridian at the Holiday Inn, and it was great to play. The capital city of Mississippi is Jackson, Mississippi, and that's where we were going to play, and I'm sure at Jackson they would have been much kind of more ready for us, but we couldn't find a place. Arnold Engelman, who does our booking, said getting the days to work out, so we went to Meridian, and I just think probably Roger hadn't had a show. We're just used to doing big shows, and he wasn't used to that, and so we were too intense for him that day.
Yeah, I don't know what they normally produce there at that theater. I know that Alan Baer, our wonderful sound engineer, Alan has also been around for a long, long time. Alan Baer went back to Meridian, I want to say either the next year or 2 years after, and sent me a photo because he was unsure if that was the theater we played. And my response to him was, there's only one theater in Meridian, Alan. If you're in Meridian, you're definitely there. And because he saw it from the outside in the morning, and then when he walked in, he sent me the photo. He was like, oh, of course, I do remember this place. And it was one of those things of, if you play Meridian, you play that theater, but I don't know who plays Meridian. Like, I mean, you don't play Meridian if you can play something else. So it's one of those weird situations. That tour was we started that tour right after Thanksgiving, the Thanksgiving holiday in the U.S.
Right.
And so that time between Thanksgiving and Christmas is a horrible time for theaters. I mean, to try to book them, because everyone's doing their Christmas shows and their, you know, all of those year-end things. And we had a couple of situations where we were in places that we wouldn't have wanted to be. We would have maybe wanted to be in other cities or in other venues, but that's just a weird time of year for that kind of stuff. So there was, you know.
Now, it was good. We got it done. We got it done.
We got it done.
People had a good time.
That is true.
I've just talked to someone today who saw our show in Alabama. So we played Alabama. So I was talking to a trans person.
I think we came to Meridian from Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah, could well have been.
Yeah, I think we did.
It was the next day. It was the next gig, anyways. Not the next day, but the next gig that we had. We had come from Birmingham, and that Birmingham theater was a beautiful theater. Beautiful. I mean, it was also old, and it was also in a state that needed a little work. But after Meridian, everything else was a joy. After Meridian, nothing.
Okay.
It is an archive.
Now, Greg, I have to jump off at 1:30. We've got 5 minutes. Just say about, you've been back to Cuba, because I want to go and play La Habana, as you know, todo en español. So tell us about, how was it under Obama? You were allowed to go back more easily, and then I think Trump has made it harder to go back. What's the situation now about people visiting from America to Cuba?
That is another situation now with this change of administrations is in flux, and the latest news is the Trump administration is trying to get Cuba designated as a state sponsor of terrorism around the world, if you can believe that.
All right.
It's ridiculous. It's pandering to the Cuban American community in Miami specifically. That community came out strong for Trump. Trump actually got more support in Miami-Dade County, which is where that community. This time around in 2020, more so than he did in 2016, if you can believe it.
Right.
And so there's a lot of pandering that's happening, and we're literally in the midst of the Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, imminently going to declare Cuba a state sponsor of terrorism, which would handcuff the Biden administration, apparently. I don't know all the mechanics involved in diplomacy there, but somehow a designation by the United States of Cuba being a state sponsor of terrorism, it locks the future administration out of doing anything unilaterally. I think that then there would have to be some reconfiguration. So my point being is that, yes, in 2014, Obama goes to Cuba. He meets with Raul Castro. He opens up the the embassy, which had been closed since 1961, not closed, but was not officially an embassy because we had no diplomatic relations. The building is literally there. It was just called the U.S. Interest Building. Obama opens that up. He opens up travel. He opens up a little bit of commerce between the countries. That reignites the Cuban economy a little bit, obviously, because of how much there is between the two. When Trump comes in, immediately he rescinds all of those Obama policies, which were by executive authority, which means Obama signed a letter, and the president has this unique authority to do these things by letter. We're not going to use any other terms from it. So it's a letter that Obama signs. The next president comes in and he can rescind those things. So Trump does that, which starts locking down travel again, starts locking down remittances, which is actually more important. Remittances is just money that people from the U.S. are allowed to send back to Cuba to family members. There are caps on how much can be done per month. There are caps on how much can be done per year. Obama eased up some of that and raised those limits. Trump comes back in, rescinds all that, rescinds travel, reinitiates the strictest of the embargo restrictions, and the embargo is something that was, again, initiated in 1961 and has been renewed 3 times and strengthened. And by strengthening, I mean it gets worse for the Cuban people. And so with this new administration, there was hope that there would be some change. And like I said, we're literally in the midst of this weird flux where Trump could do something to sabotage the Biden administration from coming back and trying to reestablish the things. Cuba has obviously been hit by COVID, although not as hard. But you can imagine how if your economic situation was vulnerable before this, it's become worse there.
Greg?
My friends in contact, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm going to finish the point about your friends, but then tell us about you going back there. That's what I've got a couple of more minutes. Just tell us about you going back there, because that was wonderful, yeah.
I was just saying that again, I've just been in contact with people there who, they've been living in this desperate situation for a long time, so a lot of people just get consigned to the fact that, oh, it's just going to be a little tougher for us now, which you can't even imagine what that means, a little tougher for them when people just can't get the bare necessities in spite of. So, yeah, I went to Cuba in 2019. I went there as part of my university studies, and I did a semester abroad there. Because of my personal connection, and my program of study was in Cuban studies as well. So I went there. I spent 3.5 months in Cuba, living with a family there, studying. I had a tutor there who was a professor at the University of Arts, as well as the executive director of one of the large theaters there. The theaters, most of them, not most of them. I'll use the word most. Most of them are state-sponsored, so they have to be registered with the government, and those who work on those theaters get government salaries like everybody else in Cuba. So that's the way the structure there is. There's no independent theater in Cuba.
Right.
I went there to study, again, to study theater as it relates to revolution and the revolutionary ideal, and looking to see what still exists of that, what exists of what is called the revolution in Cuba, because revolution is an event. It really is, but we've called the Cuban Revolution the last 60+ years. And so, as someone whose identity has been defined by this moment, this event, which now has become a movement, I wanted to know, what does that really mean? Not from my parents or my grandparents or any of the political ideologues, but what does it mean when you live it? And so short answer is my mind was blown. It was great to see it that way. It was great to see that there are people there who believe that the revolutionary ideal, that what it means to be independent, sovereign, and self-guiding, which was ultimately the point of that revolution, still exists, and that now that fight is within Cuba, even more so than it was before, because after 60 years of what was supposedly this independence movement and what has become and what became a cult of personality with Fidel Castro, so many have seen that and have been disillusioned by what is Castroism, which is not any of the other words that are used. Castroism was its own thing. Again, it was like Trumpism. It's a cult of personality that, thankfully now with newer generations, is starting to shift. And while people there still hold on to their socialist and their, dare say, communist ideals. They no longer believe in what is Castroism, and there is this, without throwing the baby out with the bathwater, there are movements there to democratize within their social structure, within the structure that Cuba created, that has been, it's been tenuous but sustainable. And I don't want to be an apologist for anything that happened there. There was cruelty, there was a dictatorship, there was fascism, and I say that in the past tense, but there continues to be. And so I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to try to get on the side of like apologizing for any of the people that did those things. What I'm saying is that thankfully now it seems like with these newer generations, they are embracing those initial ideals of revolution and independence and sovereignty, and they are doing away with the parts of it that included dictatorships or again, these strong arms of the state, which have nothing to do with the people and what the people need.
Okay.
And so that was refreshing to see.
I'm glad you're going back. As I said, I promised you, you're going back, I'm going back, my brother's coming, Sarah's coming. We're going to be La Habana, todo en español. And we're going to do that. I don't know when, but that's promised.
The Plaza of the Revolution, La Plaza de la Revolución, Eddie, it's a big open space. I think that would be a perfect place to do it. Forget the stadiums. The Rolling Stones played the stadiums. Forget that. We're playing the Plaza.
Well, no, your job, Greg, is to find a nice, 100-seater that we could go by, 200-seater, something like that, and then we go play there.
They've got some beautiful theaters there. I'll tell you what, they're still there. It's amazing how, in spite of everything, they still do fund the arts. They still do appreciate the necessity of those kind of things. And so, in spite of their crumbling nature, there's things like that exist in those places. You've seen them around the world. You've been to all those places where so much of the world is crumbling, and yet they still treasure these little monuments to humanity, to human culture. Beyond ideology, which is great.
Okie dokie. Well, okay, we know. You just keep looking at, keep your ear to the ground for a good theatre. Sarah, Greg, we're saying goodbye. I've got to go and talk to Twitter people now. Thank you so much.
All right. Enjoy it. Thanks for this.
Stay safe.
Good to see you guys.
Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so we've got Twitter. At 5 o'clock, we're talking to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is the most downloaded podcast in the world. Most successful podcast in the world. I'm doing a kind of podcast, but I am a junior person. He has just recorded podcast number 1,591. So that's how many podcasts he's done. And I'm supposed I'm on podcast 9. Sarah, so we're going to do questions on Twitter.
Yeah.
If you have Twitter, jump on Twitter. Jump on Twitter now. Ask questions underneath the pinned top thing, which has got this scrolling. And me strolling on this scrolling thing, and you can put questions under there and the chat bit underneath that.
Yes, so now is the time. We should see the questions coming through if you post now. So yes, pinned, as you say, live stream at the top of Eddie's Twitter, and then if you put some questions under there, then we'll read them out.
So anyone jump to Twitter if you want, and we'll talk to Joe Rogan about his podcast. I'm not sure how long he's been doing it. I don't think he's been doing it that long. And if you haven't heard it, I think I did his podcast 3 hours, talked to Joe for 3 hours. I think it makes it his standard thing. Everyone has to talk for 3 hours, which is an interesting test because it means, if you haven't got much stuff going on, you won't make it on his podcast. And the mixed martial arts, he is very knowledgeable in there, very experienced in that area. We'll talk more about that. And that will be at 5 p.m. So that's in 25 minutes, 5 p.m. London time. So do come and have a check on that. Okay. So I'm just running along. You, Sarah, you interrupt me when you're
Sure, wait when this is all loading up.
Just loading up here. I'm running with Zwift. Lots of Zwifters out there. 68 nearby. Sorry I'm going so slowly. I just got this niggle in my front calf on my right side. Not sure what's going on there, but it's annoying. It's probably one of those things that will come or go. I'm at 30k, I've got 12 to go. 9th marathon, and we shall see. We shall see. How long? Right, here we go. Getting the speed up again.
That's still niggling you, yeah?
Yeah. Well, it just hurts. That's all it's doing, it's hurting. It's not pulling, it's not twisting, it's just... I'm sure it'll be around for a bit. So, Stephen Cousins is running with me, has run before with me, he's running with me right now. And Chris, Sussex geezer. Yeah, Chris. And many people.
Oh yes, actually, should we do a little quick while this is loading, because it always takes a minute for Twitter. Do a little shout out on flags on Zwift again, actually, if we've not done that for a minute.
Let's hang on. Okay, I am out. Obviously out. Oh. So, got an hour and a half to go. This is when it gets tough. Tough it gets. Oh yes. An hour and a half, and I'm supposed to finish in an hour and 22 minutes on. I'm about 10 minutes late. Thank you. I'm about 10 minutes late. Yes, do go to Twitter and I'll write your questions underneath the pinned streaming of what we're doing here. If you've got any questions, I will answer them. As we, you got the Zwift up?
Yeah, it's got the Zwift up. So, actually, shall I do names or countries?
Yeah.
Both. Do both.
Start with countries, actually.
Okay, so we have lots of people from the USA at the moment. I guess time zone wise, that's probably good timing for America right now. So USA, UK, Germany, Italy, Canada. Italy again. France. Where else have we got? We have Colombia. We have Norway, we have Sweden, we have Australia, we've got Switzerland, Belgium. What else is about? Very nice Welsh flag going on again. Yeah, lots of Americans, lots of British people at the moment. Yep, so we have 56 Zwifters nearby currently.
Some of them could be riders, so there's people bike riding, zooming in and out.
Yes, no, good point actually, yeah. Well, I'm trying to do the message thing where it locks everyone in around, but... yeah, so just a little bit of a name call for people. There's Stephen Cousins, Sean Hawkes, Jason Mitchell, Emily Balshaw, Dan Gale, Jeff Partridge, Mega Quick, I'm guessing that you're speeding past, Kate Sanford, John Hunter, Adam Koffler, Kathy McManus, Quentin Tiexeron, Amy Green, Nicholas Cizorn, Kurt Wood, Chris Lund, Armand Join, I think, Chris Sussex Geezer, Luca Catarino, Michael Bowie. He's got a lovely picture of Bowie on there, David Bowie. Michael Bowie, and I think it's young, but it goes off the edge. Dan Hayden, Christoph Karowski, Andy Powell, Guy Tybalt, Mike Chua, Anne-Marie Poot, Emily Trill, Geraldine Charwell, Lance Coldwell, Amanda Pendergrass, Romain Fournier, David Ruiz Manzano, Beth Vettori, Mihai Marasescu, David Steele, Kamil Chilinski, David Guide, Dominic Pica, Victor Marchand, Jorgensen, I might have murdered your name, sorry about that. Richie Barker, James Adams, Arnaud Dehon. There we go, nearby Zwifters.
Yes, I think that's Stephen Cousins. Just say I've been being shout out for Zwifters nearby. So some of them could be bike riders who are not with us at all. hopefully all the runners will be covered. I need to do a quick pit stop before 5.
Okay, yeah, I'm actually having a bit of trouble loading Twitter here, so that's
Twitter,
probably
I
a
know.
good plan.
Do go to Twitter, try the phone if you can't get that going. Are you out of the app, or could you just send a
I'll
message?
get out.
Or just send a message there.
Okay.
A quick break. Blue break. Oh, sorry about this.
Tons of food a year is wasted within the UK supply chain. FareShare is tackling this problem in a strikingly simple way. We work with farmers, producers, distributors and retailers to save good quality fresh food from being wasted, so we can get it onto people's plates instead. In practice, it's a huge logistical feat, involving hundreds of volunteers working tirelessly to unload the produce, unpack and sort it at any one of our network of food warehouses across the UK. The food might be surplus, but it looks and tastes just like the food you'd eat at home. Most of it arrives well before it would have hit the supermarket shelves. Food becomes surplus for all sorts of reasons: a glut of courgettes from overproduction, or a lack of demand as unpredictable weather plays its part. Incorrect packaging and labelling, wonky fruits and veg, and cancelled orders. Wherever it comes from, with the support of our team of volunteers, we prioritise the incoming food, itemising it for traceability and breaking it down into smaller quantities for redistribution. FareShare gives nearly 11,000 charities access to food, all of whom are onboarded safely and meet all food safety regulations. These charities and groups range from food banks, children's breakfast clubs and homeless centres to small local community groups. Not only does this food save charities thousands of pounds on their food bills, it means they can offer the people they support more fresh, healthy fruit and veg and a wider range of food in general. New innovations like the FareShare Go app have seen direct pickups from the supermarkets, meaning perishable goods like fresh bread and fruit can quickly be redistributed. FareShare is more than meals though. Food brings people together. It helps local organisations tackle loneliness and isolation within their communities, or help connect struggling families with the services that can support them. It's such a simple concept. Food that could have been wasted is instead used for good.
It started with a box, and 2.8 million more just like it. Rations meant for war would now help those victimized by it. Passed from hand to hand, they moved together across land and sea, to a place where everything was broken, where everything had been lost. The box revealed its gift: food, survival, hope. The knowledge that someone, somewhere far away, wanted to help. Goodwill put into action, a world embraced, and yet only the beginning of the story. The need was bigger, deeper, more fundamental. It still is. A chronic absence of food and clean water. Hunger, starvation, desperation. Sickness that racks young and old, mounting pressure on communities already in distress. The ones who can change the world for the better, stripped of their gifts. Every path blocked, and seemingly no way out. But as understanding of the problems grew, our simple box changed. It now turned to the roots of suffering, to empower those at the brink, life flowing back into communities. Nourishment sustained, the seeds of hope planted. Communities freed from sickness, the good building on the good, powering the engines of change. The future we will all share, built on a simple truth. that when you give of yourself, you can be the difference in people's lives. You can help deliver lasting change. Its colors are different. Its mission has grown, but it's the same care package. The simple box that gives us all the power to change the world for good.
Okie dokie, so we're back. We're having a little difficulty.
Yeah, I think my Twitter might have blown up a bit.
Getting that technical stuff. So we haven't been through interesting facts on Bucharest.
Oh yeah, let me go to that. See if the internet will play ball. So I'll try and get some up for Bucharest particularly.
So I've got about an hour and 27 minutes to go. Talking to Joe Rogan at 12 minutes time, the top of the hour. And Joe Rogan, who is the highest paid and the most successful podcaster in the world. There you go. And I don't think he started that long ago. So he's built it up. There's tremendous reach. When I did Joe's podcast, you talk for 3 hours, and I'm going to talk to, I think he does that with everyone, and maybe he changes it around, adjusts it a bit, but I think it's quite a nice technique, style of interview, so people have got to come up, got to be interested, talk about things for 3 hours, and he can go anywhere, and they can go anywhere. I remember I had people, lots of different people, different places, from Bexhill, see where I grew up, to France, to Philadelphia, saying, I saw you on the Joe Rogan show. And just recorded his 1,591 show. So, Sarah.
Okay, so I'm looking up interesting facts about Bucharest, and everyone can judge whether they are credible from the internet.
Can be Romania as well, I suppose.
Yes. So this is from inyourpocket.com. So we'll see how this goes. So they have 6 interesting facts about Bucharest. Interesting fact number 1, the Palace of the Parliament, which is the big building. I think there's a picture that's scrolling behind you of that building now and again.
Right.
It says, there's good reason why everyone wants to see this building when travelling to Bucharest. Also named the House of the People, the Palace of the Parliament is the heaviest building in the world.
Wow.
And the second largest and most expensive administrative building. Slightly niche, isn't it? Right after the Pentagon.
What?
Yeah.
Why the heaviest?
I don't know. It's made out of, I don't know.
Even heavier concrete.
I mean, it's spectacular, but yeah, I'm not sure
Maybe
why
maybe it goes down a number of floors.
Yeah, like 10 floors down.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Yeah.
Survive a nuclear bomb blast, I suppose.
And it says the palace was ordered by Nicolae Ceausescu, the dictator of communist Romania, and it houses the Parliament of Romania along with 3 museums and an international conference centre. If you want to find out how much it weighs and other interesting facts about it, we suggest visiting this place. That's quite a lazy ending to that fact, isn't it? It's go find out for yourself. There you go. So, interesting fact number 2. Bucharest earned the nickname Little Paris in the period between the 2 world wars because of the beautiful architecture built at that time. Little Paris also has its own Arc de Triomphe, built after Romania gained its independence in 1878, so that the victorious troops could march under it. Inspired by the famous Arc de Triomphe in Paris, this arc is a little smaller than the one in Paris, but still impressive and worth the visit. The Uniri Boulevard was also ordered to be like the Champs-Élysées, only bigger. So there we go.
Paris.
What else? Here we go. Victory Avenue. This major avenue in the heart of Bucharest was the first paved road in Romania, built in the city in 1692.
After a victory, I take it.
Yeah, it says back then the road was called Mogosoia, wood paved road, because it was paved with wooden planks. In 1882, the street is paved with stone, and in 1878, after the Romanian army used the street to make its triumphal entry into the capital, following the victory of the War of Independence, the avenue is named Victory Avenue, which is the name used today. It was also the first street in Bucharest to be illuminated with candles during the night in 1845. There we go. Now, an interesting fact about the subway station. So the Politehnica subway station. It says, this subway station may look like any other at first sight, but its secrets are hidden right under your eyes. The floors of the station are paved with a beautiful marble that's actually made out of over 80-million-year-old marine fossils. Oh. If you look closely, you can see shells, algae, snails, corals and kestrels encapsulated in the limestone materials that forms the pavement of the station. That's bonkers.
What's the kestrels?
Kestrels? Yeah.
Is there something else that's called a kestrel?
Yeah, maybe, because that's a bird, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a modern bird.
Sort of get shells, algae, snails and coral, but kestrels.
We've got in the wrong place.
Yeah.
On a time machine.
So, that's a thing.
Kestrel time machine.
Right, what else? Let's see another fact. This is all very Bucharest facts, though, isn't there? I should find some general Romania facts.
Oh, I'm going to finish late again today. Slower than yesterday. With this niggle in my front car for talking to Joe Rogan in 5-6 minutes. Dave.
Hello.
We'll keep talking and chatting, but we're ready for whenever.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted on us when we got Joe ready.
Okay. So, yes.
Oh, I think I might have found out the whole Romania-Roman thing.
Oh yeah.
So this is the name Romania the name Romania comes from the Latin word Romanus, which means citizens of the Roman Empire.
Oh, there you go.
That's just it. Yeah.
Is that's as far as they go? I thought they had but their language is linked to the Roman language, but then they say that Spanish is also, they do say that, I think modern Spanish is the closest to Old Roman. Maybe that's not the way to articulate it, but there's obviously you had all these endings in Rome, and if you had all these countries being conquered and Romanized, they would have done a sort of patois version of Roman, probably thinking, I don't want to do all these endings, because Roman is crazy, Latin is crazy.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, but that's it. I think Spanish is closer to it. But, I've got less than 10k to go now, so that is good. But yeah, I did meet some kids from Romania. They were just very multilingual. Remember that? And they felt that their language, Romanian, was close to a lot of languages, so they could pick them up easier. And they said it was a thing, but I may have misheard or misstated the fact.
So I'll do a few more interesting facts. Here we go. The first ever perfect 10 awarded in the Olympic Games went to Romanian gymnast Nadia
Comaneci.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
I saw that. Well, everyone saw that. She now is American citizen, probably American, Romanian, dual citizen. But yeah, she did amazing stuff, and she was about 14, I think, at the time. It's a kind of like Nadia Comaneci. Look that up online. Videos of her doing the Olympics.
Yeah, on the uneven bars, Montreal, Canada, 1976.
Yes, indeed. I don't think I was watching it at that time, but it became such a thing, the Perfect 10, and no one could sort of believe it. I don't think she could quite believe it. But yeah, Perfect 10.
Wow.
There you go, and there haven't been that many since then, I don't think.
I don't know if I've ever seen that. Oh, this is interesting as well. The earliest Homo sapiens fossils up to now were discovered in 2002 in southwestern Romania in the Cave of Bones. The fossils...
Cave
of Bones, which is appropriate, I guess. The fossil's age is estimated at 37,800 to 42,000 years old.
Wow, 42,000 years old.
Yeah.
Now it's interesting, they found human bones neatly stored in caves, and during the glaciation period, probably people were living in caves, and last glaciation period is about 12,000 years ago, of which I believe the Neanderthals didn't make it through, and Homo sapiens did. I'm not quite sure. They think it's because we led to fish, maybe. But anyway, not sure of that. But they did find bones that had been gnawed upon. G-N-A-W, gnawed upon. So, looks like Granny, she died. She didn't go to waste. She was munched. And that might have been a positive thing. So I think that cannibalism, I'm not looking forward, but in the old days, especially if you're starving, if you take a family member who has passed away, hopefully they've passed away first, take them into your, I suppose they gnawed upon them, they ate them, and they staying in the family is the idea. But there you go.
Wow. Okay.
I'm going to patch you through to Joe.
Thank you. So we're talking to Joe Rogan now. Joe, hi.
Hi, Eddie. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I'm very happy to be here with you.
Well, thank you. I must say, and I've said this already today, I was very surprised that you were able to come on, because you are the most successful podcaster in the world. You work your backside off, and I thought you'd probably, just want to relax. But thank you so much.
No, listen, I relish this moment. You're one of my favorite guests ever.
Oh, really?
So to be able to talk, yes, I really, really enjoyed talking to you. So to be able to do this, and I think what you do physically, what you're capable of pushing yourself through, is extraordinary. You're an amazing human being.
I tell you, the people that listen to your podcast, it is about 190 million podcasts downloads a month. Is that right?
Something crazy like that.
Something crazy like that. But you're the top of the game, so hats off to you. And I had my friend in France, another stand-up, Yassine Bell, who's a surreal stand-up in Paris. He heard me, and he speaks good English, so he heard me on your podcast. And there was a guy, Bexel, a sleepy seaside town where I grew up, and two guys in Philadelphia, both of whom I looked at and I thought, oh, they're probably not into me. And they stopped me and I went and they said, I heard you on Joe Rogan, it's very interesting. And it's a complete diverse audience that you get out to.
Yeah, it's a weird group of people, and I don't know how it happened. I really don't. I just kept showing up, and it became what it is.
Well,
very strange.
I've seen people analyze what you did. I mean, it's not that long since you started, was it? But last 10 years?
Yeah, 11 now. It's 11 years now.
And did you not have any plan? Did you just go along and it sort of unraveled? Because someone was saying that you talk to a wide diversity of people. Probably you must be talking to some people that you think, I'm not going to get on with this person at all. And that's one of the interesting things.
Well, I just talk to people that I'm interested in talking to. Even if I don't think I'm going to agree with them, I always want to try to understand their perspective as much as possible. And I only have people on that I'm interested in talking to. So I book everything myself. I choose what guests, and I choose when they're going to be on. So it's uniquely me, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's great. Now I had a thought of I've been thinking about doing a podcast. I don't know since I've been on yours. I hope you don't feel I'm copying you. Is it all right? Because I'm sort of doing a podcast.
It's great for everybody.
I just thought it was. It's just turned into this wonderful thing. But the very interesting thing you do is the 3-hour thing. Do you do 3 hours with every guest?
Pretty much, if they can, unless there's some sort of time constraint. Usually it's around 3 hours.
Now, I don't know if you noticed, there was a clock right on my left. That's where there was a clock. And when I was talking to you, and I thought, 3 hours, that's great. The fact that you want to do 3 hours, I think I can do 3 hours. And as we're going on, I was thinking, I was trying to look up on my right, on the wall behind you. See, I couldn't see any clock. I thought, how long have we been going? Is this 3, or maybe you're going for 4, or maybe 5? I had no clue where we were until you said that was 3 hours. But it's great. You can go everywhere, yeah?
Well, it's interesting. When you get into a really good conversation, time just slips by. It's like there's a time warp in the building. You don't even realize 3 hours have passed until it's over.
And that's your idea. No one else is doing 3 hours, is it? Or is it a number of people doing long interviews?
Maybe they are now, but I think it was my idea initially. I just felt like to really get to know someone, when you first meet them, the first 20 minutes or so, you're kind of just breaking the ice and cracking the surface. And then after an hour or two, then you really get cooking. You really get to understand who a person is when you get comfortable with them and they can express themselves and you can get really deep into subjects.
Yeah. And I was watching, hi, sorry, there's people outside my window who are just waving through, because we have an open door here to let the air in to be COVID safe, and there's the River Thames just there, and they're out the window. Give a wave.
Nice.
They're out there. So we have to be safe inside, and they've got barriers. But you were talking to a guy just recently, and you were saying he was a very fit guy. He was doing surfing, a number of things, and you mentioned me, which is very nice of you, in that. And then he said he knows a guy who did about 130 marathons. Remember this gentleman?
Yes, I do. I'm trying to remember who that was, though.
But anyway, what you were saying is that you're very into the fact that anyone who was showing what bodies could do in their 50s and their 60s, that we didn't have to, as you know, some people say 55, right, like this, pack up and I'm just going to sit here for the rest of my life. And I'm obviously not doing that. I don't think you're doing that. And some of the people you talk to who just saying, no, let's the 50s or 60s, let's keep active. Like an old lion. This is what I like.
Yes.
As the lions get old, you know, that's what we got to be. We've got to be lions. And the lions, they just sit under the tree for about 4 days as the small cubs are playing around. But then they go out and they do a Pilates chase as they come up to the gazelle or whatever it is, and they creep up like that, which is immensely supple. And then they run as fast as a small car. So they're just match fit for life.
Well, I think the key is that you have to keep doing things, and a lot of people just stop, and that's when the body atrophies and withers away. And obviously, you're not doing that, and I'm not doing that. There's a lot of people that aren't doing that. And we're realizing now, in this day and age, that it's not necessary. You don't have to just give up on physical activity when you get older. I'm 53 now, and I basically do everything that I did when I was 23.
Excellent. I just think, you know, you're an example. I'm trying to, well, if we do things that are good for us, hopefully other younger people coming up and saying, hell, if that person's going to do that, I'm going to try it.
Yeah, well, we need examples, because when I was a kid, I thought 53-year-old men were dead. They were basically, the game was over. There was no more fun left to be had.
And that's not true. You can make it happen. Now, tell me about mixed martial arts, and how that fit with your stand-up career. Which one were you doing first, or did you start both at the same time, and how do they overlap?
Well, I started stand-up first. I started stand-up in 1988, but I had been doing martial arts long before that.
Right.
Before I ever was a stand-up comedian, I was a Taekwondo champion, and I used to teach it at Boston University, and I had my own school in Boston. And then when I started doing stand-up in 1988, I was looking for a way to transition out of fighting and competing, because there's no future in fighting and kickboxing, especially at the time.
Right.
And it's also, I was very concerned about brain damage.
Right.
So that's the reason why I stopped competing. But as far as like enjoying the sport and being a commentator, I started working for the UFC in 1997. And I started working for them as a post-fight interviewer, just on a lark. And back then, it was really obscure. I mean, the people that I worked with, I was on a sitcom at the time called News Radio, and the people that I worked with were treating it like I was doing porn. They were like, what are you doing? You're doing cage fighting commentary? Like, you better stop doing that. I was like, I enjoy it. I like it. I'm going to keep doing it. And so I did that for a couple of years and then quit, and then new people bought the UFC, and I started up again in 2002, I believe, and so I've been doing it ever since then, 2001, 2002. So I've been doing it somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 years now.
20 years. And you said you started stand-up in 88, and you may not believe this, but I started stand-up in 88, exactly the same year. Where were you? What city were you in when you started?
Boston. I was in Boston. Yeah, Stitches Comedy Club had an open mic night. August 27th, 1988, I went on stage, and I'll never forget it.
Mine was about March of 88. I can't remember the exact date. Up at Jackson's Lane Community Center. And I wasn't ready, but I'd been doing workshops, and I drank a pint of lager, and I just thought, I'll go on and hit it and see what happens. And it was a bit rough, but I was ready. But yeah, that's great. 1988, both of us. Perfect.
Does England have a similar open mic community that like America has, where you sign up and you get to do like 5 minutes or something like that?
Yes, we sort of do now. I think we've basically modeled ourselves on you. You know, there's that explosion of comedy clubs in America where basically, you know, got business mentality is written into America much better than maybe anywhere else. So people took over entire rooms and had the bar, and they had the whole night, and there was a boom and then a bit of a collapse. And we never quite did that. There were one or two initially back in the 80s, and when I started, 88. So they had one or two clubs that were maybe 3 nights a week. That was the most. They had a bar, they had a thing, they were set up, and the rest of them were very amateur or semi-professional. Someone would just get a room above a pub. We have a tradition from way back where we had all these pubs, taverns, and people would travel and they would sleep upstairs if they hadn't got far enough, and the horses would be changed over and they go on the next day. So all these buildings were owned by breweries, and the pub was saying, well, we've got these for wedding functions, but they're empty a lot of the time. So this whole cottage industry of someone we took the door money and the pub took all the beer money. So it wasn't very much money, but there were lots of clubs, up to 60 to 80 clubs in London. It was amazing.
Wow.
Yes, yeah.
That's incredible.
Incredible. It was just, I couldn't quite believe it. And I've said it over and over again, so many clubs. And we were doing, obviously I don't know what's happening right now, there's COVID, but this was late 80s going into early 90s. And I was doing as many gigs, and we had an open night situation that would happen in the club. So you'd have to phone them up, can I do an open spot, one little slot in a night? But now it's got so much bigger, we're doing like you guys do. We have open night communities that do open night things, and I think they sign up. I'm not quite sure how they do it, but it's much more similar to what you're saying.
Yeah, we need more of those here. One of the things that happened in America is comedy became too profitable. So they stopped having open mic nights at a lot of these big clubs, and they would just instead have like national headliners come in and be there all week for sold out shows. Yeah. And it was very difficult for the amateurs to get started. So there wasn't really a good community of open mics at the big clubs.
Yeah.
And I'm living in Austin, Texas now, and I want to change that. That's one of the things that I really want to do. I really want to make sure that I'm opening up a club here, and when I do that, I want to make sure that there's a lot of time for open mics. I want to have 2 nights that are just dedicated specifically to open mics and amateurs, and to give them a real community.
Yeah, well, good for you. I mean, that's what I think. I keep thinking of, should I lend my weight to opening a club, helping them, people start up. Also because I do my stand-up in French as well, and in German, so you know, their scene is coming up and up, and those French kids are now doing it in English, which is fantastic. So everyone's sort of coming into the big bath of doing stand-up in English, which has never happened before. French kids, German kids, Russian kids doing stand-up in English, which is beautiful.
Yeah, well, that is America. I mean, it's really amazing that they're able to do that, and I think that it's the freest art form. You don't need any training. No one can really teach you how to do it, and everyone enjoys it. I mean, when it's done well, everyone enjoys it. So it's an amazing thing to be a part of. I've been doing stand-up for 33 years now. I still love it. I really do. I love it. I enjoy it. I can't wait to do it again.
Have you tried any of these virtual gigs? Well, I'm playing
No.
every night. I've tried. I'm doing it. This will be my 9th one tonight, where I just talk to a big empty room, but I play around my head. I said, take it you don't like the sound of it.
I want a crowd. I want to be there live. And I took a long time off until I started doing shows recently with Dave Chappelle here in Austin.
Oh, wow.
At this place called Stubbs Barbecue. They have a big amphitheater, but we test the entire crowd. So the entire crowd shows up early, they get tested for COVID, and then they all get let in, and then we do a show outside. And it's great. It's been a lot of fun.
Excellent. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad you've got the love of stand-up, because some people lose it, don't they? And some people stop and they can never get back.
I think some people, the pressure just gets too much to them, and it starts getting overwhelming. And so many guys, they look for a way to retire. They look for a time where all the pressure ends, where they can relax. And I think I understand that, but I enjoy it. And the pressure to me is like, it's artistic pressure. It's performing pressure. It's fun. It's a good pressure.
Yeah.
And if you can figure out how to do it, you can make people live like they literally feel better. They come to a show, and an hour and a half later, they leave and they feel better.
It is. That's I think that's serotonin in the brain. We give them natural drugs.
Yes. Yes.
Which is no bad thing. And so the doing of stand-up. When I was early, I struggled a bit, and then I got on a track. Did it take off quickly for you, or was it a struggle at the beginning? How was it?
I was terrible.
We all were.
It took a long time. It took a while. I mean, I think everybody's terrible in the beginning, whether they believe they're terrible or not.
Yeah.
Some of them are delusional, but yeah, I was terrible. It took me a few years, and I started getting like little tiny gigs about 1 year in, little opening gigs, and those really helped a lot, where I could sort of try different crowds, and a lot of bar shows, a lot of traveling to different states and doing bar shows, and a lot of bombing. But I got, I became a real professional, I guess, maybe about 3 or 4 years in. Then I really started to be consistently working, and it really took off from there.
And I think that stand-up is one of maybe the hardest creative art to start, because if you're a painter, you do paintings, no pressure. You show it, no good, okay. But you're just in a room, there's no one watching you. If you do rock and roll, you've got a band, you're in a room in a garage, you practice until you're ready. We don't, we practice on stage. I've said it's like every gig is a paid rehearsal. You can't stand in front of the mirror, I feel, and do the stuff. You maybe write it, but I think it's the hardest beginning is stand-up, of all the creative arts.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's the only art where you need an audience to develop it too. Not just in the beginning, but even while you're advanced, you need an audience. All of my new bits, they come to life in front of a crowd, and they have a growth period. They start off one way, and they sort of develop and evolve, and hopefully come to a completed form. But all of it is done in front of a crowd. The writing takes place in solitary. I write by myself, but as far as like how to create a bit, you need an audience.
And when you write, because I tried to write when I was starting, and I just could not write. I came from sketch comedy. I used to play characters a lot, so I couldn't write as my voice, and I couldn't seem to get it down. I could ad-lib it. I tried wandering out a park and ad-libbing it into a tape recorder, but I couldn't write. But you started with writing, and you can write it on the page and it comes off good, or do you develop a lot of it on stage after the idea?
I develop a lot of it on stage, but what I usually do is I write essays, and then from those essays I extract ideas. So I let my mind wander, and then after I read it afterwards, I usually sometimes while I'm writing, ooh, there might be something in this, but I just keep going, and then after it's done, then I can sort of extract ideas that I can bring to the stage.
Right. And so you've got a comedy club now, or you're building one, you're going to set one up with this?
I'm looking for spaces right now. That's
Right.
what I'm doing right now in Austin. I'm looking around for different spaces.
And that's where you're based in Austin, yeah, is it now?
Yes, I'm based in Austin now.
Because I saw it when why you interviewed me in LA. Was it LA or San Francisco? I can't remember.
It was LA. Yeah, it was LA.
But that's not another place that you can do interviews, or you just choose where you want to be. People have to come to you, I take it.
Well, LA has become a very strange place with COVID, and they've imparted draconian measures on people that I don't think necessarily make sense. Like, they've banned all outdoor dining, you can't go to gyms, like, they've made it very difficult to do a lot of things, and the results have not been effective. They're not doing a good job in stopping the spread, and people are furious, they're losing their businesses. It's just a massive overreach of government, which I think is a real problem. Austin is a smaller city, much smaller than LA. There's only 1 million people in the city as opposed to 20 million plus in LA and then the outside areas. So it's a more relaxed vibe here. People are friendlier here, which I really like. And it basically has most of the things that I can do in LA, I can do here, but people are nicer.
Right, got you. Now I've played Austin a number of times, and it has a reputation as a very groovy city. So
yeah, I love it here.
And is the weather okay at the moment? I take it it's rather warm where you are.
No, it's cold.
Oh.
It's chilly. Yeah, it's in the 30s, 30s Fahrenheit. So it's pretty cold, but I like it. That's one thing that Los Angeles doesn't have much of is real weather. Here it rains, you get thunderstorms, it'll snow a little bit once a year.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, snow's good. Snow's always good. I love to have snow. So you born and bred in Boston?
Sort of. I was born in New Jersey, and then we lived in San Francisco. So age 1 to 7, I lived in New Jersey. 7 to 11, I lived in San Francisco. 11 to 13, I lived in Florida. 13 to 24, I lived in Boston. And then 24 to 26 or so, I lived in New York, and then I moved to LA. So I've been in LA for 26 years until recently.
And how come your dad was moving around, your mom was moving around? How come?
Yes.
Jobs?
Yeah, my stepfather was a computer programmer, and he wanted to change careers to become an architect.
Oh, wow.
So he went back to school in San Francisco, and that's when we moved there. And we moved. It was really educational experience for me because we moved to San Francisco during the Vietnam War, and we lived with the hippies. My parents were hippies, so it was really interesting. It was a wild time to be a little kid, to grow up. The Vietnam War was happening. The hippie movement in San Francisco was very, very strange.
So Haight-Ashbury, well, I suppose you were a bit young when that happened, but that was your neck of the woods or near there?
Yeah, I was in that neck of the woods, yeah. I mean, I was young while it was happening, but I do remember everybody having long hair, being weird, and it was a unique way to grow up, to be around so many different, unusual counterculture type people.
And I take it if your parents were hippies, it's your mum and your stepmom. Did your dad, you weren't connected with your dad, or was he present in your life?
Yeah, no, he's not in my life. He hasn't been in my life since I was a little kid. But I'm close with my stepfather though, so it's my mom and my stepfather were the hippies.
Well, it's
my
great.
My actual dad was a police officer. He was the opposite of a hippie. So I think my mother rebelled and hooked up with a hippie after she got rid of him.
Wow, you could have had a kind of police kid's upbringing. Instead you had a hippie upbringing, I think. Yeah. I would have gone with the hippie one too.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
So I take it they were happy when you said you wanted to be a stand-up. That was no problem for them because you were quite young, yeah? Because I was 26 when I started.
They didn't think I was funny though. My mom specifically, she's like, I never really think you're very funny.
I had the same thing. You had the same? I had the same thing. And Sarah, who's here, is my tour manager and only the event manager here. She has seen it. I said that my brother and my stepmother, my dad, I used to sit at table, and I thought I was getting quite funny in my teenage years. And I used to start a story, and then they would start talking over me as if I hadn't even begun the story, and they would come up with a different story, and I was thinking to myself, did that really happen? And then my brother did do it in front of Sarah, and I said, that's what I mean. He's talking over me. It's yeah. So, but you got through that. So, what did you say to your mum when she said that she didn't think you were very funny? Was that after you'd already started?
I had just started. I was an open micer at the time, and she was kind of discouraging me because I really kind of put all my eggs in the basket of stand-up comedy. I quit teaching. I was teaching Taekwondo, and that was mostly what I was doing for a living, other than some odd jobs. I was delivering newspapers still. And she was concerned that I was throwing my career away to do this thing that didn't make sense to her. And it seemed like such a long shot. Like, I was already successful at martial arts, and to throw it away to do stand-up didn't make any sense for her.
You must be one of the few Taekwondo experts who's taken a left turn at the traffic lights and gone into stand-up.
Yeah, there's not a lot of us out here, I don't think.
And do you talk about your knowledge or expertise in martial arts in your stand-up? Is that a thing that you slide through?
No, it's not very funny. You know, as a subject, like beating people up, kicking someone's ass is not necessarily that funny.
Okay. Well, look, I don't want to keep you more than the time that we're supposed to keep you. But
don't worry about it. I enjoyed talking to you. We can keep going.
Well, we'll go to 1/2 and then that's cool. So,
okay.
What do you remember San Francisco? Because I kind of would have liked. I didn't know about the festivals that happened, and then I got really into, you know, the time of the festivals. And the first one was on the West Coast, wasn't it? And then the second one, I'm losing my. What are the name of the big festivals of the '60s that were?
Oh, you mean like Woodstock?
Yeah, Woodstock.
Like
Yes.
those,
I know
yeah, those were in East Coast. That was in New York.
But before that, there was one, I think, on the West Coast, I believe, before Woodstock.
Yeah, I was a little too young to remember those, but I do remember. I just remember going from that to Florida was such a stark contrast.
Oh God!
Because when I lived in San Francisco, like my next door neighbors were a gay couple, and my aunt used to smoke pot and get naked with them, and they would play bongos. That's what I remember. They would all be over at the next door neighbors smoking pot, playing bongos naked. And it was normal to me. I mean, I was 7 years old. That's all I knew. I'm like, okay, that's what they did. And to go from that, then I moved to Florida, and I was at my friend's house in Florida, and his father was furious because gay people were trying to get married. And I remember he had a newspaper, and he threw it down the kitchen table, and he was so angry that gay people wanted to get married. And I was like, why does this guy give a fuck? Like, what is this? It's so strange. And I remember thinking, like, wow, I didn't know how different the world was in Florida versus the world in San Francisco, but they couldn't have been more opposite. So I think, like, as a person who eventually became a comedian and a social commentator, it was an interesting education because I got to see a 180-degree difference in the parts of America. You know, like open-minded, free speech liberals to closed-minded kind of bigotry, which is made, you know, real ignorance. It was weird. It was weird to see because I remember being, at the time, I think I was 11 or 12 years old, thinking how dumb it was that this guy gave a fuck whether or not people got married. It was very strange, but I never forgot it. I can remember throwing the newspaper down. Just so silly.
Now, if I'm working out your age right, I think you're saying you're 53, I'm 58. You're 53?
Yes.
So if we start at the same time, I was 5 years older than you, so I was 26. You must have been 21 when you stopped Taekwondo.
Yeah.
So you must have been a champion.
21.
Your late teens into your early 20s was that time of you becoming an expert at that. And I take it you didn't go to university, only you were teaching, you said, teaching at university.
Yeah. I taught at Boston University. I spent a little bit of time at UMass Boston, the University of Massachusetts at Boston, but I was just going there so people didn't think I was a loser. I mean, I really had no interest in continuing my education at the time. I was really wasting my time there and just going there because I thought that was something you had to do.
Right. No, I just say, because I taught myself jiu-jitsu from a book, if you can believe that. Obviously not very well, but I was fascinated. I wanted to be. I think we might have talked about this, but I wanted to be in special forces, and I wanted to.
Yes, we did talk about that.
I wanted to know, and I think probably if you're a special forces person out there, you're probably thinking you're an idiot, you know, for saying that. But I say it because my mind works in there. What I like about it, they work in these individual small 4-person fire teams. They can all back each other up. They're experts in what they do, but also they're super experts in some other things. But they just do an amazing job, and they have an amazing mindset. And I feel I've tried to do civilian special forces, which I might have mentioned at the time, which is coming out at 23, performing in different languages and running multiple marathons. That's my selection. That's me doing selection. So,
well, those are all very courageous things. I agree with you. I'm very fascinated and enamored by special forces people, the Green Berets and Navy SEALs and the like of America. I think it takes an incredibly unique person to do such an intensely difficult thing. And I think through that, you develop amazing character. And some of the more interesting people that I've ever met in my life were special forces soldiers.
Yeah, it's they just are amazing people. And I talked to this one guy who was SBS, which is equivalent of your Navy SEALs. It's a special boat service. And he runs now a car service for working films. So they drive film actors around, and it's all very high end. And he's a very quiet guy, and he's and he never talks about it. But I mentioned this, and he mentioned that, but he wouldn't talk about anything. But maybe because he knew that I'd started running these marathons or something. He did tell me one story, which was amazing. Just showed the mindset. He said he was in a position in a firefight, and he thought to himself, and he was the leader of his 4-man team. He says, "We're going to die here. I'm going to die." And then one of his mates made a joke and said, "At least it's not raining." And then, all this shit. And he started laughing, and he thought, "Fuck it, no, we're going to win. We're going to be okay." And that's interesting. Right on that psychological knife edge. That story I found such a small story. And he said they kept trying to, I think Martin Old, a wonderful guy, he said they tried to promote him. They kept trying to promote him because he was a sergeant. He said he didn't want to be an officer, and he said he's going to resign. So he resigned, and when he did, the whole team resigned. So it was that tight. I think those fire teams are so closely knit.
Wow.
So that was amazing.
That kind of humor, though, is always appealing to me, that kind of gallows humor.
Yeah.
And that is really how I got into stand-up comedy. We would travel around, when I was fighting, we'd travel around to tournaments. And everyone would be so nervous because you're traveling to this other state where you might get kicked in the face and knocked unconscious. And I would be the one who made everybody laugh on the bus. So we'd all be traveling together and cracking jokes, and I was just trying to lighten everybody's mood. And my friend Steve Graham, who was he was in the Air Force, he was a flight surgeon, he was also on the U.S. ski team. To this day, he's a very good friend of mine. He's the one who talked me into doing stand-up comedy because I would make him and everybody else laugh. But I was saying very inappropriate things that I thought only these savages that I was hanging out with would think were funny. And he convinced me to do stand-up comedy.
Wow, that's great. And you'd never really considered it before?
No, I thought it was funny to these crazy people, but they were all savages. They were fighters. I didn't think regular people would think I was funny. I thought they would just think I was an asshole or a crazy person.
Well, yeah, that's a fascinating start. I'm going to tell you one other story that Martin told me, which was about selection. I don't know if in the Navy SEALs or Delta Force or Green Berets they call it selection, but in our special forces you can only come from the Marines or the Paras to get in. You can't apply from outside, which I think you can in America. I think it's a different system, but still you have that selection. And he was doing it, and he said that there is the thing that when you finish the hell of the thing, always be prepared, there's going to be something else. And he kind of knew that. So they'd done a, I don't know, 30-mile kind of 50K hike with full packs and stuff and the rifles. And then they stopped and they thought that was the end of selection. And then the officer says, right, we've got one more thing. We've got to do a 10-mile full pack going back in a different direction. You don't have to do it if you think that's too much. Just, ring the bell, just say you're out and you're out. And a number of people said, I'm finished, I can't do anything more. So Martin and a couple of other guys, they geared up and they went on. And when they got round the corner, the officer stopped and said, no, that was it. That was the selection to see if you were ready to keep going when you're at the end of your mental limit. And he said he was always prepared for that. He said, talking about doing, we have to do field exercises, special forces from different countries together. And he said when they go down, they've done a thing, but he said his guys are always ready for something else. So they'd finish the thing, they were in the helicopters going back, then they get called, no, there's something else you're going into. And he said, we eat a bar of chocolate and we get ready. And we're ready. So they just hit with a bit of a sugar rush, and then boom. I can understand that sugar rush now, having been right at the end. Someone give me a jelly baby. We have these things called jelly babies, which is like gummy bears. If you have long distance runners, it's like a sugar hit. And that's what they said. These are the special forces. They just, half a bar of chocolate bar, something, chuck it down and get ready. Always ready to go. It's an amazing mindset.
Yeah, it's a very difficult place to get your brain.
Yeah.
My friend David Goggins, he's a Navy SEAL, and he's a very famous, inspirational person here in America. He's written books, and he does all these really fantastic Instagram and YouTube videos. But he has a famous saying that I think really rings true. He says, most people quit at 40%. They never really get to 100%. They quit at 40% of their potential. And I think that's very accurate. And I think one of the things that I admire so much about Navy SEALs, being able to get through Hell Week, to be able to get through the original training, the basic in the beginning, is that it weeds out the people that do quit at 40%. And you find those really exceptional people that can make it through buds and get to the final and actually become a SEAL. You become one of the elite, and physically they're not that much different than regular people, but it's the mind, their ability to overcome that desire to stop and to force your body, to tell your body who the boss is, to make your mind strong enough to force your body far past the limits that it wants to achieve.
Yeah, it is. It's the motivation. It's all a mind game. I thought, when I started this stuff, I thought it was, I might have told you the story when we talked, but I thought it was 70% mental and 30% physical. I thought this had something to do with it. As I went on, I thought, no, I think it's 80% mental and 20%. I got up to the place we call Lake District. It's very tall hills, not quite mountains, but lakes and hills, and it's very rugged. And I was up there, and some ultramarathon runners, these guys run 100 miles or more, and they joined me. They just found me. And I asked them the question, what do you think? I think it's 80-20. What do you think? And this guy said to me, we have a joke as ultramarathon runners. It's 90% mental, and the other 10% is in your head, which is beautiful. It's completely this, and that is it. It doesn't matter what shape. I talked to a guy today, 28 stone. What did we say? It was about almost 300 pounds, 400 pounds?
It's about 400 pounds.
About 400 pounds of weight. And he ran his first marathon in 2007, just 2007. He had a broken toe as well. He just decided, fuck it, it was a bet. Someone said, I bet you can't run a marathon. And heavy, obviously not wildly happy in himself. And he did this thing. He's now run 112 marathons. He's the acting head of the 100 Marathon Club, the 100 Club. And they've all run 100 plus marathons. So what a story. All there, it's all up, as you think, as we both think, it's, and understand, it's the brain controls everything, which is amazing.
Yeah, I'm fascinated also by people that decide they don't like where they're at. They don't like their body being that fat, and they just make a change like that and just start doing something like running a marathon. And once they get through it, they have this newfound understanding of what they're capable of, and then decide to apply it even further. And next thing you know, you look a year from them, 2 years from them, they're a totally different person.
Yeah, and anyone can do it. So anyone listening around the world, anyone can do this. It is a choice. And I say to them, the best thing to do if you want to do something, doesn't have to be a marathon, but 5K, 10K, whatever, try and find one in your local area. Book it, get into it, put it in a diary, and tell your friends you're going to do it. Tell everyone you're going to do it. And then, by embarrassment, you won't be able to back out. And then you'll get it done. And then you can take it from there. That's my trick for getting going.
It's a good trick.
Yeah. So I jumped away from this fact, but yeah, I had a book on jiu-jitsu. Now, I don't know how that figures compared to Taekwondo, but they're all are they all similar, interrelated, or?
No, not really. I studied jiu-jitsu as well. I'm a black belt in jiu-jitsu. I've trained jiu-jitsu for 20 years. So I've been interested in all martial arts, but my initial martial art was a striking martial art. Jiu-jitsu is a grappling martial art, so it's very different.
Okay, well, I basically had a book. I was kind of fascinated in a kind of teenager. I don't know, I'd like to be a superhero kind of thing. I'd like to be able to tell people to back off. But I did realize in the end when I had one big fight I had when someone said, hey, you know, is your name Shirley? He was attacking me for being trans or whatever. And so I just told him to back down. I just said, man, hey, we're all on the street, just be cool. And he kept giving me verbal hassle. I said, just be cool. And then he said it the third time. And I had loaded a whole load of swear words on him. I told him, fucking. And then he went for me. And I was doing, I think, Karate Kid. I think I wipe on, wipe off. I think I was doing this. I was blocking, which was from the jiu-jitsu rig when I was 14. I blocked a number of punches. He did get me once. I think I got him once. I didn't go down. This was my thing. Cool Hand Luke, if you remember the film. Steve, Robert, Paul Newman. You know, he says, stay down. George Kennedy keeps saying, stay down, but he keeps getting back up. And I always thought, okay, I'm not a great fighter, but if I go down, I'm gonna get back up. But I didn't go down. I was seething at the end. It sort of was, 30 second scuffle. I was seething, but I didn't go down. I was very pleased about that. And then I picked him out. He went into a disco club place, and the police came and they couldn't find him in there. And I said, I'll find him. So I went and I found him. And yeah, he was taken away. We had a day in court. It was kind of interesting, but he admitted it he admitted it. Actually, that was the thing. When we got to court, which was like months later, I couldn't he said, what was happening that night? His line of defense was that I started it. And that became a line of my stand-up. Who says, Mom, Dad, I got some makeup on, I got a dress on, I'm gonna go and look for a fight. All right, see ya. No person in trans person goes out looking for a fight. It's fucking insane. So the magistrates did not believe his line. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, a lot of us that got into Taekwondo or any other kind of martial art got in because they were picked on. I mean, that's really, and along the way you learn about yourself through it. I always say that martial arts are really like a vehicle for developing your human potential. But most people, like myself included, got into it because we were bullied. Because someone beat me up. Some dude, well, he didn't really beat me up. He didn't hurt me. He just grabbed me in a headlock and threw me down on the ground and was threatening to punch me and then decided not to. But I was helpless. I didn't know how to fight. I didn't know anything. So I decided to start getting into martial arts because of that.
What age were you then?
I think I was 14 when that happened.
Is this in Florida?
No, this was in Massachusetts. Boston. This is when I was living in Massachusetts, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think I wanted to do that. No one threw me to the floor because I was always argumentative. This was my thing. I think I tried to give off non-victim vibes because I'd argue so much that they go, oh fuck, we're not going to take this bastard on. Just because I'd go on and on and on and argue the case as if I was a lawyer or something. But no, I think I would have liked to have done that still would have liked to do this, but I suppose I can. We're talking about this at any age. You can go and start learning to do a martial art, I suppose. Or is it?
Yes, you should definitely get into jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu is fun, and it's interesting. It's like human chess.
Right.
You know, there's so many intricate moves, and the fitness aspect of it is incredible. It's very difficult to do, and it's very intellectual. Like a big part of jiu-jitsu is technique, and a big part of technique is knowledge. You just have to understand the positions and know them and know what to do and where you're at, and along the way you get in shape. It's like kind of the opposite of running, because running, it's like your mind has to be strong to carry you on when it's difficult.
Yeah.
Whereas jiu-jitsu, it's so interesting and so fun that you're getting a workout in while you're essentially playing.
And do you think that's the best fit for me? Because if I was trying to defend myself, if I was in another country and someone just said, we're going to take you out, or should it be somewhat to Taekwondo? I don't know how to compare them. There's so many choices. What is that a good fit? Jiu-jitsu?
Yeah, well, yeah, I think jiu-jitsu is for one-on-one altercations, jiu-jitsu is the best martial art to learn, because most fights, at some point in time, they become a grappling match. They become like, the people get entangled with each other, and most people really don't know what to do when that happens.
Right.
Jiu-jitsu, you would have a massive advantage over most people. It's also, it's a martial art where in the old days when we would think about martial arts, you would think of like a Bruce Lee movie where a small man can defeat a much larger man.
Yeah.
In most martial arts, that's not really true, because bigger people are just stronger and they hit harder, and most people know how to punch. And if a bigger person punches you, you're in real trouble. But in jiu-jitsu, if you're in a situation where a person's larger than you, but you have more knowledge than them, as a black belt, I've been tapped out by people that are 30, 40 pounds smaller than me. They're much weaker than me, but they're better than me, and they can get me. And that's as a person who's been doing it a long time. Jiu-jitsu is technique-based, and leverage-based, and knowledge-based. And I think it's the best martial art to learn.
Oh wow, okay, that's good. Thank you for that. This is why I asked you to come on, so I could get advice on things like this. And what do you think of Krav Maga? Because that seems quite full on, obviously, but is that a thing that you would consider, or is that just very much a military martial art about, you know?
No, I think Krav Maga depends entirely on who's teaching it, but as a concept, it's a great idea. What they're essentially doing is taking all the best techniques from Muay Thai, Thai boxing, and karate, and jiu-jitsu, and they combine them together. And as long as the instructor's really good, I think it's a great concept. And it's more self-defense oriented, which I think is really good.
So I might look at that, because I had been looking at that until you mentioned jiu-jitsu.
Sure.
So okay, well I will have that on the list, because I think it was Martin who put me in touch with someone. I still need to go and get to the. Well, yeah. Anyway, that's for me to do. Well, thank you, Joe. I'm now going to.
Thank you, Eddie.
It's been great talking to you, and I'm sure we're
Great
going to.
talking to you as well.
I'm sure we're going to talk again, because we long life, live it well. That's what I believe. And
yes, and when you're ever in Texas again, if you ever are, please come by. I would love to sit down with you again.
I will be. I always play Texas. They were my biggest fans, because people, you know Texas yourself. You'd think Texas might be slightly one way in political life, but it's actually quite. There's a lot of people on the other side. It's great. In Austin, it's a very groovy city, and
yes,
I remember I first played Dallas, and my promoter Arnold Engelman, we got this place, the Majestic, I think it is, in Dallas, and the guy who ran it said, "Really, you want to play there? What are you? I don't know if we're going to like you," but it sold out really quickly, and he said, very quickly, "Do you want to do another night?" So we did 2 nights. So Dallas,
there's a lot of open-minded people here. It's a remarkably diverse place to live.
And when I was first playing America, I wasn't playing the southern states, because I thought, well, they're probably not into me. And people from Texas particularly kept coming up to anywhere I was playing in the northern states and saying, "Why aren't you going to Texas?" So, and I now play Austin and San Antonio and Dallas and Houston, so I play 4 cities, and it's great. They're great audiences. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it here, and the people are very friendly. They call it Texas friendly. They actually have a word for it. It's like an agreement to be nice to each other. It's really a statement, Texas friendly, and that really is how people are here. They're much friendlier than Los Angeles. It's really interesting to see my Los Angeles friends come to visit me and go, everyone's so nice. I'm like, yeah, they're genuinely nice people here.
That's great. So yeah, get down to Austin. Anyone visiting after COVID, go visit Austin.
Yeah.
Great groovy place. Joe, take care. Be safe. I'll talk to you.
Take care, Eddie. Best of luck to you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. I'll talk to you down the line.
Sounds good.
Cheers. Bye-bye. So, that was Joe. Is Tim around? It'd be good to talk to Tim after talking to Joe. Talk to Tim Cruz, do my physio.
I believe we're going to line Tim up next. So just,
Great. Because I've still got 23 minutes. And Yvonne, if she's there. Well, that was great. Now, with Joe does 3-hour interviews. So that was about 45 minutes. Yeah, just interesting. And I now know 2 martial arts. Well, it's interesting. Jiu-jitsu, the book, I still might even have the book. Learning from a martial art from a book is kind of bonkers.
Yeah, that was jiu-jitsu, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's the one he advised. It's a good one, good fit. I'm on 39K. Got less than 3 to go. So that's good. 22 minutes to go. Gig. There'll be a gig at 7 p.m. London time. Virtual gig going out to the world. And you can buy tickets at eddieizzard.com. And the profits. So I'd like to know if it's the profits or it's all the money from the tickets go to charity.
Yeah, I think.
Can we find that out? Is that a question that can be asked so I can say it with certainty in the future?
Yes, sure.
But at the moment, I think we have certain costs to pay out of it, the room, and then the profits go to charity.
I think that is correct.
Basically, I don't get it. Nothing's coming to me. We're just sending it out to these charities, which is great. And Joe Rogan's podcast, you can download that, just search for him online, and some ridiculous amount. He's on 1,591, I think, podcast. And he's doing very well on it. So, yes.
Hey, coming through Tim.
Hi, Tim.
Hi, Eddie. How you doing?
Okay. How are you?
Very good. So, yeah, I hear you got a mug today. That's very exciting.
Yes, I did get a mug. Did you just see the Joe Rogan podcast?
I did. I've just been watching Joe. I wanted to ask Joe who he would have liked to have had. You know, like at dinner parties when you say, who would you like to have a dinner party with who's no longer alive? I'd love to know who he would like to interview.
I have to ask him next time.
Yeah. And that's kind of weird because if this now turns into a podcast, Eddie, that Joe Rogan is one of your first guests on your podcast.
Well, yes, I don't think the way we're planning it, the way permissions and stuff, we're not allowed to do it from. You have to have people sign waivers and things. So this is more like practice for a podcast. Yeah. But yeah, I was surprised that he was up for coming on. Very nice of him to have a chat.
Cool. Good. And how are you feeling today?
Well, okay, but slightly slower than I was yesterday. I got the front of my calf is hurting. That's interesting. I'm not sure if it's
that'd be your tibialis anterior, which is partly because of the treadmill. You have to lift your foot up a bit more to clear the treadmill. So I've had a little conflab with Sarah. We might make a plan for that tomorrow if we need to. We'll see how it goes.
Is Yvonne going to join us?
She is. Here she is. I will let her speak to you. A blast from the past. Yvonne.
Hey, Eddie.
Hi there.
How are you?
Hi, I'm okay. I'm knackered, but I'm okay. I'm just kidding.
Doing so well again?
Well, yes, it's very much like South Africa. So, for people watching, I was with Yvonne, and Tim was with Yvonne, and Sarah was. Let's bring Sarah on the screen as well, please, Dave. We were all in South Africa together, and Dave, are you there? Can we bring Sarah onto the screen as well?
I think Dave's working on it. Hey, Yvonne.
Hey, Sarah, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right.
Yes. And so where are you, Yvonne? Where are you in the world?
I'm just south of Dublin right now, actually.
Wow. And you've moved there? That's a sort of permanent move, or for a while you're there, or what's the story?
No, it's a permanent move. Jumped ship, left the lovely Cape Town, and yeah, wanted to explore new territories, I suppose.
Right. And you, how big's your family now?
Well, now I've got 2 little ones.
2 little ones. And
Yeah.
how old are they? Because you had no little ones when I was with you in 2016. So they must be...
Exactly. On the last day, the day you were leaving, I found out that I was pregnant.
Wow.
Which was a bit of a surprise. But yeah, so now my daughter is Luna, she's now 4.
Right.
And I have a little boy called Kai, who's 2.
Great. And
So, Ron, how many weeks pregnant were you when you found out?
I must have been about 4 or 5 weeks, literally. Like, so probably from day 1 of the job to yeah.
Well, and so, did you kind of have any idea that?
No, I was quite tired, but under the circumstances, we were doing crazy long days and, driving a lot and driving very slowly all day and, all the usual stuff that goes along with supporting Eddie on one of these runs, or all these runs. And then it was literally, I think, the day before we finished, my ankles were really swollen, surprisingly. And I was like, this is really weird. And then the next day I was like, oh, I wonder, hold on. And then, yeah.
Bingo. Amazing. So if I'm to explain a little bit, because you were the driver for us, but I know that you've done lots of things over the time, over the years. What was, what did you do? What was your career? What kind of thing were you doing?
Well, I worked in Cape Town in the film industry for almost 20 years as a freelancer. So I had a great lifestyle of working in the season, the summertime in Cape Town. And then we'd go traveling, usually most winters, to Southeast Asia or Brazil or India or Morocco, wherever kind of took my fancy. And then also did a little bit of, through friends that I knew who ran big music festivals, or the biggest music festival in South Africa, started working with them. So between working in the film industry, where I was looking after the crews and doing great jobs from documentaries to reality things like this with Eddie, to movies, kind of assisting celebrities, to then also tour managing some bands who came to Cape Town and traveled around South Africa, to kind of all sorts. My life was never boring, life was changing, work was changing constantly, which was fantastic.
So was Eddie's trip really the first time you'd ever done anything quite like that?
Yes, so something so driven and hardcore and constantly changing every day. I previously had the pleasure of working with Charlie Borman on an 8-week long show traveling around South Africa as well, which was great, but also quite, a bit of endurance. Charlie's riding every day, but we're kind of just following in the support vehicle, so but nothing as intense as what Eddie did. That was mind-blowing.
Okay, cool. And just for people that know Charlie Paul, you've got him on next Saturday, so maybe we should get you back then and you could have a little reminisce with him.
Yeah, because Charlie and Ewan McGregor, they've done their motorbike things. I think the one you did, Yvonne, Charlie was on his own, or was doing a different one?
Yes, he was on his own, Eddie. He did a show called, the working title was Extreme Frontiers South Africa. So it was fantastic. There were only 8 of us, including Charlie, on the whole team. So as you can imagine, quite small. So we got to know each other quite well in the 8 weeks. And we traveled literally the length and breadth of South Africa. I think we did like 15,000 kilometers or something on the road, just traveling the whole, literally up the East Coast, across down the West Coast. It was amazing.
And what was the premise of what he was doing?
It was basically just to show the beauty of South Africa.
All right.
Yeah.
So, but was he using his motorbike, or was he?
Yeah. So he was on his motorbikes. Yeah, exactly. He was on a bike.
All right. So it was him driving around, exploring the whole.
Exactly.
Yes.
And doing fun stuff. Just like crazy things. Whatever it was. We went down I remember it was my birthday, and we went down a gold mine, and everyone sang, we were 2 kilometers underground, and everyone sang happy birthday to me, and in this old gold mine, which was quite amazing. We did really cool, fun stuff.
And was he always doing wheelies on his bike?
Yes, Charlie and his wheelies, exactly.
He does love wheelies. I've watched all of his and Ewan's adventures in the motorbikes, and he endlessly does them. And you can see the producer going, don't do that. You could harm yourself. But yeah.
I'm sure his wife says the same.
Well, I think more recently he has had a couple of rather bad crashes, but they did the last one on electric bikes going up through South America, Central America, up to LA. So yeah, no, that would be good to have a chat on that. And did you enjoy the 27 grueling? We did basically we've known each other for 27 days, really, didn't we? It was 27 marathons in 27 days through South Africa. Was it enjoyable? Was it grueling? Was it?
It was enjoyable. I mean, Eddie, like I've long said that I'm one of your biggest fans, and I know you hear that a lot, but I mean, I had the pleasure of literally sitting with Tim and Sarah in the van and literally experiencing this on the other side with you, and I saw literally like blood, sweat and tears, and it was amazing to me. I mean, what amazed me about the whole thing was like your endurance and your undying kind of intention just to kind of get things done and just to get by, and I was just like, it was amazing to me, and I did enjoy it. I mean, I love traveling. I love seeing South Africa, my country, other countries. I mean, it's definitely, that's why I did that, kind of stuck around in that job for so long, in that industry, to always get these amazing experiences.
Sarah says she very strongly remembers the day when I said, spray me now in Hogsback. Do you remember that?
I remember
I'm
that
sure
one
you
too.
remember that one too.
Also for some sunblock, yeah.
Sarah, how do you remember that?
Well, now, and see if this is how you remember it as well. So yeah, I remember we were in the van. We were at kind of like a checkpoint because we would kind of set up checkpoints, at certain distances and to check in. And then we were there, and at some point,
I just interrupt you there. What would happen is I would run without spray for the first few hours where there's no sun, just for the first sun ray, so I could get some sun onto my skin without having sun protection, because the first light's not going to kill you. I thought that might be good for me. And then you guys would spray me.
Right. Did I know that? Did I forget that?
You may have forgotten it, but that's
Maybe
why
I didn't know that.
But you were
Maybe
set
that's
up.
why we were confused.
And you and Yvonne would spray me with the sprays, yeah?
Yeah.
Now you take up the story. So I just turn up over a hill.
So we had the sunblock that's kind of like the continuous spray, like any direction sort of aerosol sunblock, is most efficient stuff. And so me and Yvonne, we would have like this stack of them in the van. But yes, that particular day we were waiting, I remember, and then I think I heard you first. I think I heard, Eddie, I think I heard you sort of shouting from afar. And then there was sort of like a small hill, and I just remember you coming over the hill. And I remember you just shouted, spray me, and I think, we looked at each other, and I think I just said, I don't know, but we just need to do this, I'm not sure what's happening. So we grabbed 2 cans each and sort of 3D sort of ran around you and sprayed you with sunblock, and then you carried on, but yes.
Is that how you remember it, Yvonne?
It is kind of, in my mind, it was a little bit like we seemed to be surprised when you were expecting you, but we kind of were surprised that you were suddenly there.
Yes.
And it's a little bit like a scene from Gladiator, where suddenly this kind of force came over the hill, and we just were like ordered to just do this. So we grabbed the sunblock and off we went, and then you were gone again,
I should explain what happened.
Yes, because we didn't know this was a thing, because Eddie explained what happened prior, but we didn't know any of this at the time.
This was the day I'd gone to hospital on the 6th day and the 5th marathon. I'd already dropped 1 marathon, and I'd had to go to hospital on the 6th day in the middle of the 5th marathon because of health reasons. And so I was constantly running I'd done 4 and 2/3 marathons, then 5 and 2/3 marathons, and I just didn't want to go on doing this and 2/3 marathons by the end of the day. I wanted to be able to round it up. So this was the day I was going to run a third of a marathon and a full marathon. So the best way to do it is do the full marathon, then add on an extra third. So I got up that morning, and there's video of this on my website, eddieizzard.com, and you can see I set off at first light, not at sunrise, but at first light. So I'm saying, I'm going, we have to go, we've got no time. And I ran, and I was running, and I'd asked to do a flat marathon, because I'd realized that most of the big marathons in the world are flat. And you could say, well, why don't you run a hilly marathon? And then I could say, why don't you run almost a 2-in-1 type marathon? You could do a marathon, you could run up Everest, it would take forever. So there's no point making it ridiculous. It's already pretty bloody hard. So I thought if the big marathons, or the fat marathon, all the big 6 marathons are flat, I'm going to go for flat marathons because I'm knackered and it's tough. So I wanted the main roads, the main track basically. It wasn't in Hogsback, and that was pretty flat. But at a certain point we're going along, and suddenly we started going down a side track. And I was going, where are we going? Aren't we supposed to be on? This is all going into, you know, mountain paths and stuff, and you know, not vertical paths, but just little side alleyways. And I couldn't get the speed up, and there were snakes and everything. And so by the time I got to you guys, I realized I wasn't on the right path. I needed to get back to the track and run like crazy to finish this marathon. That's why I was het up, as you could say. That's why I was struggling, because I was trying to get sprayed up, and then I wanted to get back onto the track, the sort of dirt track. You remember that main track that went around at Hogsback? Do you remember it? It was like a big circular, maybe you don't remember. But that's what I wanted to run on. And I could then get the time done, then have lunch, then go to Somerset East, and then do that final 14K, third of a marathon. That was the thing. If anyone remembers that.
Quite dramatic. It was, I think all the filming team were delighted for a bit of drama. So that was a moment of drama.
Well, I think that was the deal as well, is because you wanted to start so early in the morning when it was pitch black. That's why we didn't put any sun cream on initially. That's why that whole thing kind of unfolded.
I insisted upon that. I just wanted to get some sun onto this sort of white puffy skin of mine without blocking it out from the first race. But Yvonne, do you remember how many days we were 2 days in Hogsback, weren't we? Didn't we
I think so. My memory's not that good, Eddie. Your memory retention astounds me. I've been watching most of the marathons this week, and the things that you remember are quite incredible to me. Like, you remember detail that's kind of...
Well, I've logged it in. It's only just because I've logged it in because no one...
Yeah, but you definitely have 2 back there, because I remember it so well. It was such a magical place with like shooting stars at night and everything. It was just awesome.
Yeah. Yes, it was good. It was...
The other person that we're missing out of the group is that the other person was allowed in the hallowed place of Yvonne's van was Steve Moore. Do you remember the cameraman?
No, Steve wasn't with us all the time. He was only with us occasionally. It was you, Sarah, Yvonne, and me.
He wasn't with us the whole time, but he was the only other one that was allowed in the van, and that's the only one that Yvonne would allow in.
Oh, right. Okay, I didn't know that. Because Steve would sometimes ask me questions, and I would complain. And so, Steve, that's a bizarre question. You can't ask me that. But he did the Invictus video with him, and he did the Nails video in Cape Town. And
yes, I had to take you to do your nails, I remember.
Yeah, that went viral. That's still like a mission statement on my sexuality. So, and that was an ad-libbed political statement. So, it's an amazing thing to catch and put out.
And Yvonne,
I think Steve's still having therapy after the donkey experience.
I don't know the donkey experience.
Poor Steve.
I think it's persisted in my mind, so you'll have to remind us.
Probably not on camera.
Sarah, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, Yvonne, you were also the voice, weren't you? You did the voiceover for the end of every video with the telling everyone how to donate. That is you.
That was me, my little claim to fame.
Well, no, I like that, you see, because it had my voice on it. But you see, Yvonne, I don't know, how old were you in 1990?
I was 15.
You were 15, so you saw Nelson Mandela coming up, you saw him become president, and you must have experienced the change in your country, and I know, you know, politics is not easy and whatever, but you can understand if outside South Africa, we grew up thinking anyone who sounds a little Afrikaans with the accent, we thought they were going to be a racist person. That was it. We just had those links together. And then you're a new generation, and you have this an Afrikaans accent, but it's very soft, and also you're a very nice, lovely person. And when they asked you to do it, I didn't ask them to do that, but I just thought yours is the perfect voice, because I did it rather stressed on the second day, I think, and I asked people to give, donate money and make these things. But when it was your voice, I just thought it was perfect because it was South African, but it was New South African. We were Team 27. We were trying to be Rainbow Nation with our own team. And yeah, I love it. I was just very, very pleased that you were doing that.
Thank you, Eddie. Well, anytime you need a voiceover, I'm here for you.
Yeah. But we were from, our team was from all over South Africa, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Young and old and different skin colours and different perspectives and lives, but we made it work. I was very insistent. I wanted as many of the team as possible to get to Johannesburg and Pretoria at the end, so that we could be together. Because I think we were paring down on the team, but I wanted us to be this family that stayed together. So most of us, we could get there at the end, I hope. Did that happen? Do you remember the last day, the double marathon?
I do, very clearly. Yep, I remember that.
What are your high points? Because I had a miserable day. I had 11, 12, almost 12 hours of misery running. Can you remember anything of it, or is it all gone, been washed out?
No, I remember. I mean, the main thing I remember was like just the feeling of elation at the end. You know, like being so proud that that had been part of what you'd done, and never mind proud for you for having done it. But it was just like the incredible feeling, and we just like made the deadline by moments. I think.
We made it by 2 minutes.
Yeah. Just that. I mean, I remember, and running around and not being able to get in. I think the gate wasn't where we thought it was, or something.
Yeah, we couldn't find the gate. We couldn't bloody find the gate to get into the park. But
it was because you were talking about that the other day, and I remembered it had like security fences around it, and I can't remember why something had been going on, and it was a security.
I tell you what it was. What it was, there was an entrance gate out to the main Union Gardens, I suppose, at the park that leads up to Union Buildings, and there's a gate central in front of the statue of Nelson Mandela. But if you run straight towards it, there's a wire fence all across at the end of a piece of grass, and the gate is not in the center. The gate is way down to the left. I don't know why. It didn't look like maybe it looked like a secondary security fence or something, but that's what was the problem. As you ran up to the center to go up the central steps, up to the big statue in the center, the gate was, you had to go way over to the left to get through this gate in that big wire fence. That was the problem, which no one had sort of discovered. No one knew this. That was the problem.
And I think I remember I was trying to keep up with you because I was on Periscope. I had your phone and I was trying to Periscope the end. And I remember leaping out the van, and then I didn't realise how fast you were running, so I thought, oh Christ, I'm going to have to try and keep up. So I was pretty much sprinting to try and catch up with you and keep up. And then I was knackered because I'm not a runner. So you were powering up the grass bank. I remember because it was a hill. It was like you were going up the grass, and then there was a fence. You had to go around to the left, and then you were going up the stairs to get to the end point, and we were all tight for time. So I decided to stop. I thought I'll do a long shot of you in the distance. And I do remember on Periscope you could comment. If you're watching a video, and I was getting heckled on Periscope. I had people going, "Keep up with Eddie, keep up." So yeah, I was rubbish, but you were gunning it to the end.
I've never really thought about this because we were all running with Eddie up the steps to the statue of Nelson Mandela. Where were you, Yvonne?
I was actually trying to keep up as well. I think I was there. And then I was just like, I think clearly at that stage I didn't also know I was pregnant, and I was bushed. I couldn't. So, and I'm not a runner, and very unfit from sitting in the van for like 27 days, without getting any exercise. So I had to I tried, and then I just kind of slowly climbed the stairs behind every one of you.
Okay. Well, look, Dave up in the ceiling. When we finished, I don't want you to keep Yvonne and Tim on, as opposed to removing them from the screen, and keep Sarah up. I'm finishing in 30 seconds. It's my 9th marathon. And to all the Swifters out there running along with me, thank you so much. Thank you for being with me. I've got a calf that's doing weird things to me, so I'll have to deal with that tonight. and I'll be back tomorrow morning. You can still buy tickets to watch me at 7 o'clock London time, which is in 50 minutes time. I'll be doing a stand-up gig. If you think that's crazy, I do too. But I'm getting better at it. And Tim and Yvonne Stern, the lights, just want to stop this. Here we go, that's it. I have confetti. Oh, no, I haven't quite made it. It's weird. My countdown clock goes to 0, but I haven't hit. Now I do it. Now I've done it. Yes,
Yeah, is that you?
42.1.
Hey.
There we go. There we go. So thank you, Tim, Yvonne. Thank you. Are you okay? Everything's good where you are? How's the COVID situation, Yvonne?
Well, we're on hard lockdown now, level 5, and numbers are rising drastically.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I think it's the same as everywhere right now.
Tough as hell. Alrighty, well, stay safe, and hopefully we can talk to you again.
And
one thing I will say, Ed, is the 4 of us were all in that band together, and the 3 of us, excluding you, after every marathon, we had this privilege of having you in your euphoric state post-marathon. And I always used to say, they should put a camera in here and film this bit. And of course, you're now doing that. You're doing that exact thing by doing a stand-up straight afterwards.
Yes, I am. Yes, it's and the shows are getting almost okay.
Yeah, they're good. That's incredibly you're managing to do them.
All right. So thanks everybody on Zwift. Full stop. See you tomorrow.
So Yvonne, thanks for coming, and I think see if we can arrange. I don't know if we can do a 3-way next Saturday, but I think it'd be good for you to be on with Charlie because obviously you know each other really well. So
we do.
That'd be great.
And if we can't do a 3-way, then you can take my slot. It can be Yvonne's out, not Tim's out.
I'm not sure about that.
You could do that. Do that.
We could do it.
Okay, Sarah.
Alrighty. Take care, Yvonne. Take care, Tim.
Bye. Bye. Take care. Cool.
Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.